that has been rebranded very recently into Smart Omega. That is the XNRX Philippines 2911. But here's the NRX Jeremiah 2911. My apologies. The problem is with the change of their brand, with the new name, are they going to be even more dominant, or would they have lost a little bit of those shine, right? Because we know a lot of the teams within the Philippines, they've stepped it up in the recent times.
When you look at things here, apologies. And we're looking at Group D specifically to come on in here today. We're going to recap here quickly on what happened. The qualifiers worked prior to this in Group A, Group B, Group C. That's all done. The qualifiers for that, the teams going into the playoffs from Group A will be Phantasma, PDR Esports coming from Group B, and Group C will have Ultimate ePro winning in a tiebreaker versus RLT in that Group C stage. And so for Group D, who will join them? We're all kind of looking towards Smart Omega. And by all means, if they are not the team that progresses here from Group D into the playoffs, then it will be an upset win for any other team here in the Group D. But can they make it happen? I do think so. It's not going to be super possible. And for them to be rebranding here, AJ, you touched on it, where maybe, having that new paint account won't be enough to really get them shiny. But it can definitely kind of, actually, when you look at it, Smart Omega is a huge brand here. And so they definitely have a lot in store. But speaking of a lot, they have a lot to win as well.
Oh, absolutely, man. A total 990,000 pesos for the prize pool. The team that gets number two within the group stages itself, they'll, as usual, typically take 40,000 pesos back for themselves. And the top four that moves on to the playoffs, they will have a bigger prize, a bigger size of this prize pool itself to, take a cut between themselves. 100K for the ones that take the fourth spot. Third spot will take home 150,000 pesos, 250,000 pesos for those that come in second, and the grand champions will be taking home 330,000 pesos. That's a lot of money, Nico.
That is a lot. And mind you guys, every single team that's able to secure a second place slot in the group stages alone will get those 40,000 at the minimum. If you qualify into the playoffs, you will at the very least get 100,000. That's such a huge jump from the 40 to 1,000. So any team here is really going to be wanting to fight for a at least quarter of that prize pool, or going into it, maybe even a lion's share of things. But here is Group D. They need no introduction, but DVK Rexus ALT and SIGRA XAIM will be the opening two. I think, AJ, looking at the last two, these guys are big names that everybody should be aware of too.
Oh, absolutely, man. Smart Omega, Tokyo, Osaka. Not many would have banked them making into the top 16. They have gotten in here, and now they just have to prove themselves, right? They have gotten themselves into quite a bit of a predicament because the stage where they have to prove themselves, they are just bunched in with a group of teams that most definitely can make it to the playoffs. Smart Omega, yes, they are the dominant ones, but SIGRA X Aimbot and DVK Rexus ALT, they're not going to be making it easy for Tokyo Osaka at all.
Yes, and speaking of easy or not, we're going to be looking at the tournament schedule for the day here. Group D is what we're going to be throwing up on the screen for you all. Opening game of the day will be SIGRA X AIM versus Smart Omega. Tokyo Osaka to follow up after that, and then after that point, after we've done our first two matches, that's where we're going to kind of get a feel of how today could possibly progress. We're going to have a Smart Omega once again and DVK Rexus ALT, probably the two teams favored in this entire day to come out of the playoffs to be that closer.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, fourth match will be Smart Omega against Tokyo Osaka. This will be that one place where Tokyo Osaka can go all out to prove themselves against the best of the best in Call of Duty Mobile Philippines itself. Later on, we'll have another opportunity to take a fight up against SIGRA X AIM. Smart Omega comes back in there to finish the things off in here for the final day of the group stages against DVK Rexus. Also, a lot of action back to back in here, Nico, that we can look forward to. Do you perhaps bank today would be the fall of the kings of old?
I don't think so. Long live the king. And in this case, I think they're going to continue living on into the playoffs. I mean,
Yeah.
Smart Omega, they're probably one of, if not the best team in the Philippines. And for good reason, they moved to that big brand. And, that kind of stability can maybe just help them forward. Now, NRX, for them
Yeah.
to be holding that name for so long, they will be taking on a new identity here. But I don't think there's going to be any mishaps on who they really are. We're going to see the NRX of old come alive here, representing now the Smart Omega brand.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to seeing exactly how much more pumped up they are because, the scene within the Call of Duty mobile world itself, it has grown. The talent, most definitely, the talent pool has most definitely grown. And the abilities of these players to take such tactical matches, beautiful perfection in terms of performance. We've witnessed all of those in the build up towards Group D itself. But now to be able to witness the kings of Philippines themselves jump in here and show us a little bit of what they have brought in, how much they have grown. I am very, very excited to watch that. But of course, to kick things off, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the team that will be taking them on, SIGRA, AIM, Atlas, Balin, Shizen, Vince, as well as Wadu, they'll be stepping up to the plate here, Nico. And this is one of the biggest challenges for this team ever since recently they had to scrape together this squad at that very final moment because of those age restrictions. It's not going to be easy for them at all, Nico.
Speaking of the squad, AJ, I really appreciate Wadu. It's such a I don't know, it's such a fun name to have on here in a very serious competition. But we're looking at them right now here. SIGRA X AIM, they've got a lot to prove, and they have already in a lot of tournaments in the past, but have yet to really, kind of cement themselves as the team to look out for in the Philippines. And that is what they're looking to do here today. They qualify just as the same as every other team to get here into Group D. Now, of course, they're going to be going up against one hell of a titan of a team in the Smart Omega side to start off the day. That's definitely not going to be an easy game to get things going, but as we look on over to that roster, as we talked about here, these guys need your introduction. The former NRX, now representing Smart Omega. You got Crush, you got Hydra, you got Jay-Z, you got Candy, you got Whoopi, and 6ix9ine, who are just complete champions in every sense of the word. These guys have been completely dominating for so long in the Philippine scene, and they're looking to repeat that success here now over in the Philippine Champions of 2021, presented by Sony.
Oh, just seeing the names, just listening to you read those names itself, it makes all of the hair on my hand as well as the back of my neck rise up. I am pumped to watch this first series between SIGRA X AIM as well as Smart Omega, who will be able to take the victory. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let us know in the comment section, what do you think? Will the Kings of All be able to rise up to the top with a dominant 3-0 victory? Or will we be able to see SIGRA X AIM steal one match or potentially the whole series away from them?
I mean, AJ, if they're able to get a map here against Smart Omega, that could just completely throw this entire group around. And who knows at that point what could happen. We've seen time and time again that so many of these teams that were looking really favored to go over into the finals, like we saw RTL during the 2 days ago on from Group C, and then suddenly at the last final moment, Ultimate ePro take them over. That could certainly be the case once again here. But let's move on over to the actual map videos to see how things are going to be going. Map bans to get things going. We've been seeing a lot of firing range and a lot of crossfire bans. Quite curious how this day will go.
And it's Smart Omega that wins the coin toss. Not going to be good for SIGRA X aimbot at all. The big bosses get to pick two of those maps that they want to go in and dance at. Standoff will be the first map that is banned. SIGRA X aimbot will be able to take Crossfire out of the equation. We all know exactly how Smart Omega performs on Hardpoint Crossfire. They are absolutely untouchable. Smart Omega, they've got the opportunity to swing momentum their way if they even needed to with a coin toss. Let's see exactly where they'll bring us in for map number 1, and that's going to be Summit. So perfect in here with the rotations. We all know the cable car platform as well as P4. Those are going to be your hard points where you really want to hold on to if you're SIGRA X aimbot, because I anticipate P1 and P2 is just going to be fully dominated by the gunfights that Smart Omega will be able to bring on, Nico.
I have to agree here, AJ. What SIGRA are going to have to bring into the game on that map number 1 is really, how they time themselves and how they time the spawn flips. If not able to bring that out in the right opportune moment, then Smart Omega might just run through things here. But we're moving over to Search and Destroy. And I think by all means, this is kind of the map where, on map number 2, is where we kind of expect SIGRA here to kind of make their comeback. As we're kind of looking at map number 1 to go in the way of Omega, they do have a good chance of winning map number 2, but we're going to be going over to Firing Range, which has been a very spectacular map for the side of Smart Omega historically as well. You did say that, they're getting rid of Crossfire, which I think was a very important ban for the side of SIGRA, but Firing Range is a really good map as well for the side of Smart Omega. But I think of all maps, this is the stage. This is map number 2, where they could really turn things around in their favor. Map number 3, though, as we go back to Domination, that's going to be quite a curious one for them to find.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see Smart Omega bringing us in here towards Raid, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And it's very, very a pretty much sticky situation for SIGRA X Aimbot. In such a huge map like this, they need to be able to control Gallery as well as the Guerrilla base well together with Square Center. If they are Smart Omega, the high probability is they're going to be favoring towards that Special Forces base, holding on to Garden as well, Square Center. Laundry is just going to be no reach for them at all. SIGRA X Aimbot, hopefully we see a lot of those flanks coming in from them, because if they take a straightforward game up against Smart Omega, dude, that's just not going to end up well at all. So a lot of ideation needs to be brought forth from SIGRA X Aimbot to see exactly how they can ask questions that, quite honestly, not many other teams in Call of Duty Mobile has been able to ask in the past.
They might be asking those questions, AJ, but the answer to it, that's what we're going to really have to find out. How will it pan out going over into the series? We saw the Death Machine and Sparrow to be banned here. Smart Omega banning the former and the latter here by SIGRA. And I will leave the Annihilator open, which we've seen time and time again in the past that Smart Omega have been really good at making that Annihilator happen. I mean, some of the best plays, some of the most highlight-worthy moments that we've seen from this team has been with an Annihilator in their hands. So to leave that open, very curious, but we're going to see how exactly that will pan out. Once again, map number 1, we're going to be going over the Summit, which we do think that, for the side of Omega, and to be quite honest with you, they have an advantage in every single map in this game. We're looking for them to maybe sweep this one, but this is where maybe Smart Omega, or rather SIGRA, if they can win here map number 1 and take that away from them and stop the momentum from Smart from the get-go, it will really be huge.
Well, let's see if or not the side of SIGRA X Aim is capable of doing something like that, right? They will be able to drop in here early, ladies and gentlemen. Crushing it, seems to be crushing it. SIGRA X Aimbot, they flush out the players from Smart Omega to stand dominant in that, and those early points fall to the side of SIGRA.
Ooh, okay, SIGRA, really nice start coming in from them. You can see that on the side of Smart Omega as they're trying to filter on in. They're just getting picked off one by one. JZ's able to find one, and JZ's able to find a double kill here. JZ gets a double of his own, a triple now from the side of Chissen. Well, before on the board, still no control has really been seized here on the point by Smart. They will try to get, but at the outskirts of that will be SIGRA X Aim. They will finally get filtered out from it. For the meantime, Smart Omega are getting some points and they do equalize things, but SIGRA are already knocking at the doors.
I just love exactly how the side of Smart Omega is holding on to this. Base shut down. They're not going in there for this, but all they are doing is just holding on to those power positions to just give them so much leeway to hold on to the points. But 26 out of 12, sorry, 26 to 12 in there isn't what Smart Omega is usually able to pull off. They are a little bit more. It's a great start from the side of SIGRA. Now be able to prevent the side of Smart Omega picking up more points from the second hard point here. It's going to be a little bit more open and a little bit tougher to perhaps go in for the defense.
Yeah, it's really hard for a team that doesn't have P1 at the start of things, or rather at the end of P1, to go over to P2 and take it, because P2 is so close by that it doesn't matter if you're holding P1 till late, because you can easily rotate and flood that side and catch the defenders off guard. And so for the meantime, Smart Omega just completely running through things here. There has been some points that has been taken by SIGRA here in P2, but for the most part, it's completely in the control of Smart Omega. You can see them, they're trying to get in from the back on the flank here. Atlas trying to find that shot, cannot confirm it, and he will be taken down. Omega just winning every gunfight right now, AJ.
And SIGRA needs to continue those rotations. You can see Hydra has secured the spawn of the Special Forces base for the side of Smart Omega, so even if their players do fall, oh, but what is this now? Those players on the side of SIGRA spawning right behind Omega. It looks like that plan has failed, and the gods of RNG on the side of SIGRA allowing them to go in, but that first strike will still on them right in their tracks, and Smart Omega will be able to recover this situation. Crash going in with the KRM, takes the hard one into their hands, and the Kings will still be in.
He wasn't deep enough have to really actually flip the spawn there. If you went deeper into the SF base, and maybe it would have worked out, but Crush and Jay-Z just making it happen there with a KRM up close. Now pushing itself, Smart Omega still have control for it. Fortunately for them, because SIGRA, they're just not winning the fights here. AJ, even though they had the favorable spawn, they're just not able to really get themselves in, and that's something you wouldn't expect when you have the favorable spawn. In this case, your rotation and your push should be coming in earlier and quicker because of that spawn advantage that you do have. They finally take it, but it might be a bit too late.
And they go in for such a final 10 seconds. They give away those points to Smart Omega. Hopefully, this is coming in here from SIGRA X aimbot. Down. They want to set up the defense on for the fourth hard point. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the Blue Raider safe in the fight now. Smart Omega seems to be winning map control because they go in for the control on the Raider. First, they set up exactly to make sure none of those players from SIGRA X aimbot can get them spawn. But now, those players from Smart Omega drop in there for that. The points are being picked up by SIGRA, so I feel like this is quite a great balance. Now, SIGRA just needs to figure out how to keep the boys from Smart Omega away from their hard point.
So hard to flush him out here right now at the moment because diving and weaving in and out, winning these gunfights for SIGRA. They're down 40 points, but that can quickly be cut into. Smart Omega cannot get a good foothold here, but that they shall. Pretty good recovery here from Smart Omega. Not much control on P4 in and of itself, but let's look at this. Whoopie and Crush once again there with the KRM. We're going back into P1. Hunter Killer out to look for that information, maybe find a pickoff. They will be going back to P1. Seems like Smart Omega are going to run through this and maybe take it, but Shizen here with the Annihilator, man.
Plays coming in here from the side of Omega. But SIGRA X aimbot, they're not falling back too far at all. They know how to play the match quite well. They're holding their own pretty much okay, but Smart Omega, just like you pointed out already, right, Nico, they seem to be winning quite a number of these gunfights, and that's something that you just really can't go in and perfect within just 1 or 2 matches. That just takes months and months and months of grinding in here, man, and Smart Omega most definitely has it under the belt already. Let's see what SIGRA X aimbot brings to the table. Will be enough to at least ask a stronger question, because their performance here at the control room number 3 has been quite strong. Not saying that, right? Smart Omega right back in there with the hard point. Now sets a sentry gun up as well. And to take this side back in 30 seconds is going to be pure impossible. They need to play P2 slightly stronger.
Yeah, SIGRA are going to have to really hold on P2 for the duration of it. Otherwise, this is a done map number 1. Smart Omega, even in bad situations that they're put in, they're able to shoot their way out of it. And with the Annihilator, that's what we're talking about here. Oh dear, didn't even have to scope in for that. Didn't even have the ADS. Suddenly, Smart Omega, we talked about how like the Annihilator has been one of the most deadly weapons in their hands. You can see them fully making use of that hand cannon. It should be a done deal. It's like, what, 5 points till the end of map number 1. SIGRA X doing a valiant job of holding on, but that will be the win. Taken swiftly by Smart Omega. Keeping SIGRA at, what, 64 points maybe?
Yeah, it's great play, all out pressure. You know, but that's just pure panic that just falls out of the match, right? They thought that they will be able to hold on to the points over maybe at the P4, slightly better than the cable car platform, but they should have just maybe just scrapped out anything that was available for them, right? Early rotations didn't really do them all that well, and it was just panic all throughout. I can't blame them. They are taking on the kings of Philippines, and their palms must be sweaty. So it was a match well played, though.
Yeah, but it's been a complete spaghetti game for them, because even though they got some of these breaks, like when you saw there that Hydra was going to try and flip the spawn on SF 4P3, it actually didn't work out for him. He wasn't actually successful in being able to flip that spawn, and so for that moment, it seemed like SIGRA were given a lifeline, but they were not able to capitalize on that and really win that P3 successfully.
Correct.
You would think with that advantage that they would be able to flip the game over, to turn things around and maybe make this a more competitive game, especially moving into P4 afterwards. But never really happened, and so that is very big props as well to just, the veteran experience that the side of Smart Omega have. Even though they're in a bad situation, they're able to shoot their way out of it.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, hopefully Search and Destroy will be the game that, changes things for SIGRA X AIM. We've seen that happen for different teams already in here. The change of pace more than definitely, allows them a little bit of extra breathing room to recompose themselves and to take on the Kings of Philippines. Dude, that's not going to be easy at all. And thankfully, it's their map pick as well. Firing range, hopefully SIGRA X aimbot feels a little bit more comfortable to take this fight up in a more composed manner. Because Summit, unfortunately, was a little careless.
Yeah, that was very, very unfortunate there for the side of SIGRA. I mean, and you talked about it, and we've seen it time and time again here in the group stages, and even in the past, where in the team that wins map number one, suddenly, it's the team that loses map number one that comes out for map number two to try and use that change of pace to try and be able to play S&D, a non-respawn game where you're going to have rounds to rest on over rounds to think on over what exactly happened and how to do that. So this is the round that the side of SIGRA could come back into. This is the map that they could make this an even game. And if they even bring this 2-1, if they even win this Search and Destroy and then lose domination right subsequently after, I think that would be a very big win for them to get that single point.
Yeah.
We've seen here time and time again in their group stages, sometimes teams win and go into the playoffs or secure second place by one single point, and that is going to matter a lot for a team like SIGRA.
Yeah, absolutely. And, if getting that number one spot is too high of a mountain to climb, the 14,000 pesos don't look too bad at all, man. Of course, everybody would be gunning for that number one spot. Everybody wants to make it to the playoffs. Like you've mentioned already, the least amount within the playoffs itself is 100K versus that 40,000 pesos that you can pick up from today, right? Everybody wants a little bit of that. But it's not just that. It is for the pride of saying that they managed to take down the Kings of Philippines to make it to the playoffs, right? Then in itself, Nico, is going to be a huge win. You might as well not complete the competition after that, because that will be popularity enough for any team out there, right? It's doing the impossible, man, because Smart Omega at the moment is just that team which seems to be undefeatable in Call of Duty Mobile. You really need something special under your sleeves to be able to take them down. So let's see if or not SIGRA X aimbot has that something special in the Search and Destroy.
All right, let's get this going. You talked about here special dish is what they're going to have to serve here, SIGRA, and that is exactly what we're looking for. Attacking side to start things off on Smart Omega. Defenders on the blue here for SIGRA. And look at this push. They easily tried to go for that mid control early on here. SIGRA trying to aggress further, but oh dear, this angle by Whoopi could certainly punish him if he's not careful here, coming from the side of SIGRA. Balin on the other end of that, he's going to be taken down. Exactly what we're talking about. You cannot try and peek him in that situation. When Whoopi has a pixel angle like that, he's going to head glitch you every single day and win that fight. There's a second follow-up on him, not able to confirm that. Vince will get the trade.
So far, coming back to back with the immediate response, will be able to get the SIGRA X aimbot. It doesn't really fall back too far from this match. Now, they are on the defending side. Smart Omega made the choice to be the attacking side, right? They made the choice to be the attacking, and now they will be able to have free range in here at the shooting range. Access in from the bomb side, and Wadu has got no information, nor eyes on Jay-Z at all. Bomb is going to be planted. 45 seconds on the clock. Let's see what SIGRA aim has.
Ooh, what a shot from Crush. Completely decimating Atlas there. The weight wasn't enough for him to carry up over their shoulders, and now they're down to 4v3. Great takeoff from Smart Omega. And here's another one from SIGRA. What a spectacular player to find Vince once more in this round. And Wadu will find an opener to trade it off on a Candy, finally bringing it down to 1v3. He's got his work cut out for him, though. All he has is a DLQ 33, and he's going to have to take the fight up close. Cannot land a quick scope, and Jay-Z will get the opening round for Smart Omega.
Yeah, DLQ is never going to be able to do it at that range. Two players in the white warehouse on top of everything else. That was just an impossible situation. He should have gone in for a different gun, perhaps. He did have a little bit more time on the clock, but, SIGRA X aimbot, a little bit nervous in this match. Very, very understandable. Whoopi now trying to look for those angles, and SIGRA aim! Wadu trying to do the exact same thing as well. We'll be able to get the hit marker there, but not really much of that damage there. The side of Smart Omega needs to worry about, and the defenders will be able to hold on strong. They've got a 2-1-2 setup coming in here with one player just hanging around auto repair. The players at Bravo need to be careful though, because questions will be asked by Whoopi as he takes down Shizen, and he will go in for yet another strike. Goes in for a quick scope in there, blocks that shot, but he doesn't miss the next one. Wins gets taken down as well, and the Bravo side is fully opened up. SIGRA X aimbot! So unfortunate, because my son is playing in there with that sniper.
Oh my lord, Whoopi, really throwing them into a cushion. And now Smart Omega get it. What a performance from him. Finding 3 opening picks, closing the round off. Smart Omega, a very dominating opening half from them. But can they continue this into a third round? SIGRA here are going to have to find some way to counteract this. They've been getting picked off one by one with the DLQ. Great snipes from the side of Smart Omega. We've seen SIGRA trying to answer back with some snipes of their own, but Whoopi's just been completely decimating everything, and Hydra will find an opening pick here in Atlas once more.
Whoopi finding his angles, and now we'll be able to catch Wadu with that hit marker, but unfortunately Wadu a little bit luckier this time around. And now Wadu looks for yet another, but Jay-Z punishes him immediately, finds a little bit of revenge for his down partner. Kenny does the exact same thing as he takes wins out of the equation. Back-to-back action coming forth in here. Shizen takes a 2-piece for himself, and it's now a 2-on-1 situation. Shizen picks up the Fennec, and he's got the shorty in hands as well. He needs to take this fight, both close range. Goes in with a quick pop of the stun, and that distraction will be able to turn the attention over from Smart Omega, but Crash is just too smart.
Smart Omega here, definitely looking up to that brand and making it fully into effect. They're living up to every single name of the Smart Omega brand right now, and they've got a 3-0 opening lead. And so SIGRA, they keep on getting picked off early on. Atlas, it's the second time around that he went down. You go for the side of SIGRA, so it's not a good sign of things to come. Mid-control here with the smokes trying to be taken, and Crush will be taken out. It's a good opening pick by Atlas this time, returning the favor. But the quick snipe from the side of Whoopi will get them an indirect trade, and Balin, what a shot from him to find Whoopi.
I was about to comment and say that destroy someone picking up the scout tower. Jay-Z punishing Balin up this time around. Pulls out the katana. Will need to hide because Wadu will be able to ask those questions with the Fennec. Jay-Z now makes in the approach, but nobody is on there. All will get planted. One final player left in here who takes Idra out of the equation. Atlas now bringing in all of the action. 2-on-1 situation. Backs away into the barracks hut, but he will need to come in for the approach as the bomb has been planted. 35 seconds now. Holger 26 in hand. Can Atlas go in for the clutch?
He found the opening pick for the round. He's going to have to pull his gun out because he's going to get caught out in the open. You're not able to isolate the fight. And a 4-0 start by Smart Omega. AJ, we were talking about how SIGRA, this should be the map where they're going to be, have their highest chance of turning things around. But for the meantime, it's been a complete domination from the side of Smart Omega. We have yet to really see a good round come from the side of SIGRA. And in this moment, it doesn't even look like that's to come soon. Maybe when they switch on over to the attacking side, things could start to change for them. Maybe the waves will start to go in their favor. The current will start swinging their way. But for the meantime, it has been Smart Omega with most of that Wadu marker. Not much more.
Manages to slice Whoopi out of the equation, but the numbers game will catch him off guard. Jay-Z steps up with the Fennec, and now the shooting range is now all wide open. Wad will manage to knock Candy out of the equation. Idra with the immediate response right back through. The bomb now gets planted. 45 seconds on the clock, but it's 3 versus 2 as Wadu takes Jay-Z out of the equation. The numbers on the side of Smart Omega being thinned out as Shizen drops Idra as well. One more for Shizen. Wadu gets the katana, and they'll be able to go in for the defusal. 1-4. It's a good start.
Finally, a good round here coming from the side of SIGRA. It is the final round of the half, though, and maybe they can continue that momentum into the attacking side. Let's see how they'll be playing this one out. Smart Omega on the defense right now for the red side, and on the blue, SIGRA attacking things over. Now, see how Smart will play their defense as well. They only send one player here towards that B side that will be crushed for the side of Omega, but the early push coming from SIGRA. They want to go into the back alley straight to B. It will be crushed to be that first contact.
Let's see if Crush will be able to get in touch with them first and Or will he get taken down early? Crush manages to catch his off guard, snuffs him out of that equation, and backs right back into that backyard. And now the bomb stepping up forward. Not going to be a bright idea here. Kendi will be able to ask those questions. Bomber goes in for those shots. Valen is playing with fire, Nico.
He might just get burned though. If you play with fire, then who knows what might happen. Suddenly the gust of wind could blow things your way and you suddenly have a firestorm to deal with. In this case though, will be a storm of lead that are going to have to win things over with. On the peak here, Candy taking some damage in return will dish out some of his own, but they're both going to have to fall back in that case. Crush has been continuing to aggress here in the back alley, and Vince will eventually find Whoopi. Gone on out here from side of SIGRA as they're going for the A site instead. They can go for a plant around the corner. There is a player there waiting. That's going to be Jay-Z for the side of Smart Omega, but they're not going to deny the plant just yet. The bomb will go down on the A site. They're going for the plant, and now it has.
By SIGRA X aimbot, making sure they get the numbers equaled out first before they go in with the push. Atlas drops Jay-Z out of the equation. Now Atlas needs to be a little careful because he is being hunted, and Crush steps up. Rinse drops his opponent. Idra gets taken down. Kendi out of the equation as well as Wins goes in for the slice. Crush gets snuffed out. SIGRA X aim. They get the second round in here for themselves back to back.
Very, very good round here for the side of SIGRA. That's 2 rounds out. They've won in a row after giving up the opening 4 rounds to the favorite Smart Omega. This could be where they make that comeback happen. We talked about AJ. They need one more round to bring it within reaching distance here of the lead and cut down to it. Maybe potentially tie the game on up. With Whoopi's looking to aggress here from the garage. He's been really good with these snipes for the side of Smart Omega. Can you find another opening pick here? Looking towards wood. There's 2 targets you could potentially find in that stead there towards that top wood or the bottom wood side. Almost landing the shot here on the cross. Barely able to bail out for the meantime. That will be Wadu. You're going to try and pull back and try and buy their time for the meantime here for SIGRA.
Yeah, we don't blame X aimbot for struggling at all in the previous match. Wadu with a beautiful open against Jay-Z, going in for a couple of other scopes here. We'll find one player straying out, and Whoopi pays the high price for such a risky move. Wins drops Idra out of the equation as well. And once again, Alpha has been wide open. And now Kendi and Crush, they can ask these questions, but the numbers do not look good. Crush takes a couple of shots with the 59,000. Will have to back away, but Kendi with the Holger will be able to punish Vince out of this equation as well. Thinning the numbers, but 2-4 is still quite a tall order to overcome.
Plant on the A site, and now once again, Smart Omega do not have a lead here. Plant will go down. Nate plant in time to deny that for the meantime. Now with the Holger in hand, Candy's going to try and open things up, but Crush walking on in here, finding Shizen on the floor on that prone angle. And Candy's going to have to win his own gunfight, which he does. They bring it to a 2v2 here, AJ. And on the post plant, they're just completely dismantling the defense of SIGRA in the post plant. Trying to go on the peak. They will not win a single fight. In a flawless retake, the 2v4 quickly made into the 2-0. And now Smart Omega take match point.
That was a 2v5 that it all started off with. Smart Omega with those masterful gun skills, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. 5-2, and now with the match point, just like you said, Nico, they might just finish this all off. But SIGRA X aim, they've been attacking quite well in here. Well, technically just one of those rounds. Hopefully they will be able to pull off the exact same thing. Now Whoopi might be able to catch off a good angle in here. Atlas steps up front. Wadu will be able to get the shot off if he can position himself earlier than Whoopi. But as soon as that shot comes through, he backs away. So well played by SIGRA X aimbot. Let's see exactly what they can pull off here. The bomb now backing away just towards that passageway. They can potentially catch Crush off guard at that corner house. And if they can, maybe open up the Bravo site for themselves.
Tried to do something fancy rather, last time around on that round there, going into round number 7. And honestly, if you just stack the site and just triple peek in that 5v2, they probably would have won it. But iDrive finds an opening peek here on the Wadu. Very nice from him. Candy trying to do the same thing, but he knows, they know where he is. He's going to have to back off here. He might just be finding himself be taken down if he doesn't. iDrive find another pick for the favorite Smart Omega. And Smart Omega, even on defensive side, you're taking so much map control, really trying to go for it. And you can see how far Jay-Z is already there on the map. And Candy finding 2 kills to end the round. As Smart Omega take the game map number 2, 6-2.
I'm sorry, man. It wasn't a bad play from SIGRA X Aim at all. It was just tremendously amazing plays coming in from Smart Omega. Back to back to back to back to back. You cannot fight this no matter what you do, Nico. You need to pull off those cheese strats. And dude, I don't even know if cheese strats work against Smart Omega, right? So hopefully SIGRA X Aim finds something in domination to pull off for them to at least take one match away from the series. If not, it's going to be the fresh first donut served up today.
Definitely here, AJ. I mean, when you look at it, you might be able to try some cheese strats, but knowing just how absorbent our Omega are at, kind of receiving that, and they might just turn it into a sandwich and take a bite out of you, and that's kind of what happened here. On that one, in the 5v2, we saw their round number 7, SIGRA. It was a 5v2, and they could have certainly just, stacked aside, triple peak everything once they find information, win the gunfight that way. No, they tried to play a bit too scattered, and because of that, you just saw 1v1, v1, v1s were won by Omega. You cannot take them up in a straight-up gunfight like that, because for the most part, they're going to beat almost every single team we've got here in the Philippines, and SIGRA are no exception. So you really have to play your numbers advantage. You're going to have to outbrain here the side of Omega, because you're not going to out-aim them by any means, no matter who you are. You're going to have to really outbrain them, and even in that aspect, Omega have been on top, and that cannot continue on for long if they are going to be looking to win map number 3 here, at least for the side of SIGRA. They're really going to have to play their shot calling and their strats perfectly to be able to beat Omega here.
Yeah, the probability of that is just really low. This is Smart Omega's map pick. Raid is pretty big. You'd really need to win your gunfights, especially if you're going in for the Garden as well as Square Center play. You want to hold on to that Alpha as Bravo, as well as the Bravo flag with that laundry room control. The moment you feel like, you've got enough control on that map, you can attempt for the triple cap. And in order to go in for the triple cap on such a huge map, once again, you need to win your gunfight. Smart Omega very clearly is able to do that. That final round was just perfection in terms of describing what Smart Omega is all about. In terms of comparing Smart Omega against SIGRA X Aim, I guess that final round of the Search and Destroy explains everything, Nico.
I mean, Smart Omega in and of itself are already, far away from the Philippines. It's looking to be true here in Group D. Looking to end this game dominantly, but let's go on over to the final map of the series. Will SIGRA be able to get the map under the wings, or will Smart Omega send them home to the donut? Now Bravo point control has not been seized by either, but Smart Omega have no positioning for that. And Katana here by either. Things are going to continue going away from the laundry, though. Crush is going to hold things down, and they're looking to take Bravo point very decisively.
I love what SIGRA X Aimbot has done in here. They choose to start on the Special Forces. The better side or the stronger side would be on the Special Forces, because you get that. Even if the early access was pulled to their side, Crush just stomps in there and so effectively takes over control of Laundry. And now 2 of the positions are held down, Laundry as well as Gallery, with 1 player dropping into Central Garden as well. I want everyone to just watch how does the side of Smart Omega execute this, right? It's all about knowing those power positions. It's all about look at this perfection. None of the players from SIGRA X Aim able to step up and ask any of those questions, and they do not move from their post. Idra just snuffing out everyone. Hold the 26. This is what Smart Omega is in Call of Duty Mobile. If the rest of the world is watching, this is what Garena is all about.
World-class Call of Duty Mobile here being shown by Smart Omega. You saw in those past 30 seconds how strong their line of defense was to hold on to Charlie and Bravo. They're not overextending. Look at this once again, how great positioning they have. And now because Balin is able to find a pick on Candy, that is going to signal here Jay-Z to fall back in the rotation to come in to help the B side. This is perfect coming in from the side of Smart Omega. Although good shots being found here by SIGRA as well. They can definitely turn things around. Make that happen. And the Predator strike will land at the perfect opportune moment to help Whoopi out. Doing a very good job of holding down the line. After giving up 2 picks, they played their deficit to perfection. No matter which hand they're dealt, they know what to throw out to the dealer. Once again, is able to find a single pick off of that. And man, just world class once again from Smart Omega. beautiful domination. They're playing right now. And the double once again from Whoopi AJ. Oh my lord.
This is just smart Omega perfection. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you love Call of Duty Mobile multiplayer, not be amazed at what Smart Omega is pulling off in here. This is just communication perfection. They fall in line, they hold their command post, and once the player falls, the communication just gets sent all the way through, and the players just back each other up. And now they're finally going for it. They are going to be flushing all of their pressure down towards Garden, but they seem to have overextended a little bit. They need to reset their positioning a little bit. 75 to 42. Times runs out for SIGRA X Aim. Smart Omega in front, and they haven't even gotten aggressive yet.
They haven't, but that's also a big reason why they have this lead, is because they don't overextend. They don't try to, even though they have an advantage and they can obviously win most of their fights, they don't try and push their luck. They know that they don't have to play that recklessly, and Whoopi and Trust Omega wins the final one of his own, but for the most part, a complete wipe here in the favor of Smart Omega, and that will give them firm control of Bravo point once more. I don't know about this, AJ. To be quite honest with you, we just started the second half. It's already looking like a done deal to me if Smart Omega can keep up this pace.
And there's no doubt at all that they will be able to, right? Because SIGRA X Aim, just not the team will be able to ask for stuff. And I mean that in no disrespect whatsoever. In fact, it's bad for SIGRA X Aim. According to Anthony from the Esports Inquirer, due to the age restriction, the team had to scrap and rebuild the roster just days before the top 16. And now that's not going to be easy at all, Nico. Especially when you take on a fight against Smart Omega, especially when you take on fights against the best in the Philippines. They found Atlas as well as wins from SIGRA, and they secured an agreement with the rest of the players within the aimbot. And they put themselves together. We broke down a different similar situation like this as well, right? With one of the other where they were just the Philippines championship. It's an admirable dream. It's just not going to be possible against a clan, against a squad that's stuck together since the birth of Call of Duty Mobile, and it's just been dominating. Look at Crush. We're not even casting, because this is just perfection. We're just talking stories about how Smart Omega is just so dominant in the world of Call of Duty Mobile.
Well, at this point, it's kind of apt. You know, we want to paint the picture here of how things have been coming out, the storylines of this, and you know, for a team like SIGRA, as you said, who just kind of formed prior to this, now it's a very valid dream to try and attain, but at this point, you know, it's not feasible, as you said, against a world-class team like the Smart Omega, who's just been completely dominating from the get-go, and I think it's ever more apparent here on domination over than it is on the other maps that we did see, even though they won those dominantly too, like Hardpoint, and searching the story, you can just see how perfect their communication and the rotations are on it. Okay, good shots by SIGRA. They can maybe turn things around. The lead is pretty much a bit too big for them to come back at this point, though. They're like at the halfway mark. They're at 76 right now. Will it be enough? They're able to take Bravo, but how long will
I love this because SIGRA X Aim, finally they devise a plan to stop trickling in one by one. They've been spreading out onto the map, challenging the players of Smart. Finally got together to pull Bravo into the back. Essentially done there as well. But they have to understand, in order to make a strong comeback, they need a triple cap. And now with a cluster brought out as well onto the side of Smart, they ask questions and Garden, and they snuff out the kings of Philippines to take over a triple cap. SIGRA X Aim, do they have enough time? Wins, he needs that backup. They're not on that side. What a fail towards that very end. I love the ideation, but my friends, my boys, try it earlier. Nico, what a waste.
Good idea from them to use a cluster strike to really try and open up that A site, but because of how open A is there on the court, you saw that all that they had to do there for the side of Smart Omega, with them just having a few points to end the game, was play at the outskirts of it, try and take those engagements from outside of the range of the cluster strike itself. They don't necessarily have to get on it because they can win the gunfights from outside, pretty much boxing yourselves in an unfavorable situation. For the side there, SIGRA, well, they had to. There was no other choice, even though they had 2 points. Well, the single trickle in of points that was coming from that alpha point would have been enough for the side of Omega to clutch the game out, and that they didn't. So being put in a favorable situation there. SIGRA, they had to try and make the hard play. Unfortunately, it did not work out for them because they're going up against one of the best teams in the world here in Smart Omega.
And that was already shown in the gameplay. One of the best teams in the world, potentially even the best team in the Call of Duty mobile world right now. This is Smart Omega, not even at their best. They are not being pushed to the corner. They are not, really pressured to bring out their total dominance within these games. They're taking it really, really carefully. They're giving all of these teams a lot of respect. How often do you not see Smart Omega go in there and push for a triple cap, man? This is domination. Smart Omega, they knew what they were taking on, but they didn't want to overextend themselves. They wanted to guarantee that win. They wanted to guarantee the playoffs. They are not mucking around. And it looks like the serious style of Smart Omega just was not something SIGRA X Aimbot could go up against. But let's see if or not one of the other squads will be able to. DVK Rexus ALT as well as Tokyo Osaka, they have got their fair opportunities later on as well, Nico.
Those will be opportunities that they're going to really have to capitalize on here, AJ. If either of them can take a single map away from the side of Smart Omega, that could just really throw their stock up here to maybe secure that second place slot. And we haven't seen those other two teams play here yet today, but from that opening performance from Smart Omega, the diligence, the communication, the teamwork, and of course the mechanics, the aim that they've got, the gunfight skill that they got here on our first series of the day, they're already looking like the favorites to come out of these playoffs. But we're going to really have to see from the other teams if they can step up to the plate here. When you look at it, it will be Tokyo Osaka versus DVK Rexus ALT. And if either of those teams once again can take a map off of Smart Omega here in their third match, in their second match or third match of the day, that will be huge for them. But we're going to go into a quick recap of how things turned out. Summit there, as you saw, and interesting enough, AJ, as you kind of pointed it out, they didn't necessarily go for a triple cap there. They didn't want to take risky plays and end it quickly. But even with them trying to be more diligent and disciplined and more conservative in how they played, it was still a decently, or rather relatively quick series here from the side of Smart Omega. Just complete dominance, even though they weren't trying to go 100% just yet.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And when they do try to go 100%, hopefully that is within the day itself. Then again, do we actually want to hope for something like that? Because I do have pity for the other squads in here, right? Taking on the Kings of Philippines, taking on the Kings of Garena, not going to be easy at all. And Smart Omega's just on a different level of focus so far. I mean, we saw their cam just early on. You saw the focus on all of those boys' faces, their lips not moving at all. But still, in game, it looked like they had the most perfect communication of all. It looked like they constantly kept talking because, those players just kept moving together in unison like a wave, right? And I absolutely love that about Smart Omega. I cannot wait to see more from them. But I also cannot wait to see what does DVK Rexus ALT as well as Tokyo Osaka have for us, because that's going to be the next series. And they may potentially have what it takes to at least grab a match away from the side of Smart Omega.
Well, we're going to look on over to the highlights to see exactly how things panned out there in that match. Map number one, just complete domination from Summit on Summit here by Smart Omega. There's an opportunity here for SIGRA to turn things around, AJ, on P3 when they got that favorable spawn on the SF side. It seemed like Smart Omega were almost about to be successful on flipping that over. We saw that from SIGRA, but he wasn't deep enough to get that and gave SIGRA a window to try and go things, a window of opportunity to try and flip things around. But they just weren't able to capitalize on that. And Smart Omega, if they give you an opening and you don't punish that, then you're going to have no chance.
Yeah, and what Smart Omega kind of reminded me of is a little bit of Phantasma, right? Remember when Phantasma was playing Crossfire for Hardpoint? And I mentioned that they weren't really playing the map at all. They were just going in with those gunfights. But the problem was they were winning those gunfights, and they won that Hardpoint even without playing the map. To a certain degree, Smart Omega didn't really play the strong points of the map. SIGRA AIM kind of got those, better positions in a few of those circumstances. Like you mentioned, right? Even though IDRA went in there for the deep Special Forces base push to perhaps flip those spawns, that didn't really turn out the way Smart Omega wanted. They lost those gunfights consecutively right after that attempt, but still they just SIGRA X AIM, they could not capitalize on that one mistake by Smart Omega, because Smart Omega just stepped right back in there, won all of their gunfights, and just took those points right back away from them.
Yeah, I mean, every single round here that, SIGRA kind of had a chance were in, they weren't able to really capitalize on that. And once again, it's been the same story on S&D that we did see on Hardpoint for map number 1 and 2. We did see, they were at a point where they were like 5v2, 4v2, and it just kept on getting trickled down 3v2, 2v2, and they just gave up every single fight 1v1. They isolated themselves, just letting Smart Omega capitalize on every single mistake that they made. And for Smart Omega, for a team like this, world class, you give them those windows of opportunity. They're going to capitalize on that for the most part. And there have been some great shots here. And this is the game where it seemed like, at the very least, at the start of things or like midway through, that, SIGRA, where they were making it close, there was a round there that easily could have turned things to a 3-4. And at that point, with only a single round deficit, and SIGRA could have turned things around. But it just didn't go that way. They weren't able to really, play together in the aspect that we kind of expect when you're going up against a team like Smart Omega. Once again, isolating themselves and giving up too many opening picks. And Smart, they all they had to do was play their own game. They didn't really have to change anything up. And when we got into domination, this is really where you saw, I guess, the disparity between these two teams.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And you just saw exactly how, we've spoken about map mastery in the past for the past, 2 days of the group stages that we've casted together, Nico. And map mastery was a quite a constant topic that kept coming on and about because a lot of the teams that stepped in here, they were quite all over the place at times. And we did see them go in and play the map at times. Smart Omega, from start to end, they mastered that map. They owned that map. They didn't allow SIGRA X AIM to step anywhere in their compound. And it's not like SIGRA X AIM wasn't really winning any gunfights at all. There were gunfights that were won, but SIGRA had to take a massive numbers game up against any one of the stronghold from Smart Omega in order to get those hard points away. Example, they needed to send a combination of 4 men in for that Bravo side towards the very end of that match in order to be able to cap it. They had to go in with the similar setup in for that final triple cap as well, but by that time it's just way too late. And if you're going to have to commit 4 men all the time, whereas Smart Omega technically just needs to put 1 or 2 guys there, you're really losing out on the numbers game, and it's not going to help you out at all. It was just a bleak match all the way through, and I did not expect to see that big of a difference in terms of skill gap.
It really did make a case for Smart Omega to be one of the best teams just based off of that. And
Yeah.
Jay-Z will be winning the MVP of the game. When you saw in that final map, just early on, that line of defense that they had extending all the way from the laundry side to like under the gallery towards that C point, it was just a completely beautiful thing to watch. They had every single lane locked down for them. They knew they didn't have to overextend, even though they're completely resetting the side there with SIGRA. But yeah, Jay-Z, what a standout performer for him. But I think when you look at it here, it isn't just the individual players that kind of stepped up for the side here of Smart Omega, but it really was a team play thing. You saw that every single one of them were ready to trade, ready to back up whoever was getting pressured in whichever lane would be open. They would all collapse on that, and really just if this is like a wall, if this is a dam, and suddenly there's a flood coming through, they just plug it in immediately.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, and Captain Jay-Z, what better man to just serve the play soldier of the game title too, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because this guy more than surely led his team through one of the most convincing victories that we have witnessed within the group stages so far. So commanding, especially at that raid finisher. If firing range was not a clear-cut picture already as to the dominance of Smart Omega, raid was just that sweet little cherry on top of the icing, right? And that was the conclusion of series number 1, Nico. We still have got more. And thankfully for the audience, as well as us, we will have Smart Omega playing 2 more series in here for the day. So there's way more from where that came from.
Fortunate for us, but maybe not for the other teams that are going to be playing this group. If you went like into Group C, you might be thinking, okay, we got RLT, we got Ultimate E, we got some, very big bad teams in here, but there's only one bad team in the Group D. Unfortunately, though, it's the baddest of them all that we've got here, and that's kind of like the fast that you're going to be playing against. But guys, as we said, we're going to have more matches, but they will be coming up after the break here. I am Black and Blue. With me is AJ. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys in a hair.
Yes, Jonda is going to be huge!
This is impossible. My calculations are flawless. What exactly could have brought us to this ruined world?
We cannot die here. We have gone through countless worlds and passed by death countless times. We must unite. My friend, you must hold on.
This place is way more dangerous than we thought.
I need more time.
Brace yourselves. More flashbacks incoming.
How about we make a deal, stranger?
If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Yes, Jonda is going to be huge!
Series number 1 quickly done. Wrap it up because we're going for another one here. I am Black and Blue. With me is AJ, and welcome back here to the Philippines Championships for Call of Duty Mobile, presented by Sony. We saw a complete dominating performance there from Omega, AJ, and we're going to see the next two teams from Group D play out here.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got Tokyo Osaka taking on DVK Rexus ALT. Now, Tokyo Osaka, not many of them kind of banked on this team being able to make it to the top 16. So they've managed to break through all of those, I guess, barriers of non-believers and make it through to this stage. And let's see how far more they can take this fight, right? Because taking on DVK Rexus ALT, not going to be the easiest thing of all, but it is a fight they should be able to become victors of. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we kick things off today, SIGRA X AIM took on Smart Omega, and there was a very, very clear definition of who was the masters of Call of Duty Mobile between those two brands. Let's see between Tokyo Osaka as well as DVK Rexus ALT, we'll be able to see a similar difference, or is it going to be a little bit closer to each other?
I think we're going to get a more competitive game here, AJ. On our second match of the day, Tokyo Osaka versus DVK Rexus ALT. Now, the rest of the teams here that we got, DVK, Tokyo Osaka, and SIGRA, they might not be the favorites, to go to the playoffs. And even if they do, they're not the favorites to win against the other teams who have already qualified from the other three groups. But they can fight for the second place slot here. Now, we don't want to call the action before it happens, but Tokyo Osaka, they're going to be one of the challengers here to the Smart Omega throne in Group D. You got Chewy, you got GLA, you got Gucci, Lev, Nerdy, and Nash to round out the roster here from Tokyo Osaka. Now, their name might kind of suggest that they're from some other places here, but they are going to be fighting for that Philippine Championship title. And for the meantime, they have got a lot to prove, especially against a roster here that they're going up against, which is DVK Rexus ALT. And so for a team like Tokyo Osaka, who might not have, the biggest names on their side, who might not have, that kind of, maybe I guess kind of that fame behind them, basically that kind of fans who just know every single name of where they live, what they breathe, what their favorite food is. It comes into that factor wherein you will have the element of surprise when going up against some of these well-known teams, and that's going to come true, especially against teams like Omega and here maybe DVK Rexus ALT, which we're going to be looking at in a second.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, how are you going to be able to go in here and do your homework on Tokyo Osaka? Not possible at all unless you perhaps experience a match with them. And that's exactly what DVK Rexus ALT will be doing with the lineup of Breezy, Click, Cream, Goyong, Magista, as well as SIGRA. They will be looking to take their first victory of the day over Tokyo Osaka. They are the favorites to win this particular series. So let's see if or not they will be able to live up to that expectation, or if Tokyo Osaka will be able to snuff them out and disappoint them from early on, right? Everything will be depending on the coin toss, because the ones who manage to win that will be able to decide the 2 out of 3 maps that they play at.
Those maps are going to have to be huge here as we're looking at things. DVK Rexus ALT together for the meantime. Goyong there will be separated, but I'm sure they are all hand in hand and together in this game to be able to clutch it out. And let's look at things here. Map bans to start things off. We're going to get the first opening 2 map bans coming here from the side of Tokyo Osaka to start things off. I want to say their logo is pretty cool. And on the side of DVK, they do lose that coin flip. And so first map to be banned here in the veto coming from the side of Tokyo Osaka should be and will be Hackney Yard. Very good ban from them. A map that we have seen here to be the latest addition to the Call of Duty mobile competitive rotation, and Takeoff as well will be banned. So 2 of the new latest ones. Looking to play for more comfort picks this series.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Tokyo Osaka winning the coin toss will be able to pick a hard point match, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Is it going to be a basic one? Yes, it's going to be very straightforward at Summit. We've already seen this exact open in series number 1 as well. It was where the side of Smart Omega went in for such a dominant run. Let's see if or not Tokyo Osaka will be able to do something of a similar stat as well, right? String on P1 into P2, hopefully be able to ensure they've got the spawn early on for the cable car platform and potentially pick up P3 as well, because once they are able to string on the first 3, making a comeback for DVK is going to be very, very tough. But if it's DVK that does that well, then they will have quite a tough fight on their hands. It's all going to be about who manages the spawn flips better, Nico.
Yeah, that is really kind of, how you're able to manage your map control and where your spawns are going to be crucial here, especially on Summit, Hardpoint, S&D. We're going to be going into things we typically have seen for the most part throughout this entire group stage, that whoever loses map number 1 is able to come back in map number 2 to equalize the game up, bring it 1-1. As we go into domination, that is where the kings shall be made. And firing range, once more, we're going to have here for another time today, a second time today, this time though on domination. A very curious map to have domination on. B site at the very center of things on mid, very open. Annihilator will be banned. You can probably expect a Sparrow, and that we shall. So Death Machine this time we're going to have in contention.
Oh, absolutely, man. Very, very balanced maps in here. Summit standoff as well as firing range to see exactly what Tokyo Osaka as well as DVK Rexus all have to bring to the table in Group D. The most, I guess, sure group that we have within the whole Philippines Championship, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, moving on to the playoffs as to who might most probably go on. But like you've rightfully pointed out already, Nico, any one of the other teams, if they win it, it most definitely will be an upset. Smart Omega, they've been technically pegged as the favorites to get out of this particular grouping, and they've kind of proven exactly why that is so, right? Such dominance shown on series number 1 itself. So hopefully Tokyo Osaka as well as DVK will be able to show that they are, they mean business as well, and they bring on the firepower, man. Group A, B, and C have consistently shown us where the scene used to be in the past and how much forward they've kind of dragged themselves in here through all of that hard work. Do you potentially have a pick as to who do you think is going to come out of this? Tokyo Osaka or DVK Rexus ALT for the first match at least?
I'm kind of looking at DVK Rexus ALT, to be quite honest with you, but I'm going to really have to see who can come out at the top of this series. But speaking of, let's get map number 1 going here, AJ. It will be Tokyo Osaka on this blue side, starting in from the left side. Quick battle already being won by Osaka towards that mid, towards the B side, rather towards the point number 1 here. They do finally win it over. DVK took that early control, but for the most part, it was Tokyo Osaka with the major half of it.
I like the fact that DVK went in there for the breakout, but they have chosen to start on the special forces base. So hopefully that kind of pairs them well. And they've managed to flood all of their players in towards their hard point now, picking up all of those gunfights, winning most of them. It will continue to be a challenge. Easy going in there for the snuff with the Fennec, trying to find a couple of more players because it has all been contested so far. Either side. Finally, Tokyo Osaka with less managing to win that gunfight, moves the momentum over to the side of Tokyo Osaka. 19-13 is not convincing for either side. They have to put a better command of that hard point itself when we string on to P2.
Enemy contact.
The side of Tokyo Osaka will be able to continue this, ladies and gentlemen. DVK is the first one on there, 2P2. 3 players in there already. The side of Tokyo Osaka, they did have the spawn of the special forces base, but all of those players flipped it all the way on to the guerrilla base now. They are spawning out of there. DVK Rexus ALT, they may be able to perhaps put on a little bit more pressure here if they take on the fight from direct road, which is exactly what they do here, Nico. And they get that side for themselves. P2 is quite strongly held on for the time being because they are winning all of these fights.
A good adjustment here coming from the side of DVK Rexus ALT. Take that P2 once again swiftly. Tokyo Osaka wrestled it for the meantime away from the on the push here. The gravity spikes will kind of open things up for them. See how things may continue on here. Now as they go on the push, now with 4 seconds left, you can see already the rotations in for P3. Both teams trying to fight for it. In the meantime, will be DVK Rexus ALT to take that early control.
Exactly what Tokyo Osaka has in here because their players are not moving in here for the push. I'm not so sure why finally they go in there together, 2 players only, the rest of them trying to hold on to that spawn. Tokyo Osaka's playing something really well, but they need to make sure they play what it likes. Chu does exactly that, and the spawn belongs to Tokyo Osaka. They will be able to command P3 for quite a while. Cable platform belongs to them, and they will be able to play for DVK. The bigger question is, should they be challenging or should they be backing away, Nico?
That's a really tough decision to make at this point, especially with the lead that Tokyo Osaka have been taking. A very good map for the meantime here by Tokyo Osaka. They're typically not able to take that early control of the point itself, but to wrestle it midway through, and that is the important thing. It's not how good you start, but how strong you end and how strong you stop the fight. In this case, Tokyo Osaka looking to throw the last punch to end this all-out brawl. We're going now here and back to the P4. And it seems like Tokyo Osaka, they're already taking 99, almost at 100, and DVK halfway through this.
Equalizer will be able to drop in, but unfortunately, side of Tokyo, DVK Rexus ALT trying to hold on to everything in here for those points. 23 seconds to make their comeback. They do have a spawn at the very moment. The players from Tokyo Osaka, on the other hand, trying to reset it. Spawning just outside of Red Garage. They will be able to put a lot of pressure here. DVK pull out a couple of those score streaks at the very least to help them out. They need that extra firepower, Nico.
Complete domination for the meantime here coming from the side of Tokyo Osaka. They're trying to really wrestle control away from the side of P4. DVK have it for the meantime, but Tokyo Osaka, they're knocking at the gates right now. They're looking to give this one up. They know they have a big enough cushion, a big enough deficit to try and go for that early P1 control. But now SIGRA trying to go on the pusher, will catch him off guard there, and he will find a second here. Find one of his own. SIGRA, good frag on the Chu. For the meantime, seems like Tokyo Osaka, they are trying to get later into the points right now. They have to be able to back on off there, but the quality that he's got, he's not going to be able to live up to this. He'll be able to back off and not win the fight. Those Death Machines brought out here by Breezy, completely trying to take him a breeze. And now DVK have the point. They're looking to make the comeback happen here in P1.
Beautiful plays coming here from DVK. They should be able to hold on to this for a while. Hunter Killer drone drops in here, but unfortunately, not snuff any one of them out. KRM will be able to ask those questions. Breezy snuffs him out. 118 to 96. DVK Rexus ALT make a potential comeback in here. DVK also needs to remember that they have to make sure they have the score. Special forces base is very important as we go into
Tokyo Osaka here trying to blow things open right now. Maybe get that control back in their way. Only 10 points of a deficit now, and DVK are currently just running to that finish line to be able to tie things up here. They've almost got it, but we're going now back to P2, which can be very easy to string around for DVK. A good position, but Matt opening for the KRM here, able to land the hit marker, but not any much more. And DVK are just completely winning every gunfight. Look at the kill feed here, completely pouring in the favor of DVK. They have successfully came back into the gravity spike, trying to throw them off guard, and now they have 20 points left to get this game in the pocket.
I love the positioning of that sentry coming out here from the side of DVK Rexus ALT. They know that the spawn of Special Forces base just behind the Green Raider station will be a lot to deal with, and they bring out that sentry. It helps them win so much of the gunfight, resetting that spawn as well, sending Tokyo Osaka on towards the other side, and now they will be able to look around and defend it as well. 147, 119, what a play, what a win, what a comeback by DVK Rexus ALT.
It looked really good there for Tokyo from about P2 to P3 and even going to P4. They had a big lead for them, about 40 points over the side here of DVK, but DVK able to bring it back when it mattered. We talked about, I said a while ago, it doesn't matter how good you start, it matters how strong you finish. In that case, DVK had the better closeout game from that one. Map number 1 taken by them, very nicely done to go back to that and try and spin things around when things weren't working their way. Very, very nicely done from the side of DVK.
Yeah, I would have preferred to have a more assured victory in there from the side of DVK, because they did allow the side of Tokyo Osaka to make a small comeback in there. We did see Cable Car Platform won over Team Blue by Team Blue, and they were able to pretty much string it towards the Blue Raider station as well. But that's exactly where DVK stomped their feet of dominance, right? They backed away early. Remember, Nico, I asked that question, what does DVK do now? Do they step into the Cable Car Platform and fight, or do they back away? And we've seen so many a times teams do back away, early rotation, but they lose out those gunfights. And, it's been stressed in the past already. If you go in for that early rotation, you better win those gunfights. You better make sure that the early rotation counts for something, right? And what does DVK do? They back away into container area. Outside of Red Garage, they set up a sentry first so that the players who come back in from the edge platform will get snuffed out by the sentry. They send 2 men towards cable car edge, 1 man holding on to container area. Beautiful defense set up there. They did lose a couple of gunfights, but as for a majority of the time, even though Tokyo Osaka brought in their score streaks, they were able to hold on to that hard point and then strung it straight into control room number 2 as well. And the part where they won it, Nico, was the best, right? Because they didn't go in to reset the spawn in towards hard point number 2. That turned out to be a situation where they were very, very responsive. They didn't plan for this in advance because Tokyo Osaka already had that spawn. They were spawning out of the Green Raider station very close in towards the P2. But the very well placed, once again, sentry coming out from DVK Rexus ALT changed the course of that spawn, right? Went in there, helped them with that firepower. They took the game. What beautiful performance, what perfectly executed score streaks in this game here.
Indubitably there, AJ is just hitting it, right on the mark and how that went out. And for a team like Tokyo Osaka here, who were looking to run away with map number 1, and suddenly it's just thrown out of their hands, taken by surprise by the side of DVK, when it seems like you already had it in the bag. Those can be one of the biggest heartbreakers of maps to lose. And so the problem here now that they are going to be proposed is, can they not let that, kind of go into them and bring that, maybe like those bad vibes into map number 2, because they're going to have to shed all of that. They're really going to need this map number 2 to make this a series. If you're not going to be able to do that, then DVK, they're going to lose. They're going to look to maybe dish out another donut. Although, to be fair, we have seen that Tokyo Osaka have been quite formidable on these respawn game modes. Maybe that will look true once again for Dominus, but for the meantime, S&D here on standoff is what they're going to have to deal with. Opening map here now on the side for S&D rather will be led, of course, from Osaka, and Gucci will do the same. Triple opening kills now for the side Tokyo Osaka. It's a really good thing to start with.
Let's see if they will be able to keep up this pace, right? Because the search and destroy is just so one-sided at the very moment. Tokyo Osaka, they've got a full squad going up against DVK Rexus ALT, who only have got Click on their side, but he does have the Holger in hand, attacking side. Let's see if or not Tokyo Osaka gets a little bit careless now. Those players are coming in here for the push. The Holger might be able to catch all of them off guard.
How deadly the Holger is, right? How formidable it is, especially holding down the line. In this case, though, the Fennec will come and prevail for the side of Tokyo Osaka. Just how aggressive they played that to open the map off here. You saw Lev just completely push all the way into the tank, all the way into the spawn even of the side of DVK Rexus, even though they were the defenders here. Tokyo Osaka really wanted to take the initiative, and a lot from them, and now they're going to look to play a bit more conservative here. They know that if they try it the second time, DVK Rexus will punish them for it. You can see DVK play a bit more passive as well, maybe to try and receive that kind of aggression once more. But for the side Tokyo Osaka, looking to maybe play the pickoffs instead, not wanting to go too aggressive at the moment.
Tokyo Osaka knows how effective they are on this map on the defending side, which is why they picked it for themselves. They wanted to defend first, and I love that, right? You drop into search and destroy. The better option at the very moment, according to the current meta, is taking the defensive side. And if you are able to perhaps just figure out exactly how the opposing side is maneuvering in a couple of rounds, you should be able to break all of them down. But that's exactly where, you know, the limit or the bottomless little bin of strats comes out, right? Gucci with a beautiful snuff out on the dream of DVK Rexus ALT. Tokyo Osaka looks to take round 2 as well. They've got the numbers advantage, but thinned out immediately by Goyo.
Oh man, Click here and Goyong both finding opening picks in the favor of DVK Rexus ALT. The plant has gone down on the A side. It will have to come in for the retake for the side of Tokyo Osaka. Chu trying to take his talents here towards that mid side. There is a player on the side of DVK at the end of it, Magista, to try and hold down the line, maybe not allow the flank. That's what his job is at the moment. The Lev will be taken down here by Click. That's all he needs to do to find it. Freezing, taking it easy. He will be taken down, and on this quick scope cannot land a shot. Click will certainly seal in the deal. That's all he has to do. A single click, he gets the kill. DVK Rexus ALT tie the game up 1-1.
Yeah, beautifully taken right back into the accord. It's all tied up. Let's see exactly what Tokyo Osaka will have for us right now. A 2-1-2-7 on the defense. He's going into house. It's going to be Osaka. Gucci, beautiful nade now getting tossed as he spots a very quick entry into the backyard. Set up the retake, and now they need to manage the situation as well. DVK Rexus ALT might just bring in the aggressive push, and Gucci needs to reposition himself.
The push on here. Now 5v5, no picks off being found just yet. Tokyo Osaka once again wanting to play that retake here. Once more, wasn't successful the last time around in round number 2, but they're going to have to try and find more fortune in this case. Gucci trying to go for the pickoffs there. Goyon will open things up on the pickoff on 11. Click will do the same. For the side of DVK, they're just finding every single gunfight. Only True from the side of Tokyo Osaka is able to find a pick, but now he's going to be down to 1v4. Nash cannot bring it out, taking him out with a dash. And DVK, taking the lead.
How many kills did Goyong get, man? Goyong's right up there with a 5-1 on the KD so far. He's been absolutely deadly on the search and destroy, and he's not stopping anytime soon. Let's see. Gucci will make it pay. He makes easy pay first. Beautiful opener in here. Tokyo Osaka starting off strong, goes in for yet another shot, but Majesla don't snap out of the equation. Oh, back to back. It's now Gila with a 2-piece for himself, and Tokyo Osaka has got the numbers advantage right back in their corner.
Tokyo Osaka 4v2 now. They do have that advantage to work off of, and they cannot let this slip from them. DVK Rexus ALT have been very formidable in winning these gunfights. They are quite split up, though. This actually might be able to catch him off guard. You can see Click here on the flank. He might be able to potentially find Chu. He does find that one, but the quick trade in from Chu will bring it down to a 1v3. The snipe, the DLQ in the hands of Goyong. He's going to have to find perfect shots here. He does bring Gucci down very low, but that far away, shot, he won't do anything, and they will get the second round to tie the game up here, Tokyo Osaka.
What do you expect the shotty to be able to pull off at that distance, right?
Hit markers all around.
Yeah, apart from hit markers, the guy's not going to get anything else. Tokyo Osaka, DVK Rexus ALT. Game number 2 seems to be as equal as game number 1. But look at this, a very aggressive defense now going in for the push. Majesta as well as Cream punishes the side of Tokyo Osaka. What's Tokyo Osaka doing? Ideation I get, but execution so poor.
Oh man, what a performance here from DVK to shut that down. Tokyo Osaka wanting to take matters into their own hands, but does not work out in that case. So DVK sides have been flipped here now. Spawning on that defensive side will be DVK. Tokyo on the attack. See how things go. Tokyo here. Oh, and the opening pick. Goyong. Oh my lord. Finds Gucci. Has no idea that he was already there. And Breezy will find another pick off for the side of DVK. It's now 3v5. Tokyo Osaka to have to find some way to bring things back. They did pull away from that one. And not try and go towards the back alley. Maybe go towards that B site. Hopefully, in their case, they can find a pick off here to try and equalize things up. Giela's going to try and do that here, AJ, but not really able to find much.
Well, let's see exactly what they will be able to find, because now one player going for a very careless push, and Giela finds death right after being almost lucky, right? And now Chu finds one player right in front. Click will be able to drop Lev out of the equation. Chu snuffs him right back out for the second piece in this round. But 3 versus 1 is just too high of a mountain to climb. Let's see if or not Chu will be able to pull this off. He's got the bomb as well as the Fennec in hand, but he needs to take on 3 players. Breezy, Majesta, as well as Cream. Yeah, it's not going to be easy at all.
1v3. We have yet to see them 1vx situation clutched out here today by any team. It's no stretch of the imagination to assume that DVK could potentially get this 4th round in the pocket. Now trying to go for the shots there. Okay, nice shot from him with a CR56. Getting that one, bring it down to a 1v2. That's a bit of a silver lining, a bit of a window of opportunity that you definitely use here. Holger in the hands now of Cream. The shot, Chu does have both fully automatic weapons in his case, so he can really just keep on switching things out. Smoke out here to try and get him into safety. He's going to be able to check the back of the side. No one there at the moment. Time is ticking for him. He's going to have to win the gunfights, which he won't. It's DVK take round number 4. They're a single one away from taking match point.
I like the initial idea. He should have just gone in there for the quick pop of that smoke and rush from the Special Forces Avenue, get the backstab on mid square. They wouldn't have seen it coming. But, you know, at the end of the day, I can talk. These guys are the ones out there playing. Let's see if or not Tokyo Osaka can make their way back in here. Beautiful opener coming in here from Gucci onto Goyong, and the numbers game will be kicked up a little bit onto the advantage side of Tokyo Osaka. Let's see how much more they'll be able to capitalize in here. Gucci with a quick pop of that nade will be able to get the hit marker there, but it will not take anyone out of the equation just yet. Let's see what more they can show us in here. It's a great start from Tokyo Osaka.
Very good start from Tokyo Osaka, to say the very least. Have been trying to see that they're trying to open things up with a snipe here. Click. That's all he needs in his hands to get a pick off here. A single click is all he's going to potentially have to apply. Will not be able to land a shot for the meantime. The push here on the A side being taken now by Tokyo Osaka. Going to force the defenders here from DVK Rexus ALT off of it. Breezy has a Holger and a DLQ to try and go for those spams. Nash will find one. The nades will connect as well for the favorite Tokyo Osaka. And that will be a 4v2 once again, AJ.
Let's see exactly what will the side of DVK now be able to pull up in here. Because, Click, him taken out of the equation. This seems to be a little bit more impossible. Breezy, DLQ option goes in with a quick scope. A little too slow, and Nash snuffs him out as Tokyo Osaka pick up the 3rd point in here. Still trying to play catch up.
Will they be able to chase this here? Tokyo Osaka, they're only a single round away from tying the game up. And that's a very good sign, at least for the meantime, from Tokyo Osaka, or at least something that can kind of last you. Some hope here be given to them. And Nash on the peak will not be able to find there around the corner. Will be waiting Cream. He will be able to back off for the meantime. You did see Cream and Click for the side of DVK to try and aggress there on the back alley, but Tokyo Osaka keep him in check for the meantime. Neither team here really extending for further map control. Is trying to feel each other out and see how will the opposing team react.
Let's see exactly what they pull off in here. Quick nade going to get in here. Gila! unfortunately shut down by the KRM. Breezy as well as Magista in there as the welcoming party. Things don't look good for the side of Tokyo Osaka, but they do still continue asking those tough questions as Chu drops Scream out of the equation, but unfortunately immediately traded out by the side of Click. And DVK Rexus ALT maintains that number advantage.
2v3 right now in the meantime. Tokyo Osaka. Okay, slicing things up. Gucci will get that one. He potentially make things happen. He's got the katana in his hands, AJ. And up close, that can be certainly deadly, but they're able to keep that range away from him. Gucci will go down, and DVK Rexus ALT, they take match point.
Well played with the katana, but you never ever bring a knife to a gunfight, and fortunately Gucci learned that the hard way. But unfortunate for the side of Tokyo Osaka in some of these rounds, right? They get caught out a little bit, going for those pushes. Exactly what Gucci can go in here to ask now. Steps right into trouble, but thankfully manages to pull the kill off on Magista. Breezy to ask the questions, but Gucci goes in for the katana, and now we get yet more melee kills. But finally decide to go in for the bomb plant and put the pressure onto the side of DVK. Let's see what happens as the timer now, 40 seconds on the clock. DVK needs to come back in here for the retake.
They can win this 4v3, then they can certainly get the map done, but Nash is going to make that a lot more difficult with an open pick. Click is able to find one of his own, and Cream will bring it down to a 2v2. That was huge for the side here of DVK. The retake is going to come on in. You can see Jayla on the side in of itself, and True will be trying there to back up from the half wall, but now True will be able to win that fight. Will they be able to clutch it out? No, they won't, because Tokyo Osaka staying alive for the meantime. Bring it 4-5. We're going to the final round of regulation.
Let's see if or not we will be able to see Tokyo Osaka force round 11 in here, or can DVK finally put this to an end? Right? It's been so back and forth. Once again, exactly like match number 1 in the series. They have been quite equal. Tokyo Osaka now with the opportunity. They've got the bomb in hand, which means they call the pace of this game. 4 of the players from the side of the game running into private backyard now just to go in for the defense, and one player, Cream, waiting at the back entrance of convenience store just at hotel shortcuts to perhaps catch a couple of backstabbing Osaka players. And it is now a Mexican standoff. Let's see who makes the first move.
Can get that quick draw out, and we'll kind of falter under pressure is the question here. Tokyo Osaka, they're on the attacking side, the middle left is flat for them to deal with it. Gucci finds an opening pick here on the Click. One click is all he needs to land that flick, and he does get the opening pick here. Good job by Tokyo Osaka to get things going. Now DVK Rexus ALT have to try and make a play of their own. Maybe what will be the response? It seems like Kareem wanted to aggress there from the back alley, not able to land the shot. As True will punish him. They're bringing it to a 5v3 in the favor of Tokyo Osaka. It's looking like overtime to me here, AJ.
Let's see exactly what DVK can do to say about that as Goyong drops Gila out of the equation with the shorty straight towards the chest, and DLQ goes in here for find absolutely no one. 32 seconds on the clock. 3 players from the side of DVK now need to go in here for the retake. 1 going in for the very, very close onto the approach. The bomb has been planted over, and now gunfight outside of Bakery. Nash manages to get the snuff out onto Breezy, and the numbers just don't look good on the side of DVK. Time's running out as well. 15 seconds. It looks impossible. Here we come, round 11.
We are going to be going into the final round here of the map. OT seems to be about 5-5, and Tokyo Osaka have made it successful. Can they close this one on out in the final round of map number 2? Let's see. Tokyo Osaka looking to take this one and maybe equalize the series up 1-1. They have to win this round to do it, AJ. Seems like the attacking side of your DVK are looking to compile themselves in mid. Could be very dangerous from them, as Gucci almost punishes that with an opening pick.
If not, that amount of punishing is enough in here, right? Goyong trying to get that first frag, but it's not going to be able to find anyone. DVK back away. They want their sniper to be able to find one guy. If the wall bang is not going to be able to find anyone. If anyone can perhaps start things off, it's going to be Goyong. and he seems to find absolutely no one. Tokyo Osaka playing a good defensive side. Now, two of those players in convenience store should be able to get that backstab onto private backyard, and allowing the side of allowing the side of DVK into the bomb side first. This perhaps going to pay off well. Ooh, KRM, Gila gets taken out from the back. The numbers just overwhelming. Chu will be able to perhaps thin the herd right back down, and it's all equal. The numbers are all right. The bomb has managed to invade private backyard. The question is, do they want to go in for the plant now?
4-4 here, AJ. 40 seconds left on the clock. We're going to have to try and step on the gas pedal. Opening shot there by Click. Not able to confirm the kill, but they're still pushing for it. Look how far Tokyo Osaka are going to go for this push, and they will be punished because of that Lev. I think a bit too over-eager to find that pick there. He does get punished heavily for it. A great capitalization from the side of DVK Rexus ALT. Now Goyarm brings it now to a 2v3 as Tokyo Osaka, they're going to answer back, but the plant will go down on that ace site. We're going to have to see a clutch coming on here, but Click has a great position. But no, Gucci's still going to land that shot. What an opening snipe for him. They bring it to a 2v2. The retake now here coming for the side. 28 seconds left on the clock, and Tokyo Osaka has control of the hotel, but they're going to need to find one more as Goyong finds Nash. It's a 1v2, AJ.
Let's see exactly what he's got. Gucci, beautiful shot onto Goyong, but Magista from afar snuffs him out. Here we go, ladies, German boys and girls. DVK Rexus ALT picks up match number 2 as well.
Wow. What a map there. Seems like Tokyo Osaka just not wanting to go down without the fight, and that they certainly brought, bringing us into overtime, making that deficit equalized, and we found equilibrium at the end of it. But then DVK stepped up when it mattered and finally got the map in the pocket. Maybe later and not in the fashion that they were hoping for, but they finally get it, and that's the important factor. So now 2-0. They've taken this series. We said that if Tokyo give up map number 1, which they did, they're going to have to win back map number 2 to be able to make this a series and even get a lifeline of getting that second slot. But for the meantime, DVK, they're looking to perform a 3-0 sweep here. Can they pull it off in map number 3? We're going to have to see if they can dish that donut out. For the meantime, they're looking very, very confident, although it is already a much closer, much competitive game here for match number 2 than we did see in match number 1, much to our expectations.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, back and forth a little bit on the search and destroy, but at the end of the day, DVK still managed to snatch it right back. If anything, similar to the pattern that we had at a hard point a little bit earlier on as well, right? They took the lead at the start, and then we saw Tokyo Osaka make a little bit of an effort, and then at the very end, it was just DVK going all the way through. Back-to-back, 150 to 119, 6-5. They now have got 2 victories in for the final match at firing range. This one back into the hands of Tokyo Osaka, ladies, German boys and girls. And the person or the team that picks the side to start on will obviously be DVK. And they've chosen to start on the special forces base here at firing range for this domination. So that should perhaps give them a little bit of a head start from the special forces base. They should be able to take control of auto repair first, flood in the white warehouse as well, and the defense in for that Bravo side. The B flag is going to be very, very important. Definitely highly contested, but let's see if or not, just with the advantage of that spawn site, they will be able to take the lead early.
I mean, man, Tokyo Osaka, they played only 2 maps a day, and both of them were heartbreaker losses, wherein they could have certainly thrown the map their way. I mean, in another parallel universe, they probably have taken map number 1 and 2. And that just goes to show how close this series has been, but they have yet to really close it out and really, kind of convert that into a map number win. Can they make it happen here, map number 3? It's looking to be DVK to complete the sweep, but Tokyo Osaka, they have a really real chance of making this happen. They did have a lead, mind you. They're map number 1 on hard point that we did see on Summit. And so when we're back here into another respawn game mode, can they make that same favor, at least more fortunate for them? Breezy will find the opening bacon, so will Gucci, as now the Bravo point is looking to be taken seized quickly here by DVK.
The side of DVK going in here for the push. Let's see if or not they will be able to perhaps find a little bit of a better position because they started off a little bit weak, and it was the side of Tokyo Osaka losing all of these early gunfights, and like might just get picked up by DVK in here right now. Snuffed out, denial being pumped through just because Chu has got the hold onto the white warehouse. Power possessions, you play them, you should be able to go in for those preventions, but we need to see Tokyo Osaka go in and pick the B flag up as well.
Just haven't been able to. That has been a big point of contention. Be able to secure that map, be able to secure this series even any game that they've been playing. DVK right now, in the meantime, do not have any point in their control, like firmly. Bravo, they're looking to try and seize it. If they do, they might have a triple cap. For the meantime, let's look at things over here. Bravo just a sliver away from taking that. They will finally eventually get it. They do swap sides now. Charlie and Bravo in the hands of DVK. It's Tokyo Osaka have that alpha control. How long will it really last? They're going for Bravo, but the thing is here, DVK on Magista. He's already here at the top of the second. And that's a very good position to hold down the Bravo points. They're going to have to flush him out somehow because DVK are just completely shredding them like cheese here, Tokyo Osaka.
Tokyo Osaka, they've both of the points, Charlie as well as Bravo, the CNB flag, but no capitalization coming through. Will Tokyo Osaka finally trying to make way in the area, but unfortunately gets snuffed out. Chu winning a couple of these gunfights here should be able to swing a little bit of momentum back on for the side of Tokyo Osaka. Now clearing area will all depend on Chu, but he sees a little bit of backup coming through. But as they pick up clearing area, they will lose Barracks Hut due to an overwhelming effort from the side of DVK. And now back in here for the side at Bravo. All we need to see DVK do now is hold on to Alpha as well as Bravo. If they always spend to clearing area, that's not going to be good for them at all. But Tokyo Osaka, they've been quite weak at playing that B flank at the moment, Nico. They're not going in for those flanks. They're not going in for those flanks. They have to start pulling those off if they want to stand a chance.
Well, the thing is, they haven't been able to flush out the power positions here of DVK. DVK have been doing a great job of holding down the Tin Garage, or maybe even from Wood, maybe from the trailer. And now they finally get that Charlie point. And I think it's a really good idea here for the side of Tokyo Osaka to maybe go for a back cap instead, because just going straight into Bravo hasn't been working out for them. DVK are looking to end the half here in a very strong fashion. And with the Charlie and Bravo points firmly in their hands and pretty much not giving it up during the entire first half, it's looking to be the case. And they're looking at triple cap with the Chow just to add salt to the wounds here at the end of the half for Tokyo Osaka.
Oh, unfortunate, man. 75-43. Tokyo Osaka need to work a little bit harder if they want this match. And now they will be on the side of Guerrilla Base, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So they should be able to pick up Barracks Hut first. Send a couple of players onto the second floor of Barracks Hut to hold it down. The B flag is going to be played. Beautiful nade coming through from Cream. Takes Nash out of the equation. And that power position that was supposed to be held on Barracks Hut is immediately open. B flag. Oh, almost in the hands of DVK. Finally taken. But that prevention at that very final moment is what we want to see from the side of Tokyo Osaka. And now clearing area in the hands of Tokyo Osaka. Back and forth. Are they going to lose Barracks Hut? Yes, they do. They've already flipped the spawn. Let's see exactly what both of these sides do.
85-50, and DVK are looking to run away with things here. Complete dominance from them. Cream and Bruising find one apiece for the side of DVK, and Tokyo Osaka have yet to find the same fortune go their way. On the top of the position there will be a player from Tokyo Osaka. It's going to be Nash, I believe, to hold down the line, and that he shall with the holder, able to find that pick off there all the way to the wood. He will pull out the Predator missile of his own, maybe get a pick off here, but good exactly connect. He will get a frag from that, but for the meantime, still, even with the frags being found here by DVK, by Tokyo Osaka rather, they haven't been able to convert that into a point capture, and DVK have just been completely shredding things down. This is the only power position that they have here, Tokyo Osaka, on this Tin Garage, but it's not really converting them into any...
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they are winning quite a lot of gunfights, but none of their players are able to step on to those flags to pull it back for themselves. Now, as I say that, Barracks Hut might just fall into their hands, but Cluster Strike Prevention comes through from the side of DVK. And not only are they able to hold on to the Barracks Hut, they... Sorry, not only are they able to hold on to the area, they are questions to pull Barracks Hut into the bag as well. Tokyo Osaka with the prevention, but they need to be playing a slightly stronger play at the Barracks Hut, because look at the number of players from DVK. They managed to do a triple cap.
Oh, jeez. How do you even stop this at the moment? Tokyo Osaka, you're trying to take that Charlie point, but at this point, I think it's too late, AJ. DVK are looking to run away with this. It's the most dominant match we've seen from this series from them. We saw map number 1 and 2 be both very close on Hardpoint and S&D. The map combination completely living up to the name here. Very aptly named. DVK are dominating the side of Tokyo Osaka, and Tokyo Osaka are going to go the side of the stage back to the wings, because that is all we're going to watch from is DVK and the map 150 to 70 with another triple cap to end both halves.
This was the most dominant match between the two, and thankfully DVK managed to shine right through, at least in this one, right? Because, you know, we had a couple of questions as to which side is the better side, and DVK Rexus all finally in that one domination match managed to dominate the side of, well, a side that Tokyo Osaka should have come and shown a little bit stronger in there, right? Unfortunately, we did not see that. They lost their gunfights, they lost their rotations, poor placement on that map. Those power positions just weren't held on perfectly. And even when they moved on to those power positions, you pointed this out, Nico, they didn't take advantage of those flags. They were just going in for those gunfights and not playing all of those important points.
Certainly. I mean, looking at it, even with some of the power positions that they did have on the side of Tokyo Osaka, we just weren't able to control that, or rather convert that into a point capture. We did see, Nash holding down that garage, the second floor of the tin garage, quite amicably, but they were not able to use that as kind of like a springboard to maybe get them some better control and maybe get them that advantage to, let's say, take Bravo or Charlie, because when you look at it, this garage tin, it's such a very, very strong power position. You get sightlines both in a Charlie and Bravo, but still they were not able to use that to its fullest effect. And, I was looking at this to go in the way of DVK in the first place from the get-go, but I did think this would be a closer map. I thought at the very least we're going to get a 2-1 in either favor. In Tokyo Osaka, they were very close to doing that for both map number 1 and map number 2. It seems like for them to lose that in such heartbreaking fashion, I don't know, it might have just pulled the wind out of them from this series, and that's why you saw a very domination map from DVK.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And top of everything else, this was a map pick of Tokyo Osaka. I guess as they were getting dominated in the first half of the domination match, they kind of lost a little bit of win and they gave up a little too early, right? We kind of saw that in those gunfights as well. Not really going in there for those strong rotations, not going and capping any one of those flags. But at the end of the day, if you show up with just 50% of what you're capable of doing, the opposition, they will take advantage. And that's exactly what DBK did. They saw a weak moment from the side of Tokyo Osaka. They took full advantage, 150 to 71. They finish off the third match in convincing fashion after Tokyo Osaka managed to perhaps give them quite a bit of a run for their money in the first two matches. But either way, 3-0, yet another donut served up in the final day of the group stages, Nico.
I think it seems like the cops are around because we've just been completely serving donuts here. I don't know what it has been, but seems like this Group D has not been turning out the way that we expect. We thought it's going to be a lot closer. But even with that, even though it is a 3-0, I think at least for this second match of the day, it kind of is maybe a false misnomer because, to be quite honest with you, it is a 3-0, yes, but the actual games themselves were a lot closer than the final scoreline might suggest, the final series, score might suggest, because map number 1 and 2 certainly could have went either way. Like, for the most part, Tokyo Osaka were looking to run away with map number 1, then DVK with the comeback. Same for map number 2 with the comeback from Tokyo Osaka, almost making it happen in overtime, but just wasn't the case. So DVK closing out the game, closing out the entire series really strong, and for them to close out both halves on domination with a triple cap, that's really going to work wonders for their confidence here moving into the next further games with map number 1 Summit. This one was the most back and forth we saw from these two teams during the entire series.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, as it went in there with those spawns, we kind of thought that, or at least I thought that, the side of DVK Rexus ALT would flip these spawns early on in the game, especially as we were about to go into P2, but they just didn't play the map that well. The side of Tokyo Osaka, on the other hand, managed to get that particular advantage and put on a lot of pressure. That's exactly what you see in the bottom left-hand corner, but I don't know if it was now or a little bit later, a sentry was pulled out by DVK Rexus ALT, and that was what kind of won them P2. And we moved on into P3, which the highlight doesn't really show you, which is exactly where Tokyo Osaka made their comeback. But into P4, DVK Rexus ALT turned the things around. They brought on so much of firepower with the early rotation. They conquered the spawn as well. Towards the very end, they managed to make a comeback, 80-point catch-up. And control room number 2, the second time round, was so much different. They managed to take such a dominant hold there and push forward to finish it off at that second point.
That second point was really where things seemed to turn around for the favor of Tokyo Osaka. But I mean, DVK Rexus ALT, the second time around on P2, that is when they just started to run away with things. They closed it out on the second round of P2 once again, and it just was a heartbreaker for loss for Tokyo Osaka. And when we move on over to S&D, which was on here standoff, and that was another game where okay, Tokyo Osaka, they went for that early aggression, but then DVK started to really surmount that lead in the first half. Near the end of the second half, though, that's when Tokyo Osaka came back. And so we saw that opening aggression here from side of Tokyo Osaka. They did take that round number 1. And because of that, DVK, they were kind of put on notice. They were like, okay, let's watch out for what's going to happen here in the next few rounds. Maybe try and play a bit more passive, receive the aggression by Tokyo Osaka. And that they did to perfection. They were able to win the rounds right after because of that. And Tokyo Osaka in these clutch situations, almost winning it out, but it has been DVK at the top for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, between Tokyo Osaka as well as DVK Rexus ALT, perhaps these plays could have been pulled off. DVK came up on top, but it's going to be difficult, man. You can't pull these same strats off against SIGRA X AIM. You will pay a very high price, and DVK Rexus ALT needs to be careful because match number 3 is against SIGRA X AIM. So hopefully they are a little bit more careful. They will get punished very, very severely if they treat the side of SIGRA X AIM the same way they took on this match against Tokyo Osaka, because a lot of risks were taken by DVK, which I kind of felt were unnecessary. They could have perhaps finished the game off a little bit early, but we saw them going in for a couple of, very, very poorly timed rushes when they held on to the bomb. We also saw them kind of fall a little one too many times on the defending side. So not super convincing. And these are all the opportunities that SIGRA X AIM will be looking to take advantage of, Nico.
These windows of opportunity, it really comes down to who can punch that more and who can punch that more efficiently. We saw it on map number 1 in the first series as well from a while ago when we did see SIGRA versus Omega, and Omega, they were capitalizing on every single opportunity and SIGRA weren't. That was being given. And so when an enemy makes a mistake, you have to capitalize on that more often than not. If not, then you're the ones who are going to be put in a bad situation. We saw that happen time and time again from Tokyo. There would be some openings here that DVK would have, they give up a few picks, and that would kind of give them, the man advantage for a quick moment for Tokyo Osaka. But even with that, they just kept on holding, not aggressing at the times that they were supposed to, at the same time, not defending at the times they were supposed to. In this case, you saw there, you can see like for Tokyo Osaka, they get Nash up there on the garage tin, but really it wasn't being able to, they weren't able to convert that into any real point nor map control specifically, and that really did bite them in the back. So domination, complete dominance here from DVK, ending both halves with a triple cap is going to really do wonders once again for your confidence. And in favor of Tokyo Osaka, well, it'll be the complete opposite here, because how do you even, kind of get some respite from that, as we're looking at the MVP here, AJ, none other than DVK's SIGRA.
Oh, truly well deserved. 28 average kills, 1.81 on the KD ratio. Average score 4,354. SIGRA most definitely was impressive in that match. But once again, we need to see a stronger showing against SIGRA X AIM. or else it's not gonna be very, very sweet later on, right? SIGRA XAIM will most definitely punish them for all of those extra opportunities they technically gave away to Tokyo Osaka. Tokyo Osaka did not capitalize on those opportunities. SIGRA XAIM most definitely will. We've seen both teams in here perform already. What do you think the next series is going to go like here, Nico? SIGRA XAIM as they take on DVK.
SIGRA XAIM versus DDK. I think honestly that SIGRA, they are a lot better than that previous map number 1 showed for them. It might look kind of lopsided, but then again, they're going up against arguably the best team in the world, and so I think they're going to be playing a lot better here on our second time seeing them around for match number 3. But we're going to have to find out for ourselves. I'm personally predicting a 2-1, but we'll see as we're going to be coming back from the break here. We'll see you guys in a bit. Don't go anywhere. With me is AJ. I'm Black and Blue. See you guys after the break.
Impossible. My calculations are flawless. What exactly could have brought us to this ruined world?
We cannot die here. We have gone through countless worlds and passed by death countless times. We must unite. My friend, you must hold on.
This place is way more dangerous than we thought.
I need more time.
Brace yourselves. More flashbacks incoming.
How about we make a deal, stranger?
If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Call of Duty Mobile's Philippines Championship brought to you by Sony. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Nico Black and Blue Gayoso, bringing you the craziest actions from today. And so far, all 4 teams have gone in here and shown us exactly what they're capable of, and 2 back-to-back donuts we have in our hands. Now, DVK, they've managed to show that they can cut it against the side of Tokyo Osaka, but now they take on a enemy that is a little bit of a mini boss themselves, SIGRA XAIM, and it is not gonna be as easy as it was against Tokyo Osaka. So DVK definitely needs to be a little bit more cautious here, Nico.
I have to agree. If they're feeling good because from that match that they just had versus Tokyo Osaka, then good on them. But they cannot get overconfident, especially a team like SIGRA. We did see SIGRA lose 0-3, but then again, that's against the best team in the world.
Yeah, exactly right. And they lost that game, but they took pretty good matches against the best team in the world. And that's what I'm most concerned about for, the sake of DVK. Are they going to be able to step in here and show pretty much exactly what they were able to pull off against Tokyo Osaka? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the schedule for the day. Once again, SIGRA X AIM started things off against Smart Omega, but they got taken down 3-0. A similar situation here happened to Tokyo Osaka. DVK Rexus ALT managing to be the victors of series number 2. But now DVK Rexus ALT, they have got a challenge to do the exact same thing to SIGRA X AIM. Is it going to be a similar story? Will the defeat of these first series perhaps allow DVK Rexus ALT to continuously take advantage of SIGRA X AIM? Or will SIGRA X AIM perhaps, bounce back a little bit too furiously and show DVK Rexus ALT that they themselves are able to dish out those 3-0s? Because, technically from previous competitions, we know they are, Nico.
We definitely can attest to that. SIGRA X AIM, one of the best teams that we do have here, such a valiant team as well. And I don't think this is going to go in the way of a 3-0, to be at the very least. DVK Rexus ALT, we did see them dish a donut out to Tokyo. That will be breezy. Click, Cream, Goyoung, Magista, and Syndra. Very, very nicely done from them. I was expecting them to win that series versus Tokyo Osaka, but not in the fashion of that way. I thought we were going to get the 2-1, but they just completely swept things over 3-0. What a win from DVK. And as we're looking into things here, they're looking primed and ready to continue their streak. Have not dropped a map yet here in the group stage, but I think that is all going to change once we go on over to this series. The team they're up against this time, they are no slouch. SIGRA, I mean, they've proven that they are one of the most formidable teams you can find in the scene. And DVK, they might be feeling good from that last 3-0 dish out that they did give here to Tokyo, but I don't think that's going to be true for this one.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Atlas, Baden, Shizin, Vince, as well as Wadu stepping in here to perhaps show DVK Rexus ALT exactly what they are made of. And if anything, Wadu has definitely shown us he is ready for game day. Earlier on in the matchup against Smart Omega, although SIGRA X AIM, they didn't pick the win up, Wadu was nothing short of impressive, Nico.
I mean, how else do you put it? Spectacular that we have seen from SIGRA X in the past, and so has WDK, to be quite honest with you. Then again, as I'm saying, people might be counting out SIGRA. People who might not be familiar with the SIGRA name might be like, okay, they got 3-0 a while ago, so what really do they have to show? Well, that was against Smart Omega once again, and I don't think that's going to happen out this way. If anything, I think they're the favorites to win this series, even though DVK won that previous series 3-0 versus Tokyo Osaka. I think SIGRA do have a really good chance of taking this one home, but we're going to look at the highlights here. Average kills favoring Syndra a lot more heavily, but then again, I think like SIGRA are a bit more kind of aimed towards like a team play over individualistic plays that we have seen come up quite often from the side of DVK.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And we can't really depend on these numbers because SIGRA X AIM, they weren't really going up against opponents that were really, really easy to kill. I'm not saying Tokyo Osaka's easy to kill, but definitely easier to perhaps take down than Smart Omega is. So at the very moment, this head-to-head Soldiers highlight is pretty much just numbers on a piece of paper. For me, we need to see their performance out there on the battlefield. But, I mean, make no mistake, that's most definitely going to serve DVK very, very well. It's going to boost their egos up a little bit. And now winning the coin toss as well is probably going to, push them up even further. The map bans, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get to be decided by DVK first. And they are going to be vetoing out the map of, let's take a quick look in here and see Takeoff. So, all right, they take Takeoff off of the list and Crossfire gets sliced out by the side of SIGRA AIM. And DVK, they'll be able to bring us into hardpoint number 1 map. Which one is it gonna be, Nico?
Bit of an off tangent here, AJ, but as we're going to fire range for map number 1, okay, hardpoint. It's been quite a big difference we've seen from different groups on which maps are getting banned a lot and which are played a lot. We saw in like Group C, we had like almost non-stop takeoff maps. We saw a bunch of takeoff as well on Group B. Then Crossfire was played a bunch in Group C, but this time, once again, just like that B group, Crossfire being banned. So Hardpoint, we're going to be going to firing range. I don't think we have seen firing range be played on Hardpoint just yet in this entire group stage for the most part. We've seen it on Domination, we've seen it on Search and Destroy a lot, but have yet to really pull it out for Hardpoint. So this will be a very, very good case analysis. But we're going to be going over to map number 2. S&D is where it shall be on Raid. A very curious map to have for S&D. We've seen it a lot on respawn modes. We've seen it a lot on Hardpoint, on Domination. But it's a very curious map for S&D. That A point on that court is going to be a huge factor that teams like to fight for a lot. Map number 3, how will this go?
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, the defending side should be able to call the pace of that match. Rotations on Raid are going to be quite swift for the defending side. But on Summit, that's exactly where we'll be finishing things off. That's going to be Domination, and that's picked by DVK Rexus ALT once again. And Domination on Summit, we all know exactly how it works, ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls. Make sure you've got the right spawn to be able to hold on to that A as well as B flag. Death Machine and Sparrow taken out of the mix just means that we are going to be seeing a lot of those Annihilators pop off. With DVK winning the coin toss and picking 2 of these maps, can they secure a win in this series as well? It's going to be quite difficult, but they will have to go all the way, Nico.
We have to go all in, AJ, as you said, and no half measures can be taken here, not for these teams, especially not for a team like SIGRA, who just gave up an 0-3. If they can return the favor this time to DVK and do it to DVK and sweep DVK, then we're going to have like a 2-way tie already here early on in the Group D stages. And for DVK, honestly, all they need is one map. If they can get one map here, they're kind of making a really good case for themselves to be in that second slot, but they're certainly going to want more. If they get 2 maps here, then it might just be a done deal. We might have Omega maybe go to the first slot. They've only played 1 map, but they've looked very dominant in the 1 series that they've shown themselves in. But Hardpoint to start things off here, AJ. The first Hardpoint we've seen all group stage on firing range, and Balin will open things up for the side of SIGRA.
Yeah, SIGRA is definitely going to be winning the first hardpoint because they flood all of their players into the position. 3 of them went running in, and the backup was there as well, but unfortunately he just got seen. So SIGRA XA, they need to figure out exactly how they're going to be holding on to this first hardpoint. Now the power position held on by the side of DVK. They should be able to send their players in, and they finally started 3 points so far. But SIGRA aim, as soon as they do that, overtake that power position. It's a little bit of a back and forth between the 2 so far. Let's see if or not either side can solidify this lead at that second hard point.
19-18, certainly very close in every sense of the word, and SIGRA X aim. They've given control away to the side of DVK, as DVK are looking to run away with this, but this 10-point lead that they have can certainly be come back to by SIGRA. P1 still under contention. It has been in the hands of DVK for the most part, and now we're going to be looking towards B2. B2, though, early positions being taken by SIGRA. You can see how they're all kind of coalescing here on the barracks of itself to try and play outside of it. The pin control trying to be taken by SIGRA, and they do have B2 for the meantime. But DVK, they're at the outer cusp of it. They're at the doors knocking. They're looking to make a quick entry, and that they shall. They take the point away, and now DVK has the control of B2 once again.
From the side of SIGRA X aim, spawning a little bit too far from warehouse number 4, and they have to trickle 1 by 1 in, but the players who are already in front managed to win those gunfights, and now backup comes in strong. SIGRA X aim, what looked like it was impossible a couple of seconds ago, is now so strong on their side. They've got the hard point, and they will be able to hold on to it strong as well. Valid going in for a 2v spawn himself. The players from DVK, they flood in, they trickle in, my apologies, one after the other. Final seconds at the command center belongs all in the hands of SIGRA X aim. Let's see if or not they will be able to string this on into the warehouse as well. 3 players from the side of DVK now flooding in there.
44-57, P3 going in. This is a very important point for either team to take. After this, when we move on over, it's going to be a long run to the next point, and so here we go. SIGRA X aim, they take that opening control of the trailer of itself, here with a Finesse. Balin has a perfect tool for the job. To hold those close range angles, the smoke will give him even more concealment to play in front of this fatal funnel, and he's going to land into it. That's exactly why it's called the fatal funnel. You go into it, you're going to get caught, but he does get eventually. Good pick off here by SIGRA. He's completely sliding his way into that one and being able to get control of it, but did not last too long. SIGRA are looking to take this one. This is what we're talking about, AJ. They did not look too hot a while ago on their first series, but SIGRA, we know that these guys can bring the heat and necessarily looking to go and spice things up. 51 for the meantime, as SIGRA are almost at that 100-point mark.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. SIGRA now losing the hard point, but there's like a scrap points being picked up by the side of DVK. Now the players are backing away into the fourth hard point. Barracks Hut clearing out the area just to make sure they got the spawn in that A zone as well. But at the very final moment, Cream steps out of nowhere, brings in the Fennec, snuffs out his opposition, and DVK sneak into Barracks Hut, holding on to this hard point. What SIGRA X AIM wanted to start, DVK now continues.
SIGRA X here. Okay, DVK, it's going to be them who have tried to make the comeback happen. They were able to do that versus Tokyo a while ago on hardpoint. Can they do it once more here versus DVK? Versus SIGRA Raptors. Quick finds a triple. Two of that with the Predator missile. As we go back here in the P1, this is such a hard point to have if you don't have like a deployable, if you don't have a shield you can place down in front of you to try and get that cover. Now here comes a Gravity. Dream will find a double off of that too, and now they've tied the game on up for the most part at least. But DVK, they've taken the point back and they're now looking to run away with this. The lead has been given up here by SIGRA, and they're really extending it over them back up 10 points once again.
Very well played from the side of DVK. Now they have held on to Barracks absolutely well with the help of the sentry gun. Are they going to be able to stack onto the White Warehouse? They do exactly that. 3 players stepping up first, and they take these gunfights. Unfortunately for the side of DVK seems to be going all the way through, but look at this. SIGRA, even without holding on to those power positions, very cheekily stepping into the hard point, pays a high price for it, gets snuffed out, and they have to start from ground up. But they make the access from Branch Road, making the backstep come through, and they take the hard point right back. SIGRA's not playing those power positions, but getting all of those points. Very well played.
Very nicely done there, coming from the side of SIGRA. They've taken back control of the point. P2 is in their way. They got the sentry to hold down the line as well, but on that position, they're going to get caught out. SIGRA just completely losing every gunfight. There's DVK are winning everything. Vince able to find a double. That's going to be huge here for the side of SIGRA. And on the trade, he finds a triple kill. He finds SIGRA as well, trying to get back into safety. And Vince is doing so much work. He finds the quad, and he gets a quintuple kill in the favor of Vince. A 5-game from him. He's doing everything here for SIGRA.
Oh, let's see if or not DVK will be able to win this. SIGRA X8 voice goal 127 to 124, and now they brought in the Predator missile just to pin the hurt down a little bit, but they still have to win a couple of gunfights. But the cluster is going to be making it very, very difficult. This is the side of DVK now, bringing in all of that pressure plays. Annihilator going in for the pop. Vince will be able to annihilate a couple of players from the side of DVK, but the gunfights of the Fennec will be keeping SIGRA X AIM out of that hard point. The Command Center full on lockdown by the side of DVK. Final flash coming through, but Cream just cleans them out. 146 to 127. Could this be over? SIGRA X AIM falls to DVK.
What a game. What a map number 1 to get this series going. SIGRA are not able to confirm it. They had that lead early on. They were able to bring things back midway through the map, going from P2, P3, but then DVK once again are so good at closing out the map. Even with the deficit, they make the comeback happen, take the lead for themselves, and they bring it home, stuff it in the pocket, and claim it as theirs. What a great map number 1 for DVK. To be able to get that type of comeback win is going to do wonders once again for their, for their confidence here. And they have yet to drop a map in the group stages so far, AJ. They are 4-0.
I am absolutely amazed with what DVK just pulled off here. Syndra picking up the MVP. The winning play was at the P4 Barracks Hut where they pulled out the sentry. That's where they won that hard point over, and they just barrel rolled from that point on. And when we went in for the reset of those hard points, playing it at Branch Road, I thought it was really weak from both sides. But SIGRA AIM, they just didn't play those power positions. They were winning those gunfights. They kept going in there to steal the points, but they weren't playing the power positions. DVK just had the better positions. They just had the better gunfights, and they were picking up on so many of those score streaks. And we saw all of those score streaks come into play when we went into Command Center round number 2. Beautiful cluster being pulled out by the side of DVK. Annihilator could have been pulled out, but they very patiently stack into Warehouse with their Fenix and wait in there for those gunfights. At the end of the day, SIGRA X AIM just couldn't pull off that final second fight at Command Center. DVK, what an amazing victory to pick up here, Nico.
Speaking of streaks there, Vince had an amazing streak without quintuple kill from him. He got the 5K off of that, and I thought that could be the turning point in the favor of SIGRA, but they were just not able to springboard off of that and get real control and maybe, spring things back their way. He did a very good job of, clearing things up, of just completely resetting the entire squad on the side there of DDK, but still, it went in their way. DDK just so good at making those comebacks happen, and that is the reason why they are one of the favorites to get that top 2 slot at the very least here for DVK. Them and Omega are looking to separate themselves from the pack. DVK have yet to drop a map. We're going to the 5th map they're going to be playing here today, and this will be the 2nd map of the series. S&D though, SIGRA, can they make the comeback here?
Well, let's see exactly what they have got in store for us, because, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, SIGRA will be playing on the attacking side. They'll get to bring in all of the pressure, and the bomb straight up goes in towards that B side. Valen takes himself out very, very poorly, and I am not so sure what is going on. Goyong snuffs out Atlas, and just like that, SIGRA X AIM down by 3 men. They try to even things out by removing Cream out of the equation, but it's a 4-2 situation here.
4-2 immediately. Just the initiation by DVK to want to take the fight into their own hands. Oh, Katana by Wadu. He has the right idea to bring that out in a close situation and will completely slice and dice Breezy up. Brings it down to a 2v3. This kind of deficit honestly isn't out of hand just yet. The only big problem that SIGRA have at the moment is the fact that the bomb is way out of their hands and in the control of DVK, but the man advantage isn't too bad. If they can find another pick, we can have a 2v2 kind of situation, and at that point, it's anybody's game. But the problem is, once again, the bomb is all the way there towards the control of DVK on the side of the beast.
A long flank all the way across, and now they've arrived at Gardens. If they can move in through Laundry, beautiful approach coming in here. The backstab might come through for Shizen, and he gets to take Click out of the equation. And now Wadu, opportunity to move in as ready. Backs away. He's got the DLQ together with the Fennec, but Shizen steps out from the back. Goyong taken out of the situation, and just like that, SIGRA X AIM turns things around. Magista backs away, still holding on to the bomb. He's got one trophy system laid out in front of him. The side of SIGRA X AIM needs to stick together.
Oh no, but Magista has been caught out in the open, playing the white van, and he will go down like a ban. Here comes what a comeback from SIGRA in the 2v3. That's what I talked about, AJ. The big problem there was the fact that the bomb was away from them. It wasn't the fact that they were in a 2v3. It was a 2v4. They brought it to a 2v3 because that's easily a situation that we've seen good teams come back from. And because of that, well, great isolation from them. Great job splitting up there into the gallery side and able to find those opening picks. Goyong finds another here on the Vince. It's another great start from DVK.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And let's see once again what this side of SIGRA X AIM can do from the back. They managed to take Magista out of the equation and now evening things out. Cream goes in for the very dangerous approach, should be able to take Wadu out of the equation. Now Wadu with a very, very risky play. Cream on the side already waiting to catch him off guard, but now Wadu backs away. Trophy system in play. I love exactly what Wadu just did. He just shows up at Central Garden, exposes himself, backs away, and now the side of DVK, they think that Central Garden is the point of view. I love this trick. I love this fake. And now the bomb has been planted. Advantage to the side of SIGRA X AIM.
Oh, 4v4. They got the plant down on the board here. SIGRA X aim. Now DVK looking to go for that flank to go around, and that's the right idea. Cream here from the pool side, able to find Wadu, and now they have this long control, but he only has a Fennec in hand, which is not the best weapon at range like that. Goyong has got the snipe in his hands and will land a shot, landing true on the Atlas. They're looking to make this retake successful. It's down to a 2v2 right now with 2 opening picks from the side of SIGRA to answer back. The retaliation could come from them, and Chizen will bring it down to a 1v2 heavily in their favor right now. They will isolate the fight here. Chizen finding another pick, and SIGRA, this is where they're making their mark. AJ 2-0, a great opening start from them.
Quality rounds back to back. The early opener against wins by us of that round very, very patiently. Now, hopefully they will be able to continue doing that. DVK, on the other hand, need to find a way as to how they can perhaps hold on to a better defense and get those players to rotate the moment they find the bomb. The problem is the tricks, cheese strats coming in from SIGRA X aim just a little too good. Goyong once again striking first, taking Wadu out of the equation. Once again, SIGRA X aim down a man at the start of the round.
SIGRA X aim here. It's been really good opening starts from the side of DVK, but they haven't been able to. The idea that Cream has just been crawling here in the mid garden, walking right past the vision, under the vision of Vince, who could not see him because of the half wall. El Atlas will get that opening pick on a click. He's actually flanked behind him, and because of that, Cream was able to get into a position that Chizen had no idea or no expectation for him to be in. But does Cream know that in is a player from the side of DVK?
And good plays coming in here for SIGRA X aim. There's still one man down, goes in for a quick plant at the basketball court. And just one player holding on to the bomb all on his own. What a play by Atlas out of nowhere, goes in for a 2-piece. And just like that, SIGRA X aim back in the driver's seat.
That one there with the shorty on Atlas. It's down now. Now, DLQ, a snipe in the hands here of Goyong. He's been very amicable with that so far, but he's going to need to get that pick soon because 10 seconds left on the clock is all they got to work with, and they do find it to a 1v1. And in the end, SIGRA will get a third round here, even though DVK consistently every single round have been getting the opening picks. They have not been able to bring it into or convert it into a round win itself.
It's the first time I'm seeing the AS Val being used. Very good play, just pulling away from the current meta. But I did not think the AS Val would be that effective. It seems to be very, very on point in this matchup. Hopefully we'll be... Yeah, exactly. Just ripping through the opponents. Fennec stepping in the hands of Wins. Atlas once again going in with the snuff of that AS Val. Out of the equation. DVK just getting taken down one after the other. Balin now. So Wins will be able to drop, but just one final things off great. The side of DVK Rexus falls a little bit faster.
Man, maybe the Asval had its heyday back in the day. There was times certainly where it was a bit more meta, and at least in other titles has always been a menace, but here they're making full work of it, and they're making a good case for it to be one of the weapons that you should definitely have your eyes out for any competitive team. But okay, Wadu trying to land his shots there, could not land it. He did have that vertical supremacy for the meantime for the side of DVK, but moving to the last round of the half here, it seems like SIGRA still have a great control of the situation. They're looking to go towards that A site. Taking things slow though. There are 3 defenders around the site in and of itself. Nade will not really connect, not really find much. SIGRA here, still, they don't. And eventually DVK will give them an opening.
Yep, Wadi now with a good scopes, but he needs to be a little bit more patient. Finally spots a head out. Will not out of the equation. Clicks goes in for the shot. Holger able to go in for the slice. 2-piece he takes for himself. Cream gets it done in the background. Here comes DVK right back in to snatch that final round away before we switch sides.
Final round being taken here by DVK. That's at least, a good stuff. There is a 3-round deficit here between DVK and SIGRA. SIGRA are at the cusp of match point. A single round is all they need to secure that. At that point, it could be a done deal, but map number 2 is looking heavily in the way of SIGRA, especially on the defensive side now. There, and found themselves a good alleyway to attack.
I would think a hipfire strat would have been pulled up a little bit better in a situation like that, but he goes in the scope on the Holger, man, just a little bit too slow. Fennec makes him pay with his life, And now the side of DVK, they have got the advantage in terms of numbers. The bomb on the ground right in front of Kitchen, between the Kitchen as well as Garden, but now about to get picked up by the side of DVK, who has Breezy on there, but a little bit too stacked on the defense. SIGRA aim, they have got the bomb on their side. How will DVK get out of this?
They're going to have to bring something big into this one. SIGRA, well, even though they have been in this situation before with the man disadvantage, only down one man, they are proficient, just being completely tenacious and making those comebacks happen. So up on that boost there, trying to go for the peak. You saw Breezy trying to go for a bit more information, but not going to necessarily overextend or over-aggress. Atlas has given his position away with a Holger holding down the back line just in case they push in through. But for the meantime, no one has done that just yet.
Yeah, SIGRA X aim, they've been playing this map very well. I love the rotations, I love the backstep flick, beautiful play. Breezy will step on as well. Wadu has gotten taken out of the equation. The numbers don't look good, and she's in the final player in here with the Fennec in hand. He should be able to come across Breezy. If he snuffs him out, potentially there might be a chance for them. Manages to spot a player running across, but he himself now gets spotted out. Breezy will all be able to get away. Numbers game catches up. Magista gets the kill.
From the patio, he will be sent adios 2-4, which honestly, I thought could be huge for their momentum, to be able to bring that positive momentum and energy back into this one. That's exactly what they've done. Need 2 more rounds to be able to tie the score on up, but they're really looking to do that. Great aggression, good flash there as well. Just capitalizing on it. They find 2 opening picks. SIGRA's going to find 1 here on the creep. They eventually punish him, trade in that way, but they brought it to a 2v3. Now SIGRA, they made the 2v3 happen a while ago. They clutched that out. DVK are not going to want to look to see a repeat of that.
Let's see if or not they are able to actually do exactly that, right? SIGRA X aim now. The attacking side, they should be able to go in for the bomb plant and not be disturbed for a few seconds. Wadu looking for the snipe. Very good on the angles with the hard scope, but he is not going to get lucky. Finds absolutely nobody. And the bomb X aim needs to come in and ask a couple of good questions.
2v3, SIGRA X aim. Getting some damage being done there towards Wadu, but he's able to escape for it for the meantime. So will Goyong, who barely escapes with a sliver of his health, and Breezy will capitalize on the information that Balin was there. Going out now here, Wadu down in the 1v3. He's going to have to go for it. And, well, now the situations have been flipped. Now he's the one to try and push in from under the gallery. Ooh. And with a shorty, executed here by DVK's Rexus ALT. Now we're down to 3-4. Single round away from tying things up.
They are the better side on the attacking side of Raid. Then they came. What a pity that would be, right? Getting the reverse swept in the search and destroy. But DVK, man, they've been showing that they have got what it takes to snuff out SIGRA X aim. The one weak point of SIGRA X aim here, once again, is the fact that they had to break their squad down and rebuild it from scratch, right? Having to combine 2 different squads in here to stand a chance at the Philippines Championship. But, you really need synergy within your squad, and that takes time to build, Nico.
4-3, SIGRA X aim. They have that lead here, AJ. And, even though some of these teams have been put together, maybe quite recently, some of these matches doesn't really show for that. And it seems like the chemistry, while it might not be there necessarily personally, at least gameplay-wise and professionally, it has been coming through. And that is the most important factor in these type of situations. So SIGRA, they have that lead. For the most part, DVK have been getting really good opening picks and really good opening starts to each round. But there have been some rounds where they let that slip away from them. It's been actually 3 that have already done that exactly. Don't want a repeat of that. They don't want the deja vu moment. And so, see DVK on the attack here. They do not have the advantage this time. They have yet to really been able to make a clutch situation happen wherein they're down a man and able to make that go their way. So SIGRA, by all means, historically have been winning these rounds where they did have a man advantage. And Wadu, you can see exactly why. When he lands shots like that, then oh my goodness, Goyong gets taken down and SIGRA have taken match point.
Yeah.
Attacking side here, AJ. Now, DVK Rexus ALT. This is the final round that they're going to have an opportunity to be able to come back into this one. SIGRA, they brought this to match point, and they're looking to close this game in here. In this one, in the final rounds of the half. Magista able to open things up here for the favor of DVK. SIGRA able to get that kickoff. It's down to a 4v3. That's SIGRA waiting on the outskirts of it. Being able to successfully make these comeback rounds happen quite often. DVK, they have been able to get opening starts as well. DVK, good opening starts, but they have really been able to kind of, secure that these rounds and convert it into it. And so, AJ, we're down to a 4v3 here, 4v5 rather, and still on the clock left for DVK to work with.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And now DVK, they can go in here for the aggressive push, but they choose to take it a little bit slower. The numbers will be able to overwhelm SIGRA X AIM. Atlas takes Click out of the equation, and now slowing things down definitely punishes them and allows the side of SIGRA X AIM to perhaps equalize the numbers here. They change their minds. Maybe a basketball court approach will be better, but as they are moving in for the push, Goyong gets taken out of the equation. Breezy tries to just trade him right back out by snuffing one. 3 versus 3. Trophy system destroyed, and now basketball court most definitely will be open for the plant. DVK, they need to be patient. Baden drops in. Oh god! But it's a 2-on-1. Cream snuffed him out with the Fennec, and this is that bomb plant that the side of DVK have been looking for. Wins out of nowhere, takes him out.
Oh, it's a 1v1, AJ. DVK, we're going to have to see a clutch out here from Magista. He's going to stick the plant in that T-Shell. Can he be able to back on off safely? He's going to get tagged out quite a lot, and they will confirm him as he tried to retreat in a safety for the post plant. They were already at the gates. He had no opportunity there. Maybe if he had the stun or a smoke to be able to back on off safely, it could have been a different story. But match has been taken. SIGRA tie the game up 1-1 in the series.
I think they pulled out of that situation a little bit too fast. And SIGRA X AIM, they took advantage of it, right? They punished them over at the gallery. They managed to catch one guy on rotation at Central Garden as well. And after that, it was all about the numbers game. But the players still managed to get into basketball court after a while. They managed to get a couple of good trades. But after getting the plant, the positioning was just so poor. They were all out in the open. But there's just so much that he could do. A great play, great ideation coming from him to go in for the plant and then, just move away real quick towards a little bit more cover at the swimming pool area, but it's just a little bit too late. Those shots came through. And DVK, they do not make the cut. SIGRA X AIM take one right back. Based on the performance so far, though, Nico, do you see either side being, stronger than the other?
It's been neck and neck, AJ. We saw it on map number 1. We're seeing it here again, map number 2. I do think there are some kind of, caveats for both teams on either game mode. On respawns, there have been quite a few problems from the side of SIGRA. On S&D, we've been seeing quite a few problems on the side of DVK, like the fact that, they find these opening picks time and time again. There were like 3 rounds they found opening picks and they found that man advantage early, but then 3 rounds as well they pretty much gave that up, and SIGRA were able to come back even though they did not have that man advantage, even though the numbers were in the favor of DVK. And it's been really a struggle for them to close out those S&D rounds. But we're going to be going back now into another respawn game mode. We're going to domination, which we saw a while ago. DVK were a bit better than the side here of SIGRA were, and that is certainly going to play into their favor. But will it continue to ring true? We're going 1-1. We're definitely going to get the 2-1 at the end of this, kind of what we expected. We didn't expect this to be as dominant as the other opening two matches of the series, of the day rather, here in Group D. And for the most part, it's delivering to every expectation we have.
Absolutely, man. I mean, SIGRA X AIM, they most definitely will suffer a little bit more at games like Hardpoint as well as Domination, because once again, we have to fall back to synergy. In order to build synergy with the team, you need to have been practicing, you need to have been playing for a long time, because it's not just about calling out where your teammates should be moving, where your teammates should be covering. It should just go without saying, right? And in order to reach a level of communication where you're almost telepathic with each other, it takes time which SIGRA X AIM just did not have on their hands before they started. DVK have managed to use that to their advantage, and now quick to snuff them out, but it is SIGRA XA with a very strong showing, picking up that A and B flag immediately as the match starts.
What an opening start here from SIGRA. Not the one I was expecting, honestly, from either team to be able to take B point like that. Just so quick, so swift. Within, what, the first 30 seconds of this map? That's huge. It's a big momentum swing for them. But DVK, even with that, they've taken back Bravo. SIGRA, they might have been able to take, Bravo point early. But the thing is, sometimes in doing that, you put yourselves in an unfavorable situation to hold in actual contend for it. So DVK, they were quick to give it up, but also quick to take it back in return. And now, because of that, they've taken the lead, they've tied the game up, and they should be able to take the lead just right here. And on this position, yes, Vince does.
Yeah, SIGRA X AIM doing something totally different. Instead of forcing the issue over at the B flag, they ask questions at the edge platform, but punished by Magista as well as Creed, who clear it off, and they from the B flag as well. And SIGRA X AIM, they get these all the way back to the Special Forces base, and here comes round number 3 of attempt from the side of SIGRA X AIM. Unfortunate for them, DVK have just been a little bit more fluid, a little bit more dominant in hardpoint, just as they were, in domination, just as they were in hardpoint earlier on the show.
Certainly looking to be the case here, AJ. Even with that opening control that SIGRA took on the Bravo point, DVK, they have controlled it, but now Bravo has been swept back again. The curse is real, and Alpha is going to be taken in control by DVK. They just completely flip things over, now trapped between a rock and a hard place, and Charlie shall be traded here. So Alpha taken by DVK, Charlie by SIGRA. They trade because of respective points, and that should flip the spawns in this favor. So SF spawn in the favor of DVK right now. And with the to honestly overrun the Bravo point, which they are. And so SIGRA, even though they flip things over, the point shall go in the way of DVK once again.
Yeah, it's all this chaos back and forth, but both teams being very responsive to each other. They go in for the cheeky attempt on the edge flag, on the C flag. They know that it's not possible. Once their players get snuffed out one after the other, they immediately turn the case over at the B flag. Control room number 2 get taken into their hands. And now from the triple cap, SIGRA X AIM full cable car platform back to back, 46-60. They should be trying to make an attempt right now, because if they allow DVK to get up to that 70-point mark, this is just going to be game over for this first half. They have to try again later on.
Looking to run away with this first half. Seems to be the case. Bravo firmly in the hands of DVK, not looking to give that up anytime soon with the KRM there in hand. Breezy's going to find that, but as Charlie is actually taken here by SIGRA, they're looking to do the same for Bravo. Seems like DVK, for the most part, are kind of off of the point. They do rescind control back of Bravo, and we end the half 75-53, a 20-point lead. The deficit here by DVK.
Yeah, SIGRA X AIM once again suffering with the lack of fluidity within the team. They are just not sinking in as well as the side of DVK Rexus ALT, and they are being punished for it left, right, and center. Definitely something that SIGRA X AIM will not be too pleased about, but it is what it is at the end of the day. It's unfortunate that a couple of their players could not make the age gap, but all that is to be said is they do stand a very, very strong chance in the coming years of dominating. Look at how strong, out of the perfect spot, they are taking a close fight against DVK, Nico.
DVK here, completely running away with things. For the meantime, Alpha and Bravo firmly in their grasp. SIGRA trying to rescind it away from them, and there hasn't been a turnaround moment yet for the side of SIGRA here on domination. Charlie looking to take it away from the side of SIGRA, but so is Alpha in the favor of SIGRA. So they just trade each other's points. For the meantime, they have Charlie and Alpha. As Alpha was taken by SIGRA, it hasn't seemed like Charlie was really being able to be taken over by DVK. So they do have a bit of a lifeline to work with here. Bravo, if they take Bravo point, that's going to be huge for the side of SIGRA, but both Charlie have been taken back, at least Alpha for the meantime, by DVK. It's been a complete back and forth here. Nobody really gaining real control.
Yeah, just back and forth, but SIGRA X AIM just losing out a little bit of the gunfight here. DVK going all out, and now they're able to hold on to the fights at the B flag, but SIGRA X AIM out of nowhere managing to clear out the fort. Magista's not even playing for that B flag now, just waiting to get a couple of kills for himself whilst that backup comes through. Very smart plays now, but he finally gets snuffed out. For the time being, SIGRA X AIM looks to position themselves for quite a good comeback.
Actually make that comeback successful here, AJ. Isn't after finding these picks for SIGRA to open things up, but they do have these points. If they can hold on for the meantime, I think they're going to be able to pick back enough to be able to, take the lead here and even tie things up and further extend that further. So Wadu finding a double with the Predator. All they have to do is hold on to Charlie and Bravo here, SIGRA, to be able to take this map. It will be very close, though, near the end of it, because DVK, they did have the 20-point lead now at the moment. This is trying to fall on back, and SIGRA are doing a very good job of holding down the line.
121 to 105. These flags captured by SIGRA X AIM, trying to make a strong comeback in here. And for the time being, they seem to win all of their gunfights. They are holding on strong towards the spawn points as well, snuffing out all those players who try to get the backstab off of them. And they're spawn trapping the side of DVK Rexus ALT on at the Special Forces base. Cable car platform. Beyond that, the players of DVK have not been able to venture out forth. And the catch-up gameplay now, 121 to 129. It seems to be possible, Nico.
123, 130. This is what I talked about. All they have to do is hold on to these 2 points, and they can definitely win this. The game is almost tied up. Charlie trying to be taken here by DVK, but no avail. No success has been falling their way. At the meantime, not able to land those kills. They're with the neck up hand, and Wadu will punish him for it. Syndra will do the same thing. Syndra with a double from him with the KRM, and they have now SIGRA. They have brought it 135 to 135, should be 136 to 136 rather, and now they have taken the lead here. And SIGRA, can they continue to hold on to this? If DVK are able to get a double cap, then it could be possible, but doesn't seem to be the case for the meantime. SIGRA might have been able to pull back the comeback of a lifetime here, AJ. There are a few points away from taking map number 3.
Oh, absolutely, man. But DVK now asking questions very, very late into the game. Bravo snuffed out. Syndra brings in the gravity spike. Shut down as well. Prevention as well as capitalization. SIGRA X AIM managed to bag that final match.
Man, map number 3. How did they do it? This has really been kind of the case I've seen from DVK, wherein they would have a lead early on in a map, in a round, in a series, but not been able to close it out. And there we saw it happen on S&D, and once again here in Domination, they had that lead, but complete turnaround from SIGRA, just using every advantage that they can and using every window of opportunity to its fullest extent, and they take map number 3 and the series 2-1 in their favor. I did say, coming to this, I was kind of predicting that SIGRA, they were the favorites to win this series, and we were both kind of assuming that this would be a very close match, but what a final map to really make that true here at the end of match number 3.
God, that literally made my palms sweaty, man. 143, 150. What a comeback. What a fight. What a way to move in and just dominate your opponents who were literally dominating you on the same map in the same match earlier on, right? The first half was just all on to the side of DVK, but things were to change in that second half, right? Holding on to that Alpha as well as Bravo flag. You said it, man. It was very, very well done. Sorry, the Charlie as well as Bravo flag, edge platform as well as control room number 2. Very well done by the side of SIGRA aimbot. They managed to take back-to-back matches, a reverse sweep onto DVK, who initially won 150, 127. Very well played by both of these teams, Nico.
Very nicely done. Super close at the end of it. It really wasn't a stomp either way. Even though it was a 3-6 in map number 2, it was a lot closer than the final scoreline will seem. And that's been true for a lot of the matches we've had here today and even throughout this entire group stage. And this one was one of the closest series we've had all group stage. And you can just see how much that is true there. 143 to 150. SIGRA just holding down that line, holding down Bravo and Charlie for the longest time. Near the end of it, just barely scraping by and barely winning here with the points in their favor. It was really close, and for a moment, I wasn't too sure if they had enough time to get that, to make that comeback happen, but I kind of felt it in the air, and they were able to make it ring true. And so, for the meantime, they will be getting those very, very crucial 2 points on the map, at least, or rather in the groups itself, that they really needed. And while the side here of DVK are still up 2 points over them, they should have 4 points now, while SIGRA only have 2. This could easily be a quick turnaround if SIGRA are able to go for a very, very decisive third series that they have today, which will be against Tokyo Osaka, by the way.
Absolutely, and the potential of taking a 3-0 for SIGRA X AIM on Tokyo Osaka most definitely is there. We have seen exactly how close the matchup was against DVK, and DVK technically did that to Osaka right early on in series number 2. So high potential for SIGRA X AIM to pick up the 40,000 pesos, but it's all up in the air because DVK is not going to let go of this easy, man. But let's take a look at where DVK stands. Their final matchup in here for today is against Smart Omega. And they have to do something which even SIGRA X AIM could not do, which is take a match away from Smart Omega. And I do not think that's going to be very easy.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it here, if SIGRA are able to 3-0 Tokyo Osaka, and if Smart Omega are able to, and they're most likely looking to, 3-0 DVK as well, then that will actually put SIGRA over DVK in terms of the points in the group stages. They're going to be a point over.
Yeah.
If DVK take a single map away from the side of Omega, then they're still going to be in a tiebreaker. And in the tiebreaker, SIGRA just won the series, which means that SIGRA will still win. So at the very least, DVK are going to have to win 2 maps against Smart Omega. And that is no easy task, AJ.
It's an impossible task, my friend. Close, near to 99.99% impossible. Not because it's Smart Omega. It's just purely because of what we have seen out there on the battlefield today. Smart Omega is just on a different level altogether. The strategies, the plays that SIGRA X AIM, DVK, or Tokyo Osaka have brought in here to all of their matches so far have been nowhere near to what we have seen. Just about 5 to 10% of what Smart Omega has been able to do. So we're going to have to see so many crazy moments for, a clutch like that, right, to be available or possible for DVK. Unfortunately, I just don't think today's that day.
Yeah, I'm not sure about it. I mean, as much as we might kind of want to be like, it's not necessarily because it's Smart Omega. It's honestly they're one of the best teams in the world, arguably the best for no matter who you ask, or rather, depending on who you ask at the time of the day. I'm sure they'll agree to you at some point, but it's going to be a very tall task here for DVK to pull out. We've seen them 3-0 a while ago, but that was against Tokyo Osaka, and that's not to put them down because Tokyo Osaka have pulled out such kind of an amazing, valiant roster, but I just don't know if it's going to be enough here from DVK to be able to bring that one back. SIGRA X AIM, for them to win this series 2-1 was huge because, once again, as we said, if they get a tiebreaker versus DVK, then they will be winning that because of the fact that they just won this series. A head-to-head is what matters a lot of the times in the overtime and those rather tiebreaker situations. In this case, well, SIGRA will come out on top if they ever go into a tiebreaker between these two teams. And for DVK, this is definitely a big point of contention that they do not want to be in. So right now, at the moment, DVK, they're going to have to play their hearts out for their final map, their final series of the day. That was, you guys are seeing here, the highlights of map number 1. Actually, we're going over to map number 2 here in S&D, rather, which was, once again, a back and forth and so many rounds, honestly, thrown away by DVK. They found opening picks, AJ, but could not convert it into those round wins specifically.
Yeah, it was sad that they weren't able to bring in those conversions, right? But, they cannot afford any such situations like that when they take the final series of the day later on because everything's depending on it. I mean, you never will be able to say. I mean, let's talk about SIGRA X AIM first. They take on Tokyo Osaka. Tokyo Osaka hasn't had the best of days in here today. They're going to have the day is just going to get progressively worse for them, right? Because the next series, they are taking on Smart Omega. And what can you expect if you are Tokyo Osaka in that match, you think, Nico?
I mean, if you're Tokyo Osaka and you're going up against a team here like Smart Omega, what is there that you have to bring out? Pretty much everything, right? If you got an ace up your sleeve, you might be wanting or trying to assume that you're going to save it for the playoffs itself when you go to that top 4, but you're on a lifeline right now. You just got 0-3. You're going to be playing Smart Omega, who is arguably one of the best teams in the world. And then right after that, you're going to be playing SIGRA, who just beat the team that 3-0'd you. And you're looking at this kind of like, okay, so what are the positives of this? What can we bring to this that maybe will just give us an edge? Because every single kind of facet is seeming to work against him at the moment for Tokyo Osaka. And I think the real big thing that he can have there is that unpredictability, the fact that nobody's really going to be able to do, that research on them. People won't have that homework as tough, or rather as prepared as they might have for some of the other teams here, like DVKs, like Smart Omega. And so MVP, none other than Vince himself. We saw him get that 5K a while ago, and that was a huge turning point for the favor of SIGRA.
Fighting against all odds, even without perfect synergy. They still managed to pull this off, but they cut it a little bit too close for comfort for even themselves. So hopefully they will be able to pull off even stronger matches moving forward. I'm very sure SIGRA X AIM will be able to do that against Tokyo Osaka. That's going to be a hell of a series to catch. But quite technically, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, at the start of the day was okay. The second half of the day is going to be way more amazing. You're going to have Smart Omega coming in here for 2 of those series. And in the series that Smart Omega is not there, you will be seeing SIGRA X AIM going all out and Tokyo Osaka fighting for their lives, because they will have something to prove against SIGRA X AIM after they've taken on Smart Omega, right? So still a lot to look forward to in here. Nico and I will be right back after a quick short break.
Impossible. My calculations are flawless. What exactly could have brought us to this ruined world?
We cannot die here. We have gone through countless worlds and passed by death countless times. We must unite. My friend, you must hold on.
This place is way more dangerous than we thought.
I need more time.
Brace yourselves. More flashbacks incoming.
How about we make a deal, stranger?
If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Yes, John, he's going to
Welcome back here. We are once again going into the fray to see which team will come out on top. I'm Black and Blue. With me is AJ, and welcome back once again to the Philippines Championship for Call of Duty Mobile presented by Sony. None other than the best teams that we've got in the region to battle it out to get to that playoff slot, and only one team from each group will be moving on over to the playoffs. AJ, which team will be joining the representatives from the other group, Phantasma, PDR Esports, and Ultimate ePro? We're going to find out at the end of the day.
Yeah, we're going to find out. We're not going to make any predictions whatsoever because it's a tough one in this group, ladies and boys and girls. Dude, Smart Omega, they've been quite convincing, right? The other teams, we've seen quite good fights in here, but unfortunately, nowhere near the Kings as of this very moment. Although we see donuts being handed out, nowhere near in terms of perfection of map mastery, like what we saw from Smart Omega when they played Raid earlier on today. So hopefully we see a little bit of a difference because Tokyo Osaka now, they have got the opportunity to prove what they're worth against Smart Omega. And then in a back-to-back series, they'll be then taking on SIGRA XA, which, can easily be said as the second most dominant team in this competition or in this particular group so far. So I don't know, man. When you ask me who might make it through, the heavy answer most definitely is going to be Smart Omega, but anything can go ahead to happen. For all you know, if Tokyo Osaka manages to steal a match away, it might just be all out in the open.
It's a toss-up currently right now on who can take that second slot. But for the meantime, Smart Omega, they've only played one series, but it was a very convincing one for them to play. You got Crush, Hydra, Jay-Z, Candy, and Whoopi, and 6ix9ine to round off that roster have been so spectacular. And they have been looking like the favorites to win this entire tournament, even not just Group D, but potentially that title of the champions of the Philippines once again. Now, Smart Omega, man, they've been looking so hot, so on point. Even though they've only played one series, as we talked about it was looking a lot more formidable than any of the other teams that we've seen here today.
Now, let's see exactly who will win the coin toss later on because hopefully, the side of Tokyo Osaka, they managed to get that little bit of extra leeway on their end just to perhaps ask better questions, right? Play on a map that they are more comfortable on. Chu, Gila, Gucci, Lev, Nerdy, as well as Nash stepping in here for Tokyo Osaka. It's going to be a match that's not going to be easy. They have to give it their all. But, if you cannot make it to that number one spot, if you cannot make it to the playoffs, you still have a beautiful opportunity against the Kings of Philippines, and you can still impress the whole of the community with this opportunity, Nico.
Yeah, I think we're already kind of impressed by what they've done here today. Tokyo Osaka, I think honestly that even though they were 0-3, that scoreline doesn't really suggest the true capabilities that the team of Tokyo Osaka have had, because honestly, it was looking like, some of those maps, those earlier two maps, especially that they had a while ago versus DVK, could have definitely went in the way of Tokyo Osaka, and by all means, they had the lead. We're looking at the head-to-head here from these two teams, and Gucci has been one of the standout performers that we've seen from the side of Osaka, but we've also seen lots of other great players stand up to the plate there, and as we talked about, it was a 3-0 in the favor of DVK, but to be quite honest with you, by all means, it could have easily been a 2-1 in a parallel dimension. It could have been two opening maps be won by Osaka. And in that case, this group would be entirely blown open.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And now Tokyo Osaka looking to do what potentially could be the impossible, but it seems like Lady Luck is on their side. And therefore, Tokyo Osaka will be able to veto out the very first map. In here, let's see exactly which one they feel is the biggest danger from the side of Smart Omega. They don't want to play at Hackney Yard. I would have thought Takeoff would be, the map that they don't want to jump into. Smart Omega will be able to bring in the veto, and they take Takeoff off of the list. So we're going to have quite straightforward direct balance maps in here, Nico.
Well, we kind of get what we were hoping for, but not maybe in the fashion that it was. But let's look on over into map number 1 specifically. Where will we be playing our hardpoint on Summit? Of course, we've seen time and time again here Summit already be played, especially in hardpoint here today. That's a very curious map to get hardpoint going. We've been seeing, so many teams just being able to snowball P1 and P2. And when it came to that P3 and P4, whoever can flip the spawns at the right opportune moment is going to come in huge. Omega, they almost kind of failed in that aspect a while ago, but they're able to bring it back. So able to shoot their way out of that situation. Raid will be S&D map number 2 once again.
Yeah, absolutely. And the special forces being picked by Tokyo, and they know exactly why they want to do that. They want to see what Smart Omega has to bring into the game, maybe catch them off guard in the earlier rounds and take a solid attacking round in the second half. Let's see if or not that plan will pan out quite well for them. Domination will be back into the hands of Smart Omega. We've seen them dominate at Crossfire so many times at Hardpoint. Domination at Crossfire would pretty much be the same news as well. Smart Omega, they are almost immaculate when it comes to communication, when it comes to, the synergy that is just so untouchable, right? What Tokyo Osaka has in front of them is one of the best squads in Call of Duty Mobile. Taking a match off isn't going to be easy, but if they are able to do, this team's definitely going to make a name for themselves, man. Annihilator as well as Sparrow are the vetoes of the operators out of this game. Very basic as they come. So let's go. It is a straight up classic match between these two teams. Let's see if Tokyo Osaka can make the cut.
I mean, there is a reason why we saw SIGRA a while ago ban Crossfire against Smart Omega. This is one of their best maps, and this map, by all means, they've made every title come true for them. They have completely, been one of the best teams in the world on Crossfire, and for them to be able to get that as the third and final map of the series, it's not looking too well for Tokyo Osaka there. I get they didn't want to play Hardpoint. I mean, they didn't want to play Hackney Yard because maybe they're not too favorable in it, or maybe they're not too comfortable in it, but
yeah,
I really think they should have kind of banned one of the best maps of Omega coming into this. Although, I get that they want to play into their own comfort, but we're really going to see who can come out with a comforting win in this as we move into map number 1. Once again, we're going to be playing Hardpoint on Summit, a map that so far we've seen Omega be very, very dominant in. They're really good on the timings. SIGRA kind of flubbed, the spawn flip a while ago, but it didn't matter because they were able to shoot their way out of that bad situation. And that is a thing that has been a really big caveat for a lot of the teams going up against Omega, is the fact that even if you're in a favorable situation versus Omega, they can shoot their way out of it. And it's really hard to win in that situation where they can just outgun skill you.
Yeah, speaking of flipping spawns, it is the side of Smart Omega that gets to pick which side they want to start on, and they pick the guerrilla base for themselves, which is the preferred spawn point if you want to play P1 first, right? You will be able to spawn out at the container because your players you can see them going in here using the edge platform to gain access into the very first hard point, and from the get-go, it is just all out Smart Omega. But the Tokyo Osaka now spawning right up from behind them. All the players from Smart Omega snuff themselves into control. But here's the problem though, they're just winning left, right, center, all of the gunfights. Tokyo Osaka are not able to bring any sort of firepower into the hard point just yet.
They might have, some of these good positions to work off of, but they're not really able to convert that into any real control of the point. And whoopee! Oh, geez, oh my! With the KRM up close, are so deadly with this SIGRA, and Crush will be doing the exact same thing. Whoopee gonna find another Candy holding down the line, and Omega, they are the Alpha, they are the Omega, they are the beginning and the end. There hasn't seemed to even be a start here for Tokyo to springboard themselves into the game. A perfect point for 1.
Okay, and now Smart Omega, they have got the spawn in here for edge platform. They want to play P2. Those players are spawning out from the side of direct road. Just one player from the side of Tokyo Osaka will be able to bring in the backstab. But look at the sentry gun placement in here on the second floor of the control room. Number 2 will be able to help out the side of Smart Omega, thin the herd out of the side of Tokyo Osaka, and now on top of everything else, just to rub a little bit of salt into that wound, they bring out the cluster strike as well. A little bit of an overkill, Nico.
That's, I don't think it is, honestly, at this point. Kind of really want to rub that salt into the wounds. Well, Smart Omega, they're going to do that every single time. This time playing with full confidence on board. And look at that, Whoopee just completely running through the opposition here. And point 2. Looking like another perfect run for them, honestly. Not a single point on the board for Tokyo Osaka. We knew that this is a David and Goliath situation, that they're going to be outclassed in this, but not to this extent.
absolutely impossible. Finishing off Summit with just 3 hard points. If they don't flush out Tokyo Osaka immediately at the start of this hard point, that would just not be available in this game just because of how those points take on. Let's see if Tokyo... Ah, they got it!
Okay, that's okay. I don't think we've ever seen a domination, rather hard point this way during this entire group stage. Look at it, 112 and 0. Literally perfect, literally flawless from Smart Omega, not giving up a single point just yet, and we're already on P3 here. And Tokyo Osaka, will this be a flawless map? It's looking to be the case. If we get a 150 and 0 here, AJ, I just don't know what to say anymore.
Goes in, takes himself out. But here's what I like though, Tokyo Osaka not allowing them to finish the game at the cable car platform, consistently going in there to challenge them for the point. But this is what shows the prowess of Smart Omega in Call of Duty Mobile. Although they get challenged, at no point do they lose control of that house. At no point do we see only Tokyo Osaka players in there. 0 still on the board. Smart Omega going in for one of the most dominant victories in Call of Duty Mobile history! Osaka! They finally step in and they bring
It needed a death machine for that to happen. What the record would have been if they were able to end this 150-0, but Tokyo Osaka not going to let that happen. They want to fight and claw back. Imagine if this is a comeback. What an amazing one it could be, but that's a pipe dream at the moment. Although here with the equalizer, so many shots ringing out through. Smart Omega though, this should be the final hold. This should be a tough game. We are going to get 150-14, and that shall be it. We've seen teams keep the opposition here on hardpoint during the entire group stage under 30. We've seen team do it to other teams doing it and keep them under 20. But this time to keep them under 10, around 10 points, that's huge here coming from Smart Omega. The type of dominance we kind of expected, but not to this extent.
Well played, Tokyo Osaka. Well played in making sure at the very least you broke their dreams of having a perfect matchup in there. Smart Omega, what plays, man. Domination at hardpoint in Summit. Close.
Wow.
Almost pulling off a perfect 150-0. Whoopi picking up the MVP for himself. 24-7-4 his KDA. Absolutely untouchable. What more can I say? The best team in Call of Duty Mobile in the world right now. In the world. Not just Garena. Not just in MSP. In the world.
They've proven that time and time again. And with, performances like this match that we just saw here, AJ, I don't think there's any doubters. All eyes must look at the Kings. All tongues shall speak the truth. And in this case, the truth is they are one of the best, if not the best teams in the world here. Smart Omega looking to make that case now. You guys are witnessing complete domination, complete chaos, thrown and controlled by Smart Omega themselves. Now as we're going into raid S&D, will they be able to even get around here, Tokyo Osaka? I'm hoping for their case that it will be.
Well, let us know, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you want us to, turn the action up a little bit more, if you guys want us to hype it up a little bit more. So far, Tokyo Osaka is putting up quite an amazing fight in the, as much as they can. They are trying, right? But it is just sheer dominance from the side of Smart Omega, Nico. In terms of those gunfights, in terms of mechanical supremacy, in terms of rotations, in terms of holding on to key positions within the map itself to make sure points are just not taken away from them. What superior gameplay they took on against Tokyo Osaka to snuff them out. And that 152-0 was just so close, man.
How do you even put that at that point? For you to go and keep your team, the opposition at around 10 points at max, that's literally the most dominant hard point we've seen this entire group stage. That's Group A, B, C, D, top 16 teams, and they just pull that out in a whim. amazing from Smart Omega, but let's see if they can continue that dominance here on map number 2. We're going to be going into S&D once again on Raid itself. Opening shots here by Whoopi, not landing at the moment, but I don't think that's going to necessarily ring true for too long.
Yeah, let's see exactly what they managed to pull off in here for themselves. Tokyo Osaka, a different sort of a pace, and the attacking side taken by Smart Omega. The bomb side is wide open except for Chu in here, who will be able to ask some crazy questions with the holder, managing to catch Casey out of the shot, takes him down. Candy snuffed out as well, right to the left, takes Whoopi out of the equation, but Crush comes out of nowhere to drop a strike, and it's 4-2. It is all once again in the favor of Tokyo Osaka. Let's see exactly how they will be able to pull this off. Crush takes Lev out of the equation. Idra now should be able to swing things his way. Momentum with the Holger 26 will be able to fire out so many bullets to keep the pressure on, and then sticks back up together with Crush. Let's see how they are able to now pull this off, Nico.
2v2. Tokyo Osaka is looking pretty good for them. They are on the defensive side here, but I spoke too soon as Hydra just finds Nash and brings it down to a 2v1. The plant will go down on the A site itself here on the court, and it will be the ball in the court of Smart Omega. Now Tokyo Osaka is already up to Gala to be able to make something happen here. He's got the Fennec in hand. He does spot out one of the players here from the side of Smart Omega, but he will be the last site before he goes down. Smart Omega take an opening round.
And, you know, did you kind of expect that to go any other way based on what we already saw at Hardpoint, right? But I think it's a much better showing from the side of Tokyo Osaka. They did manage to take 3 players down early on, but a 4 versus 2 situation turned around so easily. Idra now opening things up very well against Tokyo Osaka. Whoopi goes in for a quick scope on Jilla, and it's going to be a 5 versus 3 so early on. Make that a 5 versus 2. Chu taken out of the equation as well. Whoopi on the strike, quick scopes in, Gucci makes him pay, but now he gets caught out. Gucci now will be having a tough time. Shots coming in, left, right, center. Gucci with those slides, gets away for the time being, but Daisy pulls out the Fennec. Fennec comes out for the slice. Lev gets taken out of the equation as well. Smart Omega outsmarting their opponents, outgunning them in style.
Slicing through it like a knife through butter here, hot knife through margarine even, because Tokyo Osaka just have not been able to put up much resistance on that round. Round number 1 was looking a bit better for them, but make the comeback happen here. Nash finds an opening, big for the side of Osaka. That's really big here, coming from the side of Osaka. They're bringing it to a 4-1. This initiative coming from Tokyo Osaka, who is looking a lot better. And now Smart Omega, it's all down to Hydra to have to clutch out to 1v3. He's going to need a 4K clutch to win this round.
Idra seems to have abandoned all other LMGs in for Hulkers. Let me know, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, who else here is a old fan of the chopper who misses it very much? I most definitely miss it. Gucci! Beautiful quick scope coming in. Idra does not get the kill. Second shot through as well. Misses it, and Gucci makes him pay. Idra's not going to be too happy about that at all, but Tokyo Osaka ecstatic as they pull 1 point back.
You know, while the meta LMG here in Call of Duty Mobile might have changed, you know, in the past year from the chopper now to the Holger, one thing hasn't. The domination, the consistency from Smart Omega, the former NRX squad, have just completely been at the top for time and time again here now over a year that they have already been just the top dogs, and Crush completely destroying and just, well, crushing down the opposition there. And Tokyo Osaka brought down to a 5v2. Candy with a pick off on him, and Crush will find a third frag with the shotty in hand, the KRM, so deadly up close, and they're looking to take a flawless round.
Oh, this is just painful to watch, man. When Crush jumps in for a fight, he only knows how to crush. And, you know, he most of the time pulls off his crushes as well. Gucci goes in, but Whoopi, the best sniper in the Philippines, trying to pop off a couple of times. But here's the thing, though. Sniper hasn't gone in for the best of matches in with those shots, right? So let's see Whoopi get a couple of more for himself, Nico.
I don't think that this cold streak from him is going to last too long. He's found some really good quick snipes. But in and of itself, they haven't really been a super, at least many in terms of the numbers. Like, I guess in this case, it seems like that the quality of it has been a bit more proficient than the quantity of what he exactly was been getting. But the plant go down on the A site immediately. They had no idea that they were already on the A site. And Nash opens things up to find Whoopi. That's a good pick for him, catching Whoopi off guard, playing, I think, a bit too close, fighting off more than he can chew.
Yeah, and Whoopi pulling off the best of best distractions for the longest of time. And now Smart Omega, they've got the plant and they've got the site as well. Tokyo Osaka got the plant. Beautiful plays by Chu as well as Nash. Gucci jumps in for the slice as well. And it's all up to Idra once again. Katana as well as Holger 26 in hand. Goes in for the shots. Managing to get a couple of hit markers. No takedowns just yet. Goes back for the shot. Left takes Idra out of the equation after Nash gets snuffed out. And this is Tokyo Osaka managing to pull back second round before switching sides.
3-2 here in Tokyo Osaka. They do have bit of an opportunity to try and capitalize on. It's only a single round between them and Smart Omega. This is the closest kind of outing we've seen from them against Smart Omega. We did see a while ago versus SIGRA rather. That was really close for them. Versus DRK rather, for Tokyo Osaka to be able to end the half also 2-3 when they're playing on S&D versus DVK. So Smart Omega, they gave up the opening pick here, and it seems like Crush is down to half his health. Be very careful with what he's doing at the moment. He's on this push now. Tokyo Osaka, they have control of that Bravo point. The bomb is not there though. Still a bit too close towards his mid position, and they can actually drop the bomb if they're not careful. So 4v3 here. Osaka being taken down to a 3v3. And Smart Omega are falling back.
Bomb now moving on towards Bravo, can go for the plant. Well, Osaka Lev managed to get it done all on his own. The rotation needs to come in quick from the side of Gucci as well as Nash. They're hanging back a little bit too far away from him. Bomb finally goes down onto the ground. 40 seconds on the clock. Let's see how Smart Omega pulls this back.
Looking to not let this game be tied on up. Smart Omega quite spread out here. The flank taken now by Jay-Z, looking to maybe catch off Tokyo Osaka off guard, maybe to take this fight against Nash. Jay-Z looking to go up close, and he does make it personal. Lev, though, finding a double. That's huge there for him to find both Hydra and Candy. It's now all on Jay-Z, who finds another pick. 1v1. Jay-Z was going to need a triple kill clutch to make this happen, but Lev has spotted him on out. They can hear each other, but where does he exactly know? No! Lev, he's going to choke it away. He's able to escape for the meantime. Escaping, but no! Lev will get the kill. I thought certainly that he just threw that away, even with the information that Smart Omega, they were tied up now by Tokyo Osaka. A good opening start on the second half.
Jay-Z got cheeky there, trying to go in for the melee kill, but it's just unfortunate the timer ran out. And now Osaka going in for a quick push once again towards the Bravo side. They win by 3 players. Gucci, a little bit of a tag on him, but he gets into the gallery, going in for the shot. Out of the equation first before going in for a toss of the nade. If that nade hits, Candy is going to get taken out. Beautiful hit marker onto Candy, but no capitalization coming through from any one of the other players. Nash strikes, Whoopi taken out of the equation. She's still trying to look for a shot. Candy a little bit too smart, backs away behind the sculpture and takes Gila out of the equation, equalizing the numbers in here. 4 versus 4, and they still want to aggress on the Bravo side. Crush drops left. Chu taken out by Jay-Z as well. The numbers don't look good on the side of Tokyo Osaka. And with the bomb on the ground, this round looks to fall into the hands of Smart Omega.
2v4, Smart Omega have the lead in such decisive fashion. They're looking to extend themselves now over Tokyo Osaka. Loom that over their heads on the round here. Could not land a shot there. Nash a bit too small of an angle for him to be able to get a clean shot off, it seems. Now, they know where each other are. The bomb is in the control here of Smart Omega, who are the defenders, and that just goes to show what a sticky situation this is for Tokyo Osaka during a 2v4, not in their favor, and the bomb is firmly in the control of the opposition. 35 seconds left on the clock, trying to go prone here, looking to go all gillied up and maybe go sneaky beaky, but I don't know how well that's going to work out for him.
Oh man, I thought it would work out, man. He managed to get up towards Jay-Z, but he gets snuffed out. It drops Gucci out of that equation, and Smart Omega in front, 4-3. What a round in there.
He totally was looking to, go a bit sneaky there. Bravo 6 going dark, it seemed, but not make it happen at the end of it. So it will be Smart Omega here now with the lead. AJ they are looking to aggress once again. Look at all this utility in the nades. Jay-Z aggressing here from the mid gardens, and Whoopi finding another Hydra. Triple opening kill and a flawless so far round for Smart Omega. It's all on the Nash. He's going to make a mad dash to try and go for the flank. Once again, man disadvantage, and the bomb is in the hands of the opposition here.
Yeah, I love it, man. I love the ideation. I love the execution that comes in with the ideation as well, right? They take the best angle possible when they go in for the rush. Open stairs from Central Garden. The side of Tokyo Osaka didn't expect it at all. It technically came off as a side stab, continued in as a backstab for some of those other players as well. Smart Omega finishes off such a perfectly taken round. And now, what potentially could just be the final round in here, Tokyo Osaka going in for the attack. They go in for a split though, a 3-1-1 setup with the bomb heading over to the basketball court, Nico.
Whoa, what a peek. What a peek there from Whoopi to find that opening pick here. This could be the beginning of the end for map number 2 for Tokyo Osaka. On the kill here, Crush will definitely destroy Jayla. It's now to a 3v5. Tokyo Osaka have yet to be able to really make a round like this work out in their favor. Kenny's able to find one on the left, and it's down to a 2v5. Trying to aggress here once more, and Jay-Z will find the fragment of Nash. It's all down to Chu. What can he do?
Oh, it's gonna be just Chu running around, man, hoping he can sustain as long as possible. Dude, if you were stuck in a situation like this, Nico, what would be running through your mind right now?
Well, first, a bunch of expletives. Second, I'll be like, well, that's it. Yeah. Whoopee. Just one shot, one click, and that's it. What a game.
Yeah.
Map number 2.
A little bit too good. A little too good, right? From hardpoint in towards search and destroy, they were cheeky. They were mucking around in a couple of those rounds. They gave some away, but they finished it off strong. Smart Omega, unfortunately for the side of Tokyo Osaka, they are on not just another level, they are a few levels above and beyond Tokyo Osaka. And in order to get to even one level closer, that would equate with Tokyo Osaka going in and working really, really hard for the next 1 year. And even by that time, clearly what Smart Omega has been doing all this while, they would have put that distance between themselves as well as Tokyo Osaka once again. That's exactly what Smart Omega has been doing. Nobody in the Call of Duty mobile scene so far has managed to catch up to this amazing, immaculate, godly team.
Yeah, they've been completely separating themselves from the pack. Just a big disparity between Smart Omega and every single team here in Group D. And they're going to Crossfire. To be quite honest with you, I'm expecting a triple cap in the first half. It's just the way things are. Like, I don't want to put down Tokyo Osaka, but Smart Omega, they've just been completely dominant in every single sense of the word, in every single fashion. And for them to be going on in Crossfire, that's going to be very, very difficult to win. We saw a while ago that, Tokyo Osaka, they almost got 150 and zeroed on hardpoint itself. And so I don't think it's going to be too different of a story here on domination. By all means, I think map number 2, Search and Destroy, S&D was their biggest chance to win or make a game close against Smart Omega. And for us to be going now here in the domination, it can be very easily snowballed into a triple cap.
Yeah, Smart Omega chooses to start on the Special Forces base. So I'm anticipating them to start things off strong, leave one man to cap that A flag, immediately flood bus station, go into Butchers, get that C flag as well, and then kind of just throw the whole side of Tokyo Osaka into disarray from the get-go, right? And even if they don't play a matchup like that, even if they don't play the map, even if they don't play any of the strats here, clearly, just the gunfights, just those fights alone have been able to show us, Nico, that it's going to be quite a one-sided map in domination. I mean, Hardpoint was already painting a very clear picture, but it's not going to be as dominant in terms of those points because of how far apart those flags are, and because Tokyo Osaka should be able to cap that C flag early on, unless we see them do something crazy, man, like abandon the C flag, go straight up for the B flag for some weird reason. We've seen it in the competition before. In circumstances like that, I probably might just end up crying.
Well, I mean, if we're going to have to kind of, shoot for the stars, then maybe that's possible. But for the meantime, Tokyo Osaka they are in quite the gutter here, and it's not a very positive light to spin on things, but it's the truth.
Yeah.
It's the very truth, and it's very unfortunate that they got put in Group D, because in almost any other group, maybe Group A, B, C, they would have done it a lot better. But right now, Smart Omega just completely dominating things. They get that Alpha and Bravo point control as expected, as advertised, and they're looking to storm their way into Charlie. So Tokyo Osaka, they still have a lot of fun to catch on here, but they really have to stop the momentum before it happens. Otherwise, this could be not just a snowball, but an avalanche in the favor of Smart Omega.
Yeah, it looks like an avalanche. Look at that. Jay-Z going in here for the triple cap. Solo in here for the push. Nobody's coming through Butchers to ask those questions just yet. Gucci might be able to reach him, but Jay-Z's already on the prowl. It is Crush who steps in to defend Jay-Z, and Captain manages to pull that triple cap off. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, not even 1 minute into the game, and we have the triple cap by Smart Omega.
I mean, I called it, right? I predicted it that we're going to get the triple cap in the first half, but I didn't think it was going to be in the first minute, okay? I thought we were going to be like 2 to 3 minutes in before we actually get to that point, but Smart Omega just completely dominating this. AJ, they're looking to end the night early, which honestly, I'm not too against, but at the same time, like, Smart Omega, just chill out, dude. Tokyo Osaka, these guys got family, they got friends, they got, peers. Just complete domination. They finally get Alpha Point in their favor, but how long can they really hold that?
Yeah, they're probably going to hold on to it for quite a while now. Smart Omega, I don't know why they chose to start in special forces space. I kind of knew they will want to, just flip the spawn earlier on. Not only hold on to the triple cap, not only hold on to special forces space. I think it's just all out Smart Omega just playing cheeky in this matchup, alright? Tokyo Osaka, they know exactly what they're dealing with, and no matter how much they try those gunfights, they seem to find out the very, very hard way. It's just almost impossible to overcome the prowess of Smart Omega. It is Osaka, Gucci, as well as Chu back-to-back. They get a couple of kills, but Whoopi out of nowhere pulls out the in for the slice now. Oh, Tokyo Osaka asking questions. B flag. Chu might be able to pull this off, and he gets it done at that very final moment before.
Well, not for too long, because Smart are going to quickly take Charlie cover back, and we're not even 3 minutes into the half, and we're about to end the first half here immediately. That's just, I guess, a tale of how things have been going. We're already going to the second half, AJ. I feel like I just started talking, and we're already immediately here at the second half, so what a quick game, to say the very least.
Yeah. 40 seconds for a triple cap on Crossfire. Impossible stuff, Smart Omega. Just pulling it off. A great at the C flag and for a very aggressive push into corner building. And it is the one and only Jay-Z. Captain asking all of those questions. Look at this guy, man. He goes in for the quick lead on the corner building, snuffs out all of the competition, helps the captain onto the B flag, and now he pulls out the XS1 Goliath as well. Candy should be able to pull in for the back for himself, and the triple cap is just beyond the horizon now. That XS1 Goliath might be able to peek over it.
Yeah, we're at the event horizon of this complete black hole that Tokyo Osaka is sucked into. And now Goliath coming down just yet, but okay. Are they looking to seal it? Why did they hold on to it for so long? Why didn't he take it? He eventually shuts him down, and okay, that's a good sign, almost giving it up there, and he will eventually actually confirm it. Now, a triple cap. We're at the cusp of that pretty much here, AJ. We're already at 100 points within, like, what, the first minute of things here in the second half, and that is not a good sign for Tokyo Osaka, as Tokyo Osaka are really going to have to pull things back right now. Otherwise, it'll be too late.
It's already too late. There's just no way they can pull it back, man. I mean, XS1 Goliath was just sitting there. Nobody went in there to grab it. One opportunity left to take out the XS1 Goliath, but unfortunately, he needs to understand it takes an XS1 Goliath to drop Crush, and when Crush gets into an XS1 Goliath, yeah, there's no stopping him.
At that point, what do? Do you pull out more XS1 Goliaths than they have, or do you just try and spam them with a bunch of nades or a bunch of rocket launchers? We're gonna see, but they don't even get that option. Like Lev there, he tried to go for it, but he didn't even get an opportunity to try to get a shot off. Okay, shoot, spamming down will eventually destroy him from that range. How was he able to do that without anybody punishing him? But Bravo point, Tokyo Osaka, they're going for it, AJ.
Yeah, but unfortunately, those nades just keep it. Jay-Z steps forth. The Fennec going in for the slice. Backstab as well. Perfection coming out from the captain. Sends out the hunter-killer drone. In for the reload. Who else wants to come in and ask those questions? Captain Jay-Z has some answers. But now Whoopi stepping up into the spawn of his opponent. Tokyo Osaka asking great questions. But Jay-Z pulls a Predator missile onto the head of Gucci as well as Gilla, snuffing them out. 148 to 17. This is all over as Smart Omega stomps down Tokyo Osaka.
GG's, and with that, Smart Omega have pulled off 2 perfect series, going 6-0, and have not dropped a single map here in the group stages here in Group D. Perfect run, flawless from them so far, and they're looking like the champions in every sense of the word. But they're going to have to go through one more team to be able to pull off the perfect run in the group stages and cap it all off and secure that playoff slot. I mean, at this point, they're really close to that, I think. If we look at the points, and we're going to look at that here as we're now done with the 4th match of the day, I think they, at this point, kind of already clutched that first place slot. And so for Omega, they're just pretty much playing for dominance at this point, pretty much just playing to really cement themselves as like, okay, we've just perfected our entire group stages. That's what they're looking forward to. But man, such a valiant effort from Tokyo. You saw them, kind of fight back there. Tokyo Osaka just completely clawing their way into a fight, but just couldn't dig deep enough to really get it against the Titans of Smart Omega.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And there's just nothing that we can take away from the side of Tokyo Osaka. It's not like they did some things very, very wrong. It's just that Smart Omega was just very, very good. 150 to 14, 6 to 3, 150 to 71. It's great that Tokyo Osaka managed to pick up those 71 points in the first place and not allow Smart Omega to overextend and take the triple cap back to back. Now, if I had seen that happening again and again and again, I would have had more questions to ask. But Tokyo Osaka, they played it quite well. Preventing those triple caps is quite a win for me. I know it doesn't make much sense, but dude, this is Smart Omega. These are small little wins that you do need to cherish, right? We've said that, probability of other teams moving into the playoffs with Smart Omega being in the same group is barely there, but you have to stand up and pull off a couple of great rounds, right? Impress the community either way whenever you get that opportunity to step up onto the same stage as Smart Omega. Tokyo Osaka, did they do that for you in this series though, Nico?
Kind of, in a way, yeah. I really like the heart that they played and the heart that they showed in the game, and that is something I'm never going to deny that they brought to the game. Unfortunately, the rest of the skills weren't up to the same level or to the same point that Smart Omega were. But then again, there aren't many teams, not just in the Philippines, not just in Southeast Asia, but in the world that can say that they are up to the level of Smart Omega. And so it's not necessarily something I'm necessarily going to hold against a team like Tokyo Osaka here, or one of the more callow, one of the fresher and greener teams that we have in the tournament and in the region, in the Philippine region, in the championship that we got going on here. And so for them, I think there's a bright future ahead. They really show that they can play their hearts out, but they've just been put in the group with the best team arguably in the world. So, I mean, how can you even fault them for going down 0-3 here?
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, the biggest question here or challenge for Smart Omega would be to pull off similar, victories, similar very convincing victories over at the playoffs as well, not just at the group stages, right? Because that's going to be a totally different level altogether. I am still pumped. I am still excited to catch the matchup between Phantasma as well as Smart Omega. I feel like because when we look at Phantasma, map mastery, not 100%, but in terms of gun skills, oh my lord, I think they will be able to give Smart Omega quite the run for their money, Nico.
I want to agree, honestly, and I do think that out of any team here, the team that they're going up against, Smart Omega right now, will be DVK Rexus, right, for that final series, rather. I think they're the team that's going to put up the best fight versus Smart Omega. But I'm just not sure if it's going to be enough. I mean, I don't think they're going to win the series. At most, they're going to probably take a map away from them. The question here is, are they even able, or will they be even able to take a map away, or is Smart Omega going to capitalize on the momentum they have right now and, win the series 3-0 once again to cap off the day with a 9-0 That's my question here right now. But Tokyo Osaka, it is such a valiant effort. It will be DVK though, who I think will be the biggest threat to Smart Omega. But even at that, I don't think honestly that DVK are going to win more than a single map against them. They can win that one map, which could be very important when it comes to them trying to tie things up and win on over SIGRA when it goes to that, overtime, the tiebreaker situation. But Smart Omega just outclassing competition right now. We saw it here once again on the final map of the series. AJ, they got their friggin' triple cap within like a minute of the game.
Yeah, and the probability of DVK actually pulling a match away from the Kings of the Philippines, very, very low, right? And the only reason I say that is because of whatever that has already broken down in the competition thus far. We saw exactly what happened when SIGRA AIM took on the side of DVK. They managed to get a 2-1, and when SIGRA AIM went up against Smart, it was just a one-handed match, 3-0 straight up, right? So the probability of Smart Omega potentially taking that 9-0 victory in here to show that they are the most dominant team in the group stages, yeah, high probability. Of course, it is out there for the argument that, those teams were matched up with other squads. So it's not really a fair comparison to see who is the most likely one to pick up that final, victory, as well as the throne, as well as the title as the Kings of Philippines, and move on to the next stage on the road to the World Championship. But it's pretty safe to say that Smart Omega is a favorite for that spot.
I mean, not even just, they're not a favorite just to win this Group D. They're not a favorite just to win, the Philippine Championships, but the whole entire title could be theirs.
Yeah.
Let's look at now the soldier of the game, Jay-Z himself, within the concrete jungle, making dreams come true. That's where they're made of at the moment. Jay-Z, what an outstanding performer here from the side of Smart Omega. But once again, they move as one complete cohesive unit. And how do you stop a full 5-man wrecking ball when it's led by a player like Jay-Z?
Oh, absolutely, man. And it's so perfect all throughout that whole matchup. And I just don't see any weak points coming in from Smart Omega just yet. There's been absolutely zero bad plays from Smart Omega. That's something that DVK needs to be concerned about as they will prepare for themselves for the final series of the day. But, as we can, just relax a little bit, Tokyo Osaka will have another opportunity to prove themselves against SIGRA X AIM. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that is after a quick short break. Nico and I'll be right back.
Impossible. My calculations are flawless. What exactly could have brought us to this ruined world?
We cannot die here. We have gone through countless worlds and passed by death countless times. We must unite. My friend, you must hold on.
This place is way more dangerous than we thought.
I need more time.
Brace yourselves. More flashbacks incoming.
about we make a deal, stranger?
If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Call of Duty Mobile Philippines Championship brought to you by Sony. My name's AJ. I'm the mustachio down here with the one and only Nico Black and Blue Gayoso to bring you all of the crazes of action. And so far, Smart Omega has been stomping their feet of dominance upon all of the other squads, and nothing has been able to stop them. And we just saw Tokyo Osaka just get decimated, but now Tokyo Osaka is able to step up and, perhaps win a couple of rounds back for themselves, maybe even stomp their dominance above SIGRA X AIM, because that's going to be series number 5, Nico.
Yeah, I mean, we can't even begin to understate, just how amazing that Smart Omega have been. I feel like I'm, commentating the WWE where it's like, by God, he just broke him in half, because that's completely what they've been doing time and time again. Yeah. Like, relax, Smart Omega. These people, they got families, they got friends, and we're going to see who's going to be moving over to the playoffs as we look into the standings of today. How has Group D been going? We're going to have one final match from each of these teams, and Smart Omega firmly at the lead, 6-4-2-0. Oh, man.
And DVK Rexus all sitting down in that second position now with the 4 points in the bag for themselves. But the team that is going to be jumping into action right after this, SIGRA X AIM, if they can take a 3-0 victory on Tokyo Osaka, against Tokyo Osaka, my apologies, they will jump on right over to that second spot. And the probability of DVK Rexus all taking a match away from Smart Omega, the probability is quite low. Even if they do take a match away from Smart Omega, you've already painted that picture out very, very clearly for us. It puts them in a great position, because once they get into a tiebreaker position, DVK should be able to move on because of that head to... Sorry, that was SIGRA X AIM who picked that victory up earlier. My apologies. SIGRA X AIM should be able to pick that 40,000 pesos up for themselves. So DVK, they've got no choice. They have to win over Smart Omega, 2-0 or nothing.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, at this point, SIGRA X AIM, they are up, 2 points, right? Over DVK right now. And so if they win 2 maps, SIGRA, there is no chance that DVK are going to get back into this. Even though if DVK get a 3-0 sweep versus Smart Omega, which by the way is never happening in a million years, at least for the current moment, even if they get to that, even if we get to that, nth kind of situation, that nth multiverse, that end way that Doctor Strange is telling us about, it's not going to happen. And so SIGRA, by all means, I think this is pretty much a lock and secure for them to go into, the second place slot. But who knows? If Tokyo Osaka, if they're able to sweep the series and maybe get even 2-1, then we could have a tiebreaker situation. But now we're going to be looking at Tokyo Osaka. True, Gila, Gucci, Lev, Nerdy, and Nash. And, well, it was quite a stomp, to say the very least, with their match between Smart Omega. I don't think it's necessarily a true kind of tale of how good these guys are playing, because in the matchup we did see with them earlier versus DVK, that was very close, and DVK are a good team, mind you. They were almost able to take that series 2-1 in the favor of Team Osaka, and if Tokyo Osaka were able to do that, then I think everybody would be looking at this team differently. But the team they're going up against, well, they are the current second-place runners.
Yeah, absolutely, man. SIGRA X AIM with Atlas, Balin, Shizin, Vince, as well as Wadu stepping up to the plate. And Wadu has been so convincing throughout this whole competition with all of his snipes. Balin as well as Vince, they are always on the plate to serve that backup. as a squad, SIGRA X AIM, although they were just very recently put together in a little bit of a pool to go in here to fight, they've managed to bind and combine all of their prowess in these matches and take quite a good fight up against all of these other teams. But when you put them up against a team like Smart Omega, clearly they're not going to be able to pull that victory off. Number one reason, because, well, it's Smart Omega. Number two reason, because the synergy there is just way too good. But against Tokyo Osaka, though, they potentially should be able to pull off not only an upset, but a pretty perfect 3-0 based on the numbers.
I mean, I think SIGRA, at least today, by just how teams have been performing, are kind of the team that are touted to win this matchup, and they do seem to be the favorites to, get that second place slot and win this match, maybe even 3-0, but I'm not holding my breath on that. I'm expecting, Tokyo to not want to go out with a whimper and get at least one map under their name here today before they go on out, because at this point, Tokyo Osaka, they will not be going into the second place slot. They are a hard lock for third and fourth. I think the other teams have already clutched that position. And so for them, all they can really hope for is, to be able to get, that one map to be able to end and exit here to group stages with their heads up high, knowing that they went down with a fight at the very least. And that's what we're going to be playing for. And so map bans here to get things going. First map to be banned off of the board. Let's check it out. Will we get another Hackney Yard and Takeoff, which we've seen twice already? I'm kind of expecting at least one of those to not come into play here. Actually, Crossfire to be banned by SIGRA.
SIGRA AIM, they really don't want to play Crossfire at all. Hackney Yard getting banned out of the list here by the side of Tokyo Osaka. And SIGRA AIM should be able to bring us into hardpoint match number 1. And we are going straight into Takeoff, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And I believe this is the first time of today. So this is going to be a fun one to watch. But as we move on in towards Search and Destroy, Tokyo Osaka will be bringing us into firing range. And I do understand that DVK has taken the side of, SIGRA has taken the side of the special forces at firing range. So they will be the ones defending. So let's see exactly what Tokyo Osaka has to offer on firing range. Maybe even to turn things around if SIGRA AIM takes it a Takeoff.
Tokyo Osaka, well, at this point, they're going to have to offer everything that they can afford at the altar right now. Maybe get all that goodwill from God going their way, because right now the fortune has not been favoring them. And that is to say, from the very start of the fact that they're going here in Group D with arguably the best team in the world on Smart a while ago, and then SIGRA, another team that is no slouch either, a team that has been consistently, in the top of everybody's heads when you kind of think of other maybe usurpers to the throne here in the Philippines. And so Takeoff to start things off. Firing range will be S&D, and Domination Summit is where we shall be for the end of this series. How will it go? Hardpoint on Takeoff is a very interesting map. We've seen time and time again, AJ. If you decide to pick Hardpoint and you're not ready for it, it can get flipped on over on you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the very first hardpoint itself, so open. Two, opposing power positions to take control of. You've got your launch center. You've also got your Aurora launch. The second floor gives you the key. You step out onto the scaffolding of the launch center. Should be able to give you a slightly better hold, but you can't really abandon Aurora launch. So the split between the team itself at the get-go will be thinned out. Each and every single player that goes in for the split, they need to play their roles really well. Communication needs to be strong as well, because it's going to be such a fast-paced match where players are just going to fall one after the other as they win and lose these battles. And the respective, partners need to take their place almost instantaneously. Hardpoint in a matchup like this, dude, it's just back-to-back. And that's just hardpoint number 1. Hardpoint 3 and 4. P3 and 4, you know exactly how crazy those spawns are. If you're not going to be able to keep it up with your gunfights, you're just going to get snuffed out, right? And SIGRA X AIM, they've been quite good so far in taking on some of these fights. So Tokyo Osaka definitely has got a huge challenge up ahead of them.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those scenes once again wherein, like in a zombie movie and you're just trapped inside the house and they just keep on coming at you through the windows, through the doors, barricade everything because they're going to not stop coming. That's how P3 and P4 can be here on Takeoff. And
Yeah.
we've seen time and time again that, you know, teams might have picked, and we saw it in Group B especially, where teams would pick Takeoff to go here on the hard point, but then it gets flipped on over to them because they bite off more than they can chew. They were looking to kind of surprise the opponents, but they were surprised in themselves. We're going into map number 1 of this series, the second to the final series of the day, and smoke on out here on P1 immediately, as look at that, all frags going the way of SIGRA.
Yeah, I love both of the teams opening up very clean in here. SIGRA aim goes to the place of the trophy system. Tokyo Osaka, on the other hand, they move in with these tacticals being thrown out. They go in for a couple of stuns as well as a smoke, and it clearly does not play out very well for them. SIGRA aim. They take immediate control of that hard point. Tokyo Osaka, though, turning things over because they had the launch center power position, which they have now jumped off of. Aurora launch getting flooded by the players of SIGRA X aim, who should be able to turn things around. But it's just a very curious situation that hardpoint just isn't being played all that aggressively. The players are just scurrying around the map.
On the push here right now, Tokyo Osaka, they've taken some claim to their name, able to bring it into an equal scoreline as we move into P2. Nobody really wanting that early P1, that late P1 rather, going out to the P2. And when you go into P2, that point is going to be such a big point of contention. We see a lot of teams like to filter in one by one, but you really want to go for the flank in this situation. The fact that it's such a tight corridor to hold on P2 is going to really play in a lot to the hands of the team that just decides to hold, and it will go against the favor of the team that wants to take the fight straight head on. So you really kind of want to go for the flank here, try and get them back in the sandwich, and that's exactly what they're doing. So good job by Osaka. Gala can confirm the kill. So for the meantime, SIGRA are looking to have a very solid hold here of B2.
I'm not so sure what happened there to Osaka at that point. It looked like they forgot that the second hard point was at launch center, and they backed away into Aurora launch, and they make a very late entry here. SIGRA now bringing in the Predator missile, will be the killer out of the equation. Ball comes in for the pop. Atlas will manage to get one takedown here, but it's just all out Tokyo Osaka till I said that, and SIGRA X aim right back onto the hard point, but just 1 seconds here now. They need to make that rotation on for that Aurora launch, but Tokyo Osaka, they are playing takeoff quite meekly, not going in for rotations well. They play all of their positions a little bit late on. SIGRA X aim will be able to run away with this if Tokyo Osaka does not step up. Here we go.
P3 taken here by SIGRA, and just like the Aurora Borealis, AJ, it's just been completely hard to find here for Tokyo Osaka. Been completely escaping them for the meantime. They win some gunfights here and there, but not enough to really swing the tide of the war, and they finally do get control of it, but not for too long. SIGRA do eventually turn it back on over, and Tokyo will now have the foothold in the site. It's all going to be on the mix to try and open things up here, but he's not going to be able to do that alone. Nash still here on the second floor, able to sustain himself. He will get taken down even up close, and look at that, Wadu finding a double, Vince doing the same. Now it's all in the hands of SIGRA X aim once again, and as we're ending here, P3 going to P4, they have a very large lead right now.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And now Tokyo Osaka just picking up a couple of scrap points from P3 onto P4. The couple of players from Tokyo Osaka have gone in there for the early rotation, but whether or not they will be able to hold on to the side is a different question, because Shizen just jumping all over with the Annihilator, going in for the pop. Thankfully gets taken out front with a backstab. 93 to 46 though. SIGRA X aim still on that hard point, opening things up strong at P4. Tokyo Osaka bringing in a lot of challenges, and now they have got the spawn of Visitor Center as well, so they should be able to ask these tough questions. Vince goes out, Fennec goes in for the pop, back to back after the Annihilator stuff, and he will be able to keep quite the stronghold at the door of the control room. So many of these points picked up by SIGRA X aim. Very well played by the squad.
You guys can see for clear here just how deadly those hand cannons of the Annihilators are, and complete decimation being dished out here by SIGRA. Tokyo Osaka could not find their way to try and slice the sushi up. For the meantime, it seems to be a complete dominated map by SIGRA, especially here in P3 and P4. No answer back, no retaliation from Tokyo Osaka. They were able to make some noise on P1 and P2, and we're going to be going to that former one I said, P1, and this hopefully will be an opportunity for them to try and get some points in their way. They do have a trophy system. Hold on for the meantime. trophy system will not stop a Predator missile landing straight on your head.
A little unfortunate 140-49 right now. Tokyo Osaka has been outplayed just by the map selection alone. SIGRA XA came in bad 150-49 and the game is all over.
A dominant map here coming from the side of SIGRA. And the thing is, you know, especially with Hardpoint, it's really easy to snowball and avalanche things into a win. Yeah. It's not like domination where you're going to have that have to end things to stop momentum to reset. It's not like S&D where you're going to be resetting every single round. No, here on Hardpoint, it can be a complete snowball, a complete avalanche, an earthquake of just appropriate dimensions. And once again, SIGRA, for them to pick Takeoff and actually make it work is a good sign for just how, you know, experienced these guys are and how composed they are in these type of situations. And they know that they are in the driver's seat. They know they're the favorites of this, and you can see just that confidence emanating in their play.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And as for the side of Tokyo Osaka, unfortunately, Takeoff just wasn't a map that they have mastered before jumping into the competition. And if that was the case, they should have gone in for the ban on Takeoff instead, right? But it really doesn't matter at the end of the day. It was a very, very, very well played map by SIGRA AIM. They take full control of launch center when they were playing that first hard point. And Tokyo Osaka did something really weird. After the expiry of the first hard point, they were supposed to go with launch center. But instead of going into the second hard point, they back away and they were hanging right outside of Aurora launch. I don't know if they were having a cup of coffee, having a quick chit chat, but they were strategizing as to what they wanted to do. They make a very, very late entry in from the crane area towards the launch center, but that was just way too late, right? A majority of those points had already been let go. And then into the Aurora launch, it was pretty much a similar situation. They tried to play catch up just so late. P4, the spawn was theirs. The gods of RNG were on their side. Visitor Center belonged to them, but it was just such a great showing from Vincent team, right? They were just snuffing out one after the other at just the doors of the control room. P4 was held on to perfection as well. It was just SIGRA X AIM all the way through from the get-go. And Tokyo Osaka is going to have a very, very tough time. Yeah. But you know, Nico, we've seen so many times teams that struggle to do much in hardpoint sometimes manage to turn things around at the search and destroy.
Yeah, and today, you know, from what we have seen from Tokyo Osaka, it has been search and destroy, where they have been making the most noise, where they've been looking the most confident, and where they've been looking the most proficient at it. Fortunately, that is where we are at the moment. Tokyo Osaka, I said that they could potentially take the map in this series with SIGRA, and I think this is a map for them to do that, though. Balin finding a double with the KRF. He's got that buckshot locked and loaded, pump action, and he just gets a triple kill off of that. Now it's down to a 3v2 here. You can potentially go for the ace. No, Chow will keep him in check for the meantime. It's down to a 2v2. And once again, see, Tokyo Osaka, this is where they look the best at.
Oh, now Gala almost catching out his opponent there. A quick plant might be coming through here, but Atlas will be able to ask some crazy questions with the Holger in his hands. Let's see exactly what he will be able to pull out from the back. Fennec, he has gone in there for a quick expose, goes in for a quick toss of the nade as well. Let's see how strong the trophy system play is from the other end. Tokyo Osaka still seems to be standing strong. Fennec as well as Holger, they should be able to take it fight if they can win the fight at the White Warehouse, which isn't does as well. And the flank comes through. Atlas gets the kill. Very well taken by SIGRA.
Quick cleanup crew here from SIGRA, and really, those opening picks, those that triple kill rather, with the KRM in hand by Balin, just completely blew things wide open. Tokyo Osaka were able to answer back, but at that point, well, the momentum, you could feel it, was firmly in the way of SIGRA, even with a plant going down for Tokyo. So, Wadu now, here for the side, SIGRA got the snipe, and will actually be true to find the opening pick.
Atlas taken out of the equation, but Balin immediately equaling things out. Gucci takes him out of the equation as well, just to make sure the numbers stay on the side of Tokyo Osaka, but Shizin strikes right back. So back and forth between these two. Now Wadu will be able to perhaps bring on a little bit more questions, but Gucci snuffs him out. Tokyo Osaka doing really well, keeping the numbers advantage to their side. And now Chu needs to be able to strike well. A player in front of him, Shizin, able to step forward, but Vince snuffs out Shu before he can go in for the attack. And it's a 2 versus 2. White Warehouse held on by Tokyo Osaka. Gucci asking those questions from the command center, repositions himself. Now the players from SIGRA AIM are already on for the defusal, but Gucci takes Vince out of the equation. Defusal comes through. What a misplay. SIGRA AIM takes round 2 as well.
That's kind of like, you know, the problem proposed there, where you're kind of close to the site, but not necessarily close enough that you can immediately stop a defuse if it was in your face. And especially with a snipe in hand, you won't be the most mobile. You won't be the most aggressive player on your side. And look at the wall bang here, coming in perfect timing there with the whole getting hit markers after hit markers after hit marker, and getting every kill going his way. Vince is completely shredding them down, and SIGRA bring it to a 5-2.
Calm down, my friend. What are you doing? Tokyo Osaka, dude, they went running, man. They were like, whoa, 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 whoa. We were not ready for those wall bags. Out of the way, and now Bomber all alone at the shooting range, pulls right back into the command center. He's caught, but he manages to get Nash out. He manages to get Atlas out of the equation. Wadu trying to survive. Nash goes in for a 2-piece. Ballad as well as Wadu taken out of the equation. Tokyo Osaka thin this down to a 2 versus 2. They have got the bomb still on them. Finally being planted. Shizen takes Gucci out of the equation. And unfortunately, the bomb falls on the ground and Vince finishes that off. SIGRA, what a third round.
3-0, and what a hold from Vince there on the back alley. He knew that they were coming his way. He prepped that angle, and after hearing the footsteps marching down, he knew the army was about to come, and he had the perfect duel and had to stop that. The sniper will not land here from Wadu. The crucial shot for him to potentially land, but Balin off of the flash. He gets a double, a triple. He's really got the flash. What is happening, AJ? What is happening? Oh my goodness! Sigram! Is this the championships? Is this are these the best teams in the Philippines? Because SIGRA, what?
Dude, I told you, man. No shade, Tokyo Osaka. No shade, all right? Not many people expected Tokyo Osaka to be able to make it through to the top 16, all right? They made it through. And I'm not saying it is their good luck. It's just the bad luck of some bigger teams, because they had to face off, you know, those big dogs, you know, at the upper bracket. They got kicked off in the, you know, top 4, top 2. Tokyo Osaka, they managed to slip under the radar into the top 16, but they're understanding that just because they are in here doesn't mean anything. They still got to show up. They still got to perform. And now they take the plant. Lev bringing on the pressure. It's a 3-2 advantage, and we take a quick peek into a frozen screen, but don't worry about that, as Shizen shuts down Gucci from this equation. We now once again end up with a 2-2 situation.
2 SIGRA, last time it was 2v2, they were able to clean it up in quick fashion, and once again it's looking to be the same story here. Vince and Chisholm will both find a piece. Exactly how it went the other time around when we did see a 2v2 earlier on in round number 1. SIGRA, complete utter dominance, a flawless half to get it 5-0, and we're already at match point.
Tokyo Osaka, they took the defending side because they took the attacking side, thinking that, you know, perhaps they can ask these questions a little bit early on. But it's just an absolute shutdown after shutdown, and Nash getting Wadu out of the equation this time around looks to perhaps turn things around for the side of Tokyo Osaka. Lev drops Balan out as well. Goes in for his third piece. Unfortunately, Shizen was a little bit too quick for him. Atlas in with the AS well, should be able to ask these questions over at warehouse number 4, attacking side. SIGRA X AIM, they have the bomb, and they have warehouse number 4 as well. Vince, on the other hand, is not waiting for bomb plants, is not waiting for anything. This guy's going on a kill spree.
Grenade out!
Oh man, the wind just seems to have been knocked out of the sails here of Tokyo Osaka. The plant has not gone down, but it doesn't really matter, honestly, at this point. It's a 1v3. Now the plant will go down, and it's all here on the True from the side of Tokyo Osaka, but will they churn this one out? How will he even bring it back against the SIGRA team, as that has been looking so confident, so good? We'll find that frag. Almost getting taken down himself, very low at the end of it, but able to get his health back up, and now trying to make the 1v2 clutch happen. A quick slide in, and Shizen will end the round 6-0. A perfect game from SIGRA.
Oh, what a matchup, man. Tokyo Osaka, unfortunately, they needed to show up stronger. SIGRA X AIM, they needed to get a 3-0 victory. We clearly see who is more aggressive. We clearly see who wants this more.
Not this, how much they wanted and who has more heart in it, but SIGRA just outskilling, out-aiming, out-strategizing the opposition here in Tokyo. That was, I think, the map that I think they had the most chance to win. And for it to go 6-0, that's not a good sign here, AJ. I mean, domination, it could be another snowball performance from SIGRA. I'm hoping that's not the case for the sake here of Tokyo, because I do want them to maybe get out of this tournament with their heads up high. At this point, anyway, SIGRA, I think they're pretty much almost clutched, that second place slot. And if they can even win this 3-0, then that's even going to put more salt to the wounds here. But Tokyo, they've been doing such a good job of, trying to do the best they can, but unfortunately, just hasn't been enough.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, at the end of the day, Tokyo Osaka, they've done really, really well getting into the top 16. They have earned their right to be in here. But once again, man, they did not expect what they are facing here. And not just against SIGRA X AIM, DVK, Smart Omega, they all bring in a lot. And it just seems to be that a lot seems too much for Tokyo Osaka to handle. 150-49, 6-2-0. SIGRA X AIM managed to go in for the crazy back-to-back victories. And now finally into Domination Summit. Once again, this is a SIGRA AIM map. Tokyo Osaka, the probability of them pulling off a victory here is just unfortunately low.
Yeah. I mean, it's unfortunate. As you pointed out, right, that really the odds aren't in their favor. If you're a betting man, then this wouldn't go in your way. Like, you would be a fool to try and put that on there. But all the chips are on the table right now. Every hand on deck to try and get at least one map in their way before they go and exit the group stage, exit with their heads up high and with pride that they were able to, get one map here against SIGRA. And at the very least, if they're not able to, well, then they qualified into the top 16 here of a very tightly contested group stage of, the Philippine Championships, basically. You had teams who were, more notable than them, but not even able to make it here to the group stages. And yet, Tokyo Osaka are here, and they have definitely proven that they are a team worthy of everybody's eyes and everybody's attention. But now let's all focus our attention to the final map of Series 5. Will SIGRA be able to clean it up 3-0, or will Tokyo be able to go out here with a fight?
Let's see exactly what goes on to happen, man. Alpha as well as Bravo flag being immediately picked up by the side of SIGRA. Aim prevention comes through for Lev as he steps onto that B flag. And now his partner is dropping in back to ask questions with the Fennec, and then bounces right away behind the machines to make sure he does not fall. And Tokyo Osaka pull that right back into the bag, and they will be losing that B flag as well. What a turnaround. SIGRA AIM, after being denied at the B flag, managed to catch up right back.
Bravo, quickly taken here by SIGRA. Tokyo Osaka had early control of that, but now it's back in the hands once again of SIGRA. So start from them into the clock, and look at it. SIGRA's winning every fight. A quad kill here from the side of Vince. Lev will find the frag there with a frag grenade, very aptly named enough. But Charlie Point, okay, they're looking to backcap this under SIGRA's nose, but SIGRA trying to do the same here on the Alpha site, and it seems like for the most part the Alpha Point take is looking a bit more successful for the side of SIGRA. Then there's Charlie backcap and completely shredding things down with KRM.
I mean, Vince shouldn't have been able to take those back-to-back KRM shots. And now the C flag almost getting taken away, but a solo push by Wadu manages to hold down that side, and that C flag is strong in their hands. Look at that sentry gun setup. Solo holding onto the cable car platform. The boys from SIGRA X AIM not even at that A flag, and they're still holding it down to perfection, ladies, German boys and girls. And now, finally, the boys from Tokyo Osaka taking out that sentry, asking questions over at that C flag. At the Alpha flag, cable car platform still gets snuffed out as Winston coming back to ask those very tough questions, annihilates everyone with the equalizer and pulls his KRM right back out. If it was not painful enough. 65-19. SIGRA X AIM are almost finishing this off. What a long hold on the triple cap, Nico.
Some of the longest triple cap holds we've seen this entire group stage. Tokyo, Osaka, they do finally get that Charlie point back, but not very long. Almost getting triple capped again to end off the half. Luckily for them, there is an actual, half where we're going to reset and switch sides, because that was looking to be a sure triple cap once more for the favor of SIGRA. But now, can they pull it off here in the second half? A huge lead already. 53 points is what SIGRA have over Tokyo to start the second half off. That is not a good prospect of things to come. But look at this, shredding things down, almost getting a triple there. Only able to find one, really, as Tokyo Osaka are not even able to confirm that alpha point control.
Oh, look at the sentry placement coming in from Nash. Solo, he's holding on to cable car platform. Solo, Nash! What a play by this absolute madman. And cable car platform finally drops into the hands of Tokyo Osaka. But this push coming in from SIGRA X AIM, so impressive, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And now a two-man push coming through. Atlas as well as Risen brings out the Annihilator as well in for the backstab onto the crazy questions being asked yet again at the cable car platform. The potential triple cap might fall into the hands if he can wait for that backup. Backup finally arrives in the form of Chao, but they are not able to pull it off just yet. The fight coming through for Tokyo Osaka. A flag being capped, triple cap on the way, and the prevention from Tokyo Osaka comes through. This team has not given up just yet.
I think it's too little too late at the moment, AJ. Look at this lead. They've already gotten 70 points. They have now over Tokyo Osaka, and they're at the 50-point stretch to be able to close this one game out. Hunter Killer Drone will get that kill, and Tokyo Osaka still have that alpha point, but it's not going to be enough, and the triple cap will be confirmed here by the side of SIGRA, and once again, they're looking to run away with the game. The spawns have been flipped. Tokyo Osaka now trying to take Charlie away. Will they be able to do that? Going straight for the jugular here to go for the Bravo point. Not even confirmed that. This is a runaway game, a runaway train, a runaway truck from SIGRA, and the brakes. Tokyo Osaka, they cannot stem on it for him.
They most definitely cannot, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is now 131-38, and the play coming in from Tokyo Osaka to potentially pull away that C flag. Edge platform prevention coming through for them. And now the Predator missile dropped in by Vince. Gila taken out of the equation. Cable car platform. They jump right back in there to pull it away. And that A flag gonna potentially fall back into the hands of SIGRA X AIM. But can they do it before the match comes? 146-40 now. Tokyo Osaka, they do not have a way back into this game. A beautiful donut presented with the triple cap as well for SIGRA X AIM to stomp a couple of dominants.
Oh man, I kind of feel bad for Tokyo Osaka for that one. They're such a valiant team that were able to qualify here into the group stage, but they go down with a whimper. 0-9 in the group stages here. Not even able to take away a single map, and SIGRA are going to fly their flag hard. They knew that they won that even before it came on in, and you can see them there. Fist bumps abound. They are proud of that win, and assuredly at this point, they should have been able, and I think they are, securing that second place slot with a 3-0. Even if DVK are able to win 3-0 versus Omega, which isn't happening, then they will still be at second place here, SIGRA. So very, very nicely done for them. A good end for their group stages, and certainly a wonderful way for things to go. A bit of a consolation in their favor.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, don't forget to smash that like if you haven't already. Make sure you hit that share as well as many times as you can, because that was just the conclusion of series number 5, and we only have one more left in the day. Smart Omega drops back in here for a bit of action as they take a matchup against DVK, who will be able to reach up to the top. Will Smart Omega be able to get a 9-0, the most perfect run at the group stages, or will DVK punish them maybe for their overconfidence? Maybe DVK will be able to pull out a very, very special rabbit out of their hats, Nico.
Perhaps. I mean, that's a magic trick that's certainly gonna even impress Houdini himself, but I'm not sure how much really they are being capable, or rather, how capable they are of pulling off that facet. Because, case in point, Smart Omega, they're just completely decimating everybody right now. DVK
Yeah.
have won a 3-0 a while ago, but for them to go down 1-2 versus SIGRA pretty much just sealed their fate on it, and especially with SIGRA playing as they are right now and getting just another 3-0 in their favor. It's just, I don't know how to even cap it all off here. We're going to be looking at this game, though, SIGRA versus Tokyo Osaka. And from the get-go, as we move into the highlights, it seemed like SIGRA were firmly confident about their skills and what they can expect in this game. For them to be picking takeoff to start things off, you kind of saw that maybe inexperience there was a big factor for Team Osaka, for Tokyo Osaka. On P2, from P2 going to P3, it seems like they backed off to the wrong point, and I'm not sure if they were trying to regroup or they were just kind of confused on where the next point was going to go. And it really did give that, opening positioning and opening control for P3 immediately to the side of SIGRA XM, and we're going to be looking at it here right now. Case in point, you can see just the complete how that situation turned out, and from start to finish, it was just SIGRA all the way.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, the first hard point, it was quite a good fight from Tokyo Osaka. They were picking up quite a number of points. In fact, they were in the lead. And hard point number 2, they just backed away. They just did not go in for the contest at the launch center. And they allowed the side of SIGRA AIM to pick up so many points. In for P3, it was just a little bit too late. It was a back and forth. But P4 was where they truly had the best opportunity. They had the spawns coming through as well, but they just could not capitalize over at that visitor center. Look at all of those players. They kept spawning through there. They kept going through. But Witz wins at that doorway. He stood with his Annihilator, brought his Fennec out right away as well, and just snuffed out player after player. And that was in the end. Even in the Search and Destroy, it was pretty much the same complexion as well.
Yeah, and I really hope we get a replay here. Not just of this by Vince, that wallbang just completely shredding them, but this play here, where he just completely ran through it like a runaway train, shotgun in hand, KRM, just getting every single kill like a Terminator. And you knew after that one that, any hopes, any notions of a comeback from Tokyo Osaka was just completely flushed down the drain. And it seems like the wind was knocked out of them, because going into map number 3, going into domination after this decisive win, it just seemed SIGRA all the way, with a triple cap happening multiple times throughout the entire game.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, as we dropped into domination, Tokyo Osaka, yes, they did try to play a couple of these rounds, unfortunately for them. Similar to game number 1 and 2, the mechanical supremacy of SIGRA AIM just a little bit too good, a little bit too strong. Wins, as usual, dropped in with his KRM plays. And the early sentry here, as they backtrack for a triple cap, was just pure perfection. The players of Tokyo Osaka just did not know what hit them. And by the time they figured out, oh, all right, this is what's happening, maybe if we counted this, we can make a way back in here, it was just way too late, right? That 75 point had been reached, and SIGRA AIM was just going to blaze all the way through. Back to back, their sentry plays were so strong, but the only reason why they were able to bring up those score streaks is because they were winning so many of those gunfights.
Too little, too late. And Tokyo Osaka, that was the story of this entire series. Such a valiant effort they put out, but Vince, who else? None other than him. Honestly, no, let me take that back, because the entire SIGRA roster has been having really great performances from that entire game, but obviously Vince had lots of very, very, kind of momentum swinging plays in of itself, and that's not to say that it's not like, SIGRA never had the momentum in their way, but for the most part, a lot of that was gained. They accelerated straight into the end of the series because of the plays that Vince was doing, and he's I would say he's a standout performer, but the entire, roster of SIGRA has also been great as well.
Absolutely, man. I mean, both of the teams gave it their all. Tokyo Osaka, it's just unfortunate they could not match up in terms of mechanical capabilities nor map mastery. But, there's always the first time for everything. Tokyo Osaka has managed to get up to this level for the first time. And it doesn't mean you have to win the championship the moment you get in there, right? Everybody has got their time. just this moment is not theirs. Off to the drawing board just to see exactly what are those plays they need to patch up. And we should be able to see way more of Tokyo Osaka in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, on that note, Nico and I are going to take a short break. When we come back, Smart Omega jumps back into action to take DVK on. We'll be right back.
Impossible. My calculations are flawless. What exactly could have brought us to this ruined world?
We cannot die here. We have gone through countless worlds and passed by death countless times. We must unite. My friend, you must hold on.
This place is way more dangerous than we thought.
I need more time.
Brace yourselves. More flashbacks incoming.
How about we make a deal, stranger?
If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Philippine Championships. I am Black and Blue. With me is AJ, and you're watching this all, of course, presented by Sony, brought to you by some of the best. And, well, speaking of the best, we got the best team in the Philippines coming up in our next match, AJ.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely, man. And, DVK can ask those tough questions. And the potential for them to perhaps pull one match away is, I wouldn't say very high, but it is most definitely there, right? Let's take a quick look, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as to how the day has been in here today. We have got the day kicked off with Smart Omega taking on the side of SIGRA AIM, and that ended up in a 3-0 victory. And, a similar situation continued on with DVK Rexus ALT as well, as they took on Tokyo Osaka. When we moved on to the third match, SIGRA AIM won over DVK Rexus ALT. That was a 2-1. And of course, Smart Omega stepping back into the fray to take, as usual, a 3-0 victory for themselves. The fifth series, the one that we just witnessed, saw SIGRA X AIM take the number 2 spot right away from DVK Rexus ALT, right? And they are now sitting down in that position very, very comfortably. DVK Rexus ALT can potentially maybe even push themselves back into that second position, but that will technically mean defeating Smart Omega. What's the probability you see on that, Nico, if you are able to throw a couple of percentages out?
Like a 3-0 in the favor of DVK?
Yeah,
Probably
yeah.
point 0.001. Honestly, like I don't want to make it like too harsh from them, but I don't think there's any team, honestly, here in the entire group stage from Group A, B, or C that can 3-0 Smart Omega with confidence. And it's possible, yes, but not probable. Highly unlikely, to be quite honest with you. But DVK Rexus ALT are going to try their darndest to make that a reality. Breezy, Click, Creamy, Goyong, Magista, and Syndra is a roster here to round off this bad boys. But they're going to have to go really mean if they want to be able to take this one home. I mean, at this point, they're going to have to go perfect to even have a chance of going to the second place.
Yeah, in that search and destroy, Goyoung's most definitely going to be the guy I will be looking out for because he might just be the game changer for the side of DVK. I am curious to see exactly which side won the coin toss, ladies, German boys and girls, because, being able to pick those maps to a certain degree does kind of, bring you a little bit of favor in here. But against Smart Omega with the team up of Crush, Idra, Jay-Z, Candy, Whoopi, as well as 6ix9ine in the background, making sure that these boys are 100% focused. It's going to be quite tough on DVK to pull anything away from them.
That's putting it lightly to say that's tough. I mean, it's almost unreachable for most teams, and for Smart Omega, could be completely playing, as probably the most consistent and probably the most dominant team we've seen here in the group stages. And that's noting that we've had great teams already play on that. We've had teams like Ultimate E Pro and RLT. We've had teams like PDR show up here in the group stages. But Group D's something else entirely. We're looking at the head-to-head from these two teams right now. Syndra has been the standout performer, I think, by far from the side of DVK. He's been doing a lot of great work, but he's going to have to step up his A game here to even have a chance to help his team to be able to take this series away from Omega. Jay-Z, his stats might not be as, fancy as Syndra's here right now. Syndra with a 1.0 KD, but he's been doing a lot of work as well, and the rest of Omega have as well. It hasn't really been for Omega, kind of like one MVP player making plays. It has been the whole roster just completely on point.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, we can't take anything away from Syndra. He does have, a little bit of an abysmal rate of death there, but it is only because of those positions that he plays, right? He is your point man. He goes in there for those objectives, and you get taken out quite a number of times, but he is able to manage those situations. Thankfully for DVK, they have Lady Luck leaning on their side a little bit. They win the coin toss, and they should be able to veto out the very first map. So let's take a quick look and say exactly where they do not want to fight. Hopefully they take off of the list, because we have seen teams go in there and perform abysmally, and Smart Omega, they will be curious to test some of these teams out, right? So if you don't take off the list, thank the dear Lord, DVK take off the list.
Oh, well, I mean, that's good, I guess, for DVK. They really don't want to play into that, and they let Crossfire, I guess, be played on here, and Standoff will be taken out by Smart. Quite curious to see that Standoff is a map ban for them, but I'm more curious to see what map number 1 exactly will be. For Hardpoint, if this goes in the way of DVK, I'm assuming they're going to pick something like, okay, yeah, exactly there, Summit. I was thinking like either it was going to be Summit or Raid. In this case, Summit is what they picked off for Hardpoint, and I think they have a chance here, honestly, of maybe winning Summit. But looking on map number 2, Hackney Yard, this is a map that people are banning versus Smart Omega for a reason.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And Hackney Yard being picked in here for Search and Destroy. Not always we get to see Search and Destroy played at this map, but whenever we do, it's quite special, right? Crossfire will be finishing things off for domination, and this is pulled in by DVK. All of these map vetoes were selected before jumping in for day of matches. And let me just put this out there as well, right? Against Smart Omega, doesn't really matter which map you play them on, because they technically have mastered every single map in existence in Call of Duty Mobile. And expecting to catch them off guard is going to be quite difficult because of the map vetoes. Because the weakest map, the map that they are not 100% confident on, they will just easily be able to remove off of the list.
Yeah, that's kind of like the biggest problem when against going up against a team like Smart Omega, who make very few mistakes. Banned operator skills will be the Annihilator and the Sparrow, and so those won't be in contention. Kind of as expected, we're going to see the Death Machines and everything else come into play, though. But I mean, look at it. Look at it this way: for DVK, they let Crossfire on, which we have known to be one of the best maps of Smart Omega, but he did make a point that, it doesn't matter what map you really play them on, they're going to dominate anyways. And, I have to agree, although on Crossfire, you're probably going to get dominated more than almost any other map. And so it's very curious that they actually picked Crossfire. They literally could have picked almost any other map still here. They could have picked Firing Range, they could have picked something else, but they go for Crossfire, and that, I think, they're kind of shooting themselves in the foot. Although let's see how they will really perform in here as we're moving into map number 1 of the final series of the day. At this point, Smart Omega pretty much clutched a playoff berth, I think, a playoff appearance, but they're playing for brownie points.
Yes, Smart Omega things up really well. They picked the Garena base to start things off first, and they're going straight into the dominance onto control room number 2, but DVK winning those games. Easy will be able to get a stronghold up at the entrance, but a beautiful stun, and the entry from the side of Whoopi as well as Idra is just perfection from Smart Omega, anticipating exactly what needs to be expected. Idra now dropping in for those shots there and will be able to blaze through back-to-back in here, gets those kills, but Crush snuffs him out for Smart Omega to continue picking these points up. But this is a very strong showing from DVK that I did not expect, Nico.
And a lot of that was coming there from the player we highlighted during the head-to-head from SIGRA. For him to go on that rampage, got them those opening points and got them that opening control, but now they're trying to retake the site right now, coming in from the control room, and Idra holding down the line there from the bottom of the stairs. A common angle people will expect nowadays, but still very strong in and of itself. That fight, Holger and Hammer going, and Smart Omega are looking to snowball this into another point control, but Breezy here for the great angle, who will be caught off afterwards, and now P2 in the hands of DVK.
I love it. Smart Omega is playing the map. Boys and girls, they secure the spawn for themselves at the Green Raider station first. As you can see, the players are spawning very, very close to that edge platform. And they still in there one after the other. It's already tough enough to deal with one Smart Omega player. To deal with all of them spawning right back to back in there, it's gonna be quite a pain. But DVK somehow or rather manages to get on top of that situation, and they win that hard point. Goyoung doing really well, but here comes Whoopi to ask those questions, but Goyoung shuts him as well. That's why I thought we need to keep an eye on this guy, but I think we needed to wait for the search and destroy. He seems to be popping off right now.
They're not wasting any time here, AJ, and we're down 40-40. DVK have taken the lead against Smart Omega. That's a very, very great kind of achievement in of itself, but now on P3, this is where everything's going to matter. If you have that SF spawn base, it's going to really come in favor of Smart Omega. They have the spawn for this point. That's going to be a big point of contention. Omega now winning the gunfights. They should be able to take control, but they're not able to clear out the remaining members of DVK on the Pelling itself. And DVK are doing a great job of holding down the line.
Yeah, what a play by Smart Omega here. Like you said, Nico, they take the spawn first and then they trickle in one after the other. The players from DVK, as they die, look at where they seem to be spawning on the other side. But as far as Smart Omega is concerned, they're just spawning right from the back of Special Forces base, and to trickle into this third hard point is just so easy, so quick for those players, and DVK understands that's a losing fight. They leave those points, they back away into the blue radar station, but here's the question, how's the defense going to be set up in here? Are those scores going to come out? Do we see any sentry guns? Absolutely none. This early rotation better pay off, Nico.
I think it was a bit early for them. Maybe they just didn't want to get spawned for the second time around, but will it be able to convert into the control? They do have it for the meantime. It's going to be on Smart Omega now to make it happen. They do have that 30-round cushion to work off of, and that's certainly what we're going to be playing for, but quickly, it's going to be cut down into here by DVK. DVK have a good hold of P3. It doesn't seem like Omega are able to really find an avenue of attack, but now they flip the spawns, and now they're at the gate. In real quick, and Omega just taking control now of the point. They have won the gunfight, and also Breezy here coming on in, barely escaping on the ledge, and now making this a game.
What a play. 78 to 82. Smart Omega bringing in all of those challenges in with the tacticals as well. They go in with those stun grenades and they manage to pull back the hard point, but not for long at all, because that spawn earlier held on by DVK is assisting them to trickle in one after the other and put on so much of pressure onto Smart Omega. A similar thing that was done by Smart Omega over at B3, and now it's 83 to 92. Smart Omega still in front for round number 2 of these hardpoint rotations. Control room number 2 is opened up by the Kings of the Philippines.
98 already. We're at 100 now for Smart Omega, and we're going back down to P1 firmly in their hands. SIGRA able to land those shots, and Crouch will finally shut down SIGRA as well. SIGRA going for the push. 20-point deficit right now, not able to take much more because they're both contesting the point. They're both on it and nobody really giving it on up. Smart Omega will relieve control of that for the quick moment, and DVK will take some points in the way, but not for too long. It's been a complete back and forth here, AJ.
Yeah, Idra's almost streaked out already from the Predator as well as the cluster on him. Smart Omega, they will be able to pull the cluster out onto P2 later on. So this might just be the second last hard point that we are witnessing. Smart Omega now going in for the fight, but the challenge still coming through from DVK. SIGRA backstab, beautiful plays with the KRM, manages to get away from Whoopi, pops his butt as well, and 93 to 115. Smart Omega having a little bit of a difficulty closing this. DVK strings this right up into P2. DVK trying to play the spots. They have got to be great as they said, but being flipped by the players of Smart Omega. Smart play, IQ coming through, but DVK is the one with the hard point. Cluster finally comes through by Idra, and this might be game over.
There's certainly still a sliver here. There's a window of opportunity that DVK could be able to swing things back. They have one final opportunity to get this point, and that they shall do. They've taken the point back, but not for too long. As Omega are at the gate on the flag here with the KRM. The shot is up close. Still though, DVK holding on. 20 points remaining before they have number 1, and Smart Omega are looking to try and run away with it, but it's not going to be an easy task. DVK making the battle a lot more difficult, but Candy holding down the line here. Sentry, but placed a bit too late. Smart Omega are going to be rescinding control for the meantime, going for P2, where they're looking to close it out on that point 3.
Yeah, Candy very cute with the sentry play there. You were right, Nico, a little bit too late. Breezy now taking those backstabs from the Special Forces base. It's not going to get out that 144 to 114. Pressures too much. The play from the side of Smart Omega hold the hard point, and it is all over by the time Breezy steps in. 150 to 114. It takes such a, I wouldn't say convincing matchup, but DVK, very, very, very exciting to watch.
Very, very close. They made that a real game. They actually made that a game that we were kind of thinking like, wait a moment. Are DVK about to upset Smart Omega here and take map number 1? They certainly almost did so, being within a hair of reaching distance of honestly winning that. If they were able to take P2 or maybe halfway through P1, it certainly could have been the case. But Smart Omega closing it out in the end. Look at that. Syndra, 36 on him, 33 on Idra. Just doing lots of work for either side. Complete standout performance, MVPs for either team. They're both the only players on either side with a 30 bomb or higher. And they do get the game, at least here for the side of Omega. Idra, great performance from him. But for the rest of, the players here for Omega, good kind of a resurgence for them to be able to get back into the game, even though it seemed like DVK just blew past them. They did go for the comeback there, Omega. So S&D, honestly, at this point, the entire series is up for anyone's grabs.
Yeah, I mean, 36 kills from the side of Syndra is definitely impressive. But Idra, not only does he manage to take 33 kills, he only fell 12 times in total in that chaotic match. How impressive is that? That guy's a friggin' survivor. And as we move on from Summit into Hackney Yard, Search and Destroy, this is a map pick of Smart Omega themselves. Are we going to see a 6-0? Will DVK have any strats at all to pull off at Hackney Yard? it's gonna be the best chance for DVK to pull a victory off in here, but they really need to know this map, Nico.
Yeah, I mean, complete mastery is what they're going to have to bring here for map number 2. If they cannot do that, then I don't know if S&D is going to work out in their favor. Hackney Yard is a map that, for maybe COD veterans, we're going to be quite experienced with it, but on the competitive rotation, is one of the latter ones here, only being added, within the past, later half. So it's been quite an interesting map to see here being played already in the Philippine Championships. A lot of teams might not be too familiar with it. Same with Takeoff, although Takeoff was added a bit earlier on, but it still has kind of that same effect, at least compared to maps that have been competitive rotation for so long, like Firing Range, like Crossfire. It's going to be quite a big difference. So map number 2, selected by Omega for a reason. Let's see what they have to bring.
Oh, absolutely, mate. Let's see exactly what they have to bring in this matchup. The play is now trickling really quickly, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is going to be an absolute domination from the side of SMART from the get-go, taking out 2 players early on. It looks like Cream as well as Magista out of the equation. Gordon joins them as well. Breezy, shut down by the KRM buff Crush. And Crush goes in for yet another click, taken out with that backstab. A little bit too quick from the side of Smart Omega.
Quite confident there from Smart Omega to just go out guns blazing from the get-go. As soon as the gates open, they're completely hounding at DVK, and maybe that's exactly the reason why they picked Hackney Yard here for those type of plays. Stuns and flashes on out, none were really connected. Oh my jeez, Crush is finding all the picks here, although it's been a back and forth, but not really too much. Smart Omega is 4v2 it.
Oh, let's see. In here. 4v2D. I mean, I'm pretty much guessing they won't be able to do anything, right? I mean, they can't even pull off a 4v2 when it's just literally 2 players on the side of Smart Omega. Being able to perhaps, pull this off when they are down on the numbers, I highly doubt that's going to be possible. Smart Omega picks up easy round number 2. So far, it's just all-out dominance. DVK needs to see exactly how they can pull off a slightly more safer defending round.
Not sure if maybe safe is the play here, because you cannot, just give up control to Smart Omega, because you're going to really fully utilize that in their favor. And if you're a team like DVK, you have to try and get that confidence in your way doing so. Maybe trying to go in the initiative on the defensive side. It's really hard to do against Smart Omega, who are so good at punishing that exact play. Breezy just chopping Candy up, brings it to 4v3, and Smart Omega are down now 2v4.
Able to do in here. Those players backing up one after the other. This is the situation that we talked about just momentarily ago with the numbers. Smart Omega being down. Let's see if or not Crush will be able to go in for the clutch. He is most definitely one who has the biggest potential to do so, but Goyong catches him off guard from a snipe from across the field, and he takes him out. 1 round pullback by DVK. Very well played.
Very nicely done from DVK, and that's exactly what they need, to go a bit more initiative. Take that initiative from them, try and make a play themselves instead of just letting Smart Omega do what they want. Try and be more proactive instead of reactionary to what Smart Omega are doing. That's very nicely done from DVK. They've now brought this to 1-2 on the board, and this could be where, they make that comeback happen. If they can bring this 2-2 and go to that final round of the half with a potential to go up in a lead as they go to the second half, that's going to be huge. Trophy systems out for that placement, for the positioning. Nice. Smart Omega will get the plant here on the B site.
Let's see exactly what DVK has for a response. Now on to Smokestack. Easy asking those questions, but gets caught out with the backstab. Candy takes him out of the equation. Whoopi drops Cream as well, but the numbers have been, well, at least for the time being, the attempt to equalize it was there, but Jay-Z wins his gunfight, drops Magista out, and the numbers just get stronger on the side of Smart Omega. 4-1 now as Crush takes the Katana slice against Clay. Goyong takes Jay-Z out of the equation. Now he should be able to make a play here, but unfortunately for him, Idra snuffs him out from afar. 1-3, Smart Omega not making this easy at all.
Oh, Smart Omega. A good retaliation from them to get that 3rd round, but DVK still have a chance here to end the half 2-3. And if they can get those 2 rounds on the defensive side, then maybe they can make things happen on the attacking half. Right now, quick and early A push. Smart Omega decisive from them, but the great shot gets Goyan behind Edra.
If we're not finding him is enough, right? Smart Omega now with 1 man down. This is taking advantage of Magista now, finding a player right on top, but he will not be able to take him down. Crush takes Click out of the equation, but Cream manages to drop Candy. The numbers are still looking good on the side of Jay, but the bomb now has been planted, and it has to be a warehouse attack. Oh, goodness me. Omega strikes at the same time, taking out 2 players from the side of DVK. Make that 3. Whoopi drops Magista. Breezy eliminated as well. Smart Omega, what can stop them, Nico?
Nothing at this point. You're going to need a thunderstorm, a hurricane, a typhoon, an avalanche to be able to stop the momentum here of Smart Omega, because how can you even move an immovable object and when they have all this momentum in their hands with an opening pick from Whoopi, the best sniper in the Philippines, from the country? How do you even stop him? Just completely picking you off one by one.
Beautiful Nate now on the scaffolding. Is he going to find anyone? Nope, finds absolutely nobody. Can be. On the other hand, Orion punishes Whoopi for straying out a little bit too far. Jay-Z taken down as well. Crush will be able to even out the odds by eliminating Click. Finds yet another opponent in front of him, pulls the katana out. Bison in his hands. Goyong will be able to ask those questions, and now Crush backs away. He has almost gotten taken down here, but he survives for the time being. Cream makes Candy pay for strafing off a little bit too far. And now one final player in here. Crush. Is he gonna get the clutch?
Cream in that one. It will be all on the clutch to get it there. And Crush will bring it to a 1v2. AJ turning around though, but they double peek him, and he was between a rock and a hard place. DVK, they will hold on. You're not giving away match point just yet. Let's bring it to the 4. Your attacking side, maybe this could be a bit more favorable to them. It seems like they want to take these initiatives early on. They have been picked off by Whoopi early on in that round. Do not want to have the same story go that way again. Do not want the deja vu moment. For the meantime, Bomb is here towards that B side, and just Breezy catching Crush off guard.
Well played by DVK, and now they've got the advantage. The defending has lost Crush off this equation already, but Jay-Z managing to get that trade out immediately onto Breezy, and the numbers are all equal. The bomb now rushing over towards warehouse. The plant coming through early can perhaps just be a little bit of pressure onto the shoulders of Smart Omega. Bomb's not able to move on forward, or just holding on back at the scaffolding. They won't be able to make that entrance into the warehouse. They can ask the questions, but Smart Omega is technically just giving them the side. They want to play retake.
Retake here is going to have to come in big for the side of Smart Omega, but they've been able to go huge and amazing time and time again. Can they make it happen this time? Goyong holding down the backline now of that A side. That's going to be a huge position for him to be placed in. Whoopi's going to try and find the opening snipes. Nate will get that hit marker to confirm the positioning here, and Jay-Z will confirm that because of it. Now down to a 2v4, make that a 1v4. Cream is the last one left alive here. He will easily be able to get one, but not much more, as they bring us 2-5 to end it right on the floor. Match point taken by Smart Omega.
And DVK, they are trying their best, man. But, it's just so difficult to win these gunfights against the players of Smart Omega. They're just so mechanically gifted. And quite honestly, it's not like they were born with it, right? From the birth of Call of Duty Mobile, from the inception of Call of Duty Mobile, these guys have been grinding non-stop. Hours and hours and hours and hours every single day on their mobile phones, making sure they master Call of Duty Mobile. They've mastered Call of Duty Mobile. Whoopi as well as Candy opening things up. Magista drops Candy as a point of retaliation. Cream comes right back through as well and kicks Whoopi out of this round, 3-3. And now DVK have got an opportunity to perhaps extend this a little bit further. Breezy drops Idra as well. The numbers are still equal. Are we going to be able to get this shot? And he gets the backstab onto Jay-Z. The numbers look good, leaving just Crush with that opportunity to clutch. Crush now onto the approach. Fennec in hand. He should be able to catch the player on top of this rooftop now. But if he gets backstabbed, it is all over. Now he will be able to get the shot onto Green. Fennec on for the slice, but Breezy manages to catch him off guard. 3-5. DVK still have an opportunity to catch up, Nico.
DVK holding on to a lifeline here. The raft has not escaped him just yet as the ship is sinking. They've got that small buoy to stay floating here in the seas that Smart Omega put them in. Now with a pick, Whoopi. Oh no. He knew, he was anticipating that, and Goyon just walking into his sights, perfectly aligned there for Whoopi.
Whoopi just anticipating someone to come in for the rush as well, but finds absolutely no one. Well-placed knife won't be able to get a hit marker from him, but it was quite close. Breezy with a two-piece Crush and Candy taken down. Whoopi still alive, will be able to ask these questions, and now he goes in for the scope. Breezy takes Idra out of the equation. The numbers don't look good on the side of Smart Omega, leaving just Captain Jay-Z as well as Whoopi. Jay-Z, though, has got the Fennec in hand, should be able to take down two players, but the numbers will be able to get him out of that round. Fennec snuffs him out, and it is all left to the best sniper in the Philippines. Can he get the clutch in the new meta? I highly doubt it.
It's going to be quite difficult to do here, AJ. I mean, at this point, this should be a round in the favor of DVK, and we should be going to the final round of regulation, unless we get an amazing clutch of a lifetime from Whoopi. Now, he's an amazing player, and he's done lots of good things. So I think they've spotted him on out. I think they know he's going up here to the second floor. You can see because of that, Magista is already trying to wait outside for him. On the shot, could not land it the second time around here. Whoopi, this is done. He's trapped between the rock and the hard place. They're shooting at him from all angles, cannot even find a quick scope. That will be us. Moving into the final round of regulation. Will we go into OT? Or will Smart Omega end this in the final round of reg to bring it 6-4?
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you guys are enjoying the broadcast, don't forget to hit that like and please do share this stream out as well so everybody else in the world will be able to see exactly what Smart Omega is made of. DVK Rexus ALT now going in for what potentially might just be the final round, but they do not want it to be. They want to extend this into round number 11 and potentially even pull a victory off of Smart Omega. Whether they'll be able to do it or not depends on this round. They have got the bomb in their hand, Nico.
Perhaps. That is certainly a possibility here, AJ. Will it be one that will certainly be made into reality? That's a different question entirely that DVK are going to have to answer for themselves. Click here. Got the Holger in hand, trying to find some information off. Very, very close to him. It's going to be Candy with a very forward position. If Candy gives his position away here, he might just bite off more than he can chew, but with this, DVK, they're being very cautious, giving lots of respect to what Smart Omega are doing, and I think that's kind of the right play, but they cannot let us get into their heads. They're going to have to go for an execute at some point. It seems like the A site will be that point of contention, AJ.
Absolutely, but the time is running out. They have already spent about a minute and about 25 seconds thinking about what they want to do, and finally they will be executing it. But Jay-Z as well as Whoopi are waiting on the second floor of the warehouse, and Whoopi punishes Goyong for taking his sweet time. And now 33 seconds left in here. The question is, has DVK taken off a little bit too much of that time? The bomb has not been planted. Idra takes Breezy out of the equation. Candy with a beautiful backstab prevents that plant from coming. Queen gets taken out of the equation. Whoopi gets dropped. The 4-2 situation. Bye-bye, Magista. One final player. And Jay-Z puts him out of his misery as Smart Omega takes game number 2 as well.
And that's the problem we've actually seen it time and time again in many a tactical shooter, that when you go for a late push like that, a late execute for the plant, you give yourself very little room for error. Why? Because if you drop that plant, then you won't really have much time to retrieve it and maybe go on the opposite side or try to make a play because, well, you've pretty much kind of drained your own timer out in the sands of time. That when they hollow away from you on the attacking side, it's definitely not the position you want to be in. And so coming into it, finally closing out the game in the last round of regulation, there's Smart Omega ending the map rather 6-4 as we're looking to move into the final map of the series. And Jay-Z once again at the top of that crush as well with 14 frags. Cream did a good amicable job, but just wasn't enough at the end of it by the whole complete totalitarian authoritism decimation by the side of Omega.
Oh, absolutely, man. If you guys once again are enjoying this broadcast, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, 150 to 114, 6-4, Smart Omega still dominating in the final series of the final day of the group stages. This is the the one day where you guys get to enjoy a little bit of the cheeky plays from Smart Omega before things get really, really serious at the playoffs. So, one final match, one final opportunity. Will DVK be able to shine? Domination at Crossfire. They've picked this map, but they're going up against the Kings, Nico.
Yeah, one of the best teams when it comes to Crossfire in and of itself, and just not just in the Philippines, but in the world. So they have a lot here to chew, a lot to digest, but certainly it's not a prospect that they haven't faced before. They were able to bring map number 1 and 2 very close, and in an alternate reality, they would have been able to take those opening 2 maps against Smart Omega, but Smart Omega 8-0 in the group stage. It's the final map of the group stage here, and at this point it's a lock-in that Smart Omega will be going to the playoffs, but let's find out for ourselves. How dominant can they actually be in the group D?
Oh, Smart Omega, once again, man, they didn't go here for the map pick, but they were able to pick the side. They choose the side of the Special Forces base. They immediately move on towards Bravo, but as you can see, they have not tapped the D flag just yet. 1 point man, he goes in for the flush because the attempt here is for the triple cap. Bravo might have just been prevented by the side of DVK Rexus ALT. Smart Omega, they just want to ask those tough questions, and now finally the triple cap dropping into their hands. At the mark of that 50 seconds, it is successful. But Alpha immediately pulled back by DVK. They're not having any of this.
DVK just completely shredding things down, up and over. They did have that opening kind of good play, but Smart Omega's really been turning the grind and grinding the gears here. DVK haven't been able to stop that from ticking. Smart Omega, firm control of Charlie and Bravo. We've seen this from them in the past, where all they really need to hold here on Crossfire, on Domination, is that Charlie and Bravo, they like having spawn to start things off on the other side. They like spawning on that bottom spawn to really hold on to Bravo and Charlie amicably. And for the top spawn here, DVK, they've been having lots of problems to find their way into that Bravo point. I think at some point you have to give it up, go for Butchers and try to flank into Charlie instead and try to back at them. I think that's the only real way you can kind of outsmart Smart Omega.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And it's just really cheeky back-to-back. Smart Omega now just starting off at the Special Forces base, even though they prefer to play on the Guerrilla side, right? They always like to flip the spawn and test themselves. And, you know, it just seems to be one of those ways where they continuously push themselves to get better and better in every single match. Even when they know that they will be able to take them. Oh, come on, Crush. Even when they are able to take an easy matchup, they try to make things as difficult as possible for themselves. And beyond that, they still rise up to the top.
They've been completely on an ascension here, Smart Omega. No matter what situations they're put on in, you cannot expect them to sink. They're going to continue floating on, fill their lungs with every single breath, because it's been a complete chokeout here by Smart Omega on the DVK side. DVK cannot even grasp for a lifeline because completely running away with it. They never really gave up Bravo control ever since the start of the map. Okay, a good pick off here from SIGRA on DVK, but the end of the half will say 75-37. A dominant opening half is what Smart Omega are going to give. We're going to the last final half of the group stages, and Smart Omega are firmly in the lead.
Yeah, SIGRA has been doing good, but look at him. The guy has got 6 kills so far, but he's been taken down 11 times. And SIGRA's just so good throughout the of DVK. Smart Omega is just way too good. Now Breezy going in for the support onto the B flag, but he will have to back away just a little bit. And even though he holds back, trying to surprise Candy as well as Jay-Z, they step in. Death Machine will go in for the pop. They set up the sentry as well. The BNC flag now just gone in there with those checks. Smart Omega with a tremendous hold, and they're now going to be looking for that spawn trap.
Spawns here. They're currently being gate-kept at the moment. DVK cannot even really get out of the spawns and get some confirmed control. Let's look at this. All the way there. SIGRA playing here from the bus station. Had a good job of holding down the line. They'll eventually find him right now. And look at this. The triple sentry on the Bravo point. What do you even do? You're going to need nothing less than Cluster Strike to clear this all out.
I told you, man. These guys are just being really, really cheeky, and they're getting with these wins, right? And Smart Omega, it's just so fantastic to see them at this level of confidence. But even with this level of confidence, as you can notice, they're not going in for the triple cap at all. They're giving DVK Rexus ALT so much of respect in this matchup. And it's a very simple invitation to DVK. Come and take away that B or C flag from us. It's not going to be possible. Crush going in there with a two-piece for himself with the melee. Katana in for the slice. Crush steps up once again, but Magista punishes him. 1-1-4 to 6. This might just be all over Nico.
The amount of katanas we've seen today, I'm not sure if we're watching Ninja Warrior or if this is really Call of Duty Mobile, because completely just, samurais everywhere here. We've seen AJ, but I mean, we're not doing commentating anymore because it's pretty much a runaway deal here. Look at this death machine just completely delivering the decimation coming from the side of Smart Omega. DVK Rexus ALT are barely going to scrape by here. This should be a done game. They're going to need a triple cap at the very least to be able to come back from this huge deficit that has been imposed on them over there by Smart Omega. Smart Omega with the sentries, everything, score streaks, all the mechanics, all the aim, gun skill they have in their pocket. This should be a done game, even if they take Bravo. All that they need here is a single point. And if DVK cannot get a triple cap right now, this will be a done game.
Understanding and mastery, making sure the players of DVK continue to be only at the Special Forces base and keeping them at the Special Forces base. This is Smart Omega. Smart Call of Duty Mobile plays. Take note, children. Take some notes. What a play. What a series. Absolute perfection. Back to back to back. They serve those donuts. Congratulations, Smart Omega, for being the fourth and final team to make it through to the Philippines Championship playoffs.
There you go. For our 4 teams to be representing the groups when we go to that playoffs. From Group A will be Phantasma. Group B will be PDR Esports. Group C will be Ultimate ePro. In Group D, you just saw it here, the champions themselves of Group D, Smart Omega. They're looking to be one of the favorites to take this entire tournament, to take this entire championship slot, and for them to go into it here, going perfect, getting that 9-0 in the series, or rather in the entire group stages, that was huge for them, and complete decimation in every sense of the word coming from Smart Omega, one of the best teams in the Philippines and in the world as well, and it proved just exactly why that is the case.
Oh, absolutely, man. 150 to 114. This series was opened up at Summit with Smart Omega taking a victory. Hackney Yard was a similar situation. It was Smart Omega once again with the 6-4, and Crossfire was the final nail in the coffin for DVK Rexus ALT. Crossfire, a victory for Smart Omega, 150 to 78. The third clear 3-0 series of the day, the best performing team within the group stages, Nico. And, that was expected. No one can take it away from them. And they move on to the playoffs. Still the strongest team in Call of Duty Mobile Philippines that we have laid our eyes on so far. And nobody looks to be anywhere near their class, at the very least, in the group stages. When we move on to the playoffs, the best of the best of the best of the best will be fighting it off. The 4 top teams from these groups. It's not gonna be as one-sided as what we have seen today, Nico.
Certainly. We're going to have new challengers to that title, new, maybe claimants of the throne here that Smart Omega have been sitting in for so long. But when we went into map number 1, we were really surprised and honestly impressed by how DVK were able to make that such a close game early on. Honestly, for most of that game, it really was a toss-up, and there were even points where DVK had the lead. But Smart Omega, this is where they really come in. That experience from them, be able to close it out, is where the line is drawn between a good team and a great team.
Yeah, and I was surprised to see Smart Omega actually playing this map seriously because they started going in there for the spawn controls on P2 and in for P3 as well. This time around, they didn't make those mistakes that were initially made in their previous series. They made sure the spawns belonged to them, and P3 was just so well taken by Smart Omega. And I love seeing DVK back away from that hard point early on, and the early rotations mean you have to make full use of that moment. And as we can see, DVK Rexus ALT, as they fell back to go in for the defense at P4, we had one player, and Magista constantly holding on to that spawn point to make sure it doesn't get reset by Smart Omega. And that was one of the cleanest and smartest plays from DVK. And I really thought they might be able to snuff and push their way back in there. But on the reset of those hard points, things kind of became a little clear again, Nico.
Yeah, I mean, once we actually did go back to P1 and P2, you saw that Smart Omega were like, okay, let's stop mucking about, let's stop having fun with this, and just end this game. And they completely just, avalanched their way into P1, P2, and ran away with it. And so DVK making it really close during that, opening rotation of the points itself. But when we got into S&D, this is where they also showed us that they were not going out without a fight. They were able to bring it to the final round of regulation. It was a 6-4 at the end of things, but the story here coming from the side of DVK was just good adjustments by them, especially. They saw that Smart Omega liked taking a lot of early aggression, and they positioned themselves to be able to counteract that and really kind of receive that aggression initiation from Smart Omega. And at perfect times, to opportune moments, they would go for the initiatives themselves, looking to be more proactive. But in the final round of regulation, it seemed like with that pressure on them, they kind of respected Smart Omega too much on that final round. And because of that, they kind of played into the hands of Smart Omega. They were like, all right, let's play out the time here. Let's push at the last 30 seconds. But that just kind of bit them in the back.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, if they had gone in a little bit more aggressive on that search and destroy, no doubt at all, they should have been able to pull off an upset at least at that match, right? But of course, as we moved on into domination, what better way to name a matchup, right? This was just Smart Omega all the way through, stomping the dominance over DVK Rexus ALT. And it didn't stop. But here's the very interesting point, though. Smart Omega did not overextend. They went in for the spawn trap, but they never overextended. They didn't want to go anywhere beyond that corner building because as soon as they stepped out of there, they realized that they were getting snuffed out by these players, right? And they very, very respectfully pulled back and continued holding on to that B as well as C flag. And that's all they maintained through to the very end of that matchup.
And that's really where you see the discipline and the diligence for a team like Smart Omega to recognize that win condition, that they don't necessarily have to overextend. Why overextend when you have such a firm hold of that Bravo point? And that's case in point. They had 3 sentries on it. What are you going to do about that, right? So SIGRA here, the MVP of that game, the soldier with the helmet, with everything in his pocket. He gets the game here for the side of Smart Omega. And what's been funny here, AJ, has been the fact that every time we go to an MVP for Smart Omega, it's been a different player. Just goes to show just how well-rounded this roster is and how they all really carry their weight into it. A complete dominating group here, the most dominant group we've seen so far. Smart Omega ended 9-0.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations as well to SIGRA AIM for picking up the 40,000 pesos for themselves and that very well-deserved second position. DVK Rexus ALT, although they came out strong, it just wasn't enough. SIGRA AIM a little bit better. If SIGRA AIM could perform this well in here, even though they had that final second roster swap, I wonder what they could have pulled off against Smart Omega if that was not that situation, right? We might have not seen Smart Omega finish so perfectly in the group stages at all. Tokyo Osaka picking up 0 points from these group stages. Our heart goes out to them. We don't want to see them, not participate a lot more in this competition. Clearly, that's not what we're going to, come across. Hopefully, this lights up a very, very fierce fire in the boys to fight and to continuously pour hours and hours into Call of Duty Mobile. So the next time we see them, we will be able to see those numbers of played and total points swapped around. It's impossible for played and total points to swap around, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, the point here is the fact that Smart Omega, all you guys have to remember, dominating SIGRA, for them to be able to be playing this good, especially with those last minute roster changes, has been honestly quite an impressive feat from them. And we've seen, unfortunately, obviously, because you have to be a certain age to be playing at these kind of moments, but it just also goes to show how much young talent there is in the scene itself. And there will be at some point, they are rather right now the future of the scene, and they will be at some point the kings of it. And so I'm really honestly excited to see how SIGRA will progress on in the future. If we see them next year and their players, their full 5-man roster is allowed to play in here, I think everybody's going to be in for a very, very hot, year.
Oh, absolutely, man. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, don't forget to drop your comments and let us know exactly who do you think will be able to rise up to the top. I mean, if you've got any other ones to bet apart from Smart Omega, let us know in the comment section, right? I mean, if you think the Kings will always remain the Kings, then let us know in the comment section as well. It has been an absolute pleasure bringing all of that action here today with Nico, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. These will be the details for day 1 of the playoffs, Black and Blue.
Phantasma to get things going here for Group A. PDR Esports for Group B. That was decided, mind you, in the last map of Group B, and so was Ultimate ePro's fate for Group C, who'll be representing Group C for them to beat out RLT in that tiebreaker. And now Smart Omega. This time, though, no ties, no second guesses, no other opportunities for any other team to take it away from Smart Omega as they end the group stages 9-0, the most perfect run, the most flawless run we've had in the entire group stages. And that is why they're also one of the front runners for that championship. But we're really going to have to find out for ourselves who will claim it, PDR, Ultimate ePro, Phantasma, or Smart Omega. Join us on Friday, September the 3rd, that entire weekend, for the championship bout.
I cannot wait, man. My heart is pumping. My palms sweaty just looking at the teams that will be, fighting it off at the playoffs. Once again, the matchup that I am most definitely looking forward to is between Phantasma as well as Smart Omega. Based on whatever we've seen from the group stages, these two guys, with the tactics that they've been able to show us thus far, I anticipate that to be a 5-match blockbuster. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, once again, my name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the amazing Nico, Black and Blue Gaioso. We are very, very happy to bring you all of the action, and we'll catch you on day 1 of the playoffs. Y'all take care. Good night.